The Year's Best Science Fiction, 27th Annual Collection. Edited by Gardner Dozois. DB 73481. Copyright 2010 by Gardner Dozois. Read by Madeline Bazard. This book contains 642 pages. Approximate reading time, 43 hours, 50 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the table of contents, acknowledgments, summation, stories, and honorable mentions at Level 1, and to chapters at Level 2. Library of Congress annotation. 32 short stories from 2009. In Ian Creasey's Erosion, a man says farewell to his life on Earth as he heads out into space. Other authors include Nancy Kress, Jay Lake, and Paul McAuley. Some violence, some strong language, and some descriptions of sex. 2010. From the book jacket. In the heart of the new millennium, worlds beyond our imagination have opened up, blurring the line between life and art. Embracing the challenges and possibilities of cyberspace, genetics, the universe, and beyond, the world of science fiction has become a porthole into the realities of tomorrow. In the Year's Best Science Fiction, 27th Annual Collection, our very best SF authors explore ideas of a new world with such compelling stories as Utriusque Cosme, Hugo Award-winning author Robert Charles Wilson tells the story of a young woman faced with the most significant choice she will ever make in her life, after which nothing will ever be the same. Butterfly Bomb. British writer Dominic takes us to a world where nobody and nothing turn out to be even remotely what they seem. Before My Last Breath. Prolific author Robert Reed unravels a fascinating archaeological mystery with roots that stretch back for millions of years. The 32 stories in this collection imaginatively take us far across the universe, into the very core of our beings, to the realm of the gods, and the moment just after now. Included here are works by both masters of the form and bright new talents, including John Barnes, Elizabeth Bear, Damien Broderick, Karl Bunker, Paul Cornell, Albert E. Cowdrey, Ian Creasey, Stephen Gould, Dominic Green, Nicola Griffith, Alexander Irvine, John Kessel, Ted Kosmatka, Nancy Kress, Jay Lake, Rand B. Lee, Paul J. McAuley, Ian McDonald, Maureen F. McHugh, Sarah Monette, Michael Poore, Robert Reed, Adam Roberts, Chris Roberson, Mary Rosenblum, Geoff Ryman, Vandana Singh, Bruce Sterling, Lavie Tidhar, James Van Pelt, Joe Walton, Peter Watts, Robert Charles Wilson, John C. Wright. Supplementing the stories are the editor's insightful summation of the year's events and a lengthy list of honorable mentions, making this book both a valuable resource and the single best place in the universe to find stories that stir the imagination and the heart. About the editor. Gardner Dozois has been working in the science fiction field for more than 30 years. For 20 years, he was the editor of Asimov's science fiction, during which time he received the Hugo Award for Best Editor 15 times. Other books by Gardner Dozois. Anthologies. A Day in the Life, Another World, Best Science Fiction Stories of the Year, numbers 6 to 10. The Best of Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine. Time Travelers from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine. Transcendental Tales from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine. Isaac Asimov's Aliens. Isaac Asimov's Mars. Isaac Asimov's SF Flight. Isaac Asimov's War. Roads Not Taken, with Stanley Schmidt. The year's best science fiction, numbers 1 to 24. Future Earths Under African Skies, with Mike Resnick. Future Earths Under South American Skies, with Mike Resnick. Ripper, with Susan Casper. Modern classic short novels of science fiction. Modern classics of fantasy. Killing Me Softly. Dying for It. The Good Old Stuff. The Good New Stuff. Explorers. The Furthest Horizon. World Makers. Supermen. Co-edited with Sheila Williams. Isaac Asimov's Planet Earth. Isaac Asimov's Robots. Isaac Asimov's Valentines. Isaac Asimov's Skin Deep. Isaac Asimov's Ghosts. Isaac Asimov's Vampires. Isaac Asimov's Moons. Isaac Asimov's Christmas. Isaac Asimov's Camelot. Isaac Asimov's Werewolves. Isaac Asimov's Solar System. Isaac Asimov's Detectives. Isaac Asimov's Cyber Dreams. Co-edited with Jack Dan. Aliens, Unicorns, Magic Hats, Magic Hats 2, Bestiary, Mermaids, Sorcerers, Demons, Dog Tales, Sea Serpents, Dinosaurs, Little People, Dragons, Horses, Unicorns 2, Invaders, Angels, Dinosaurs 2, Hackers, Time Gates, Clones, Nanotech, Immortals. Fiction. Strangers, The Visible Man, Collection. Nightmare Blue, with George Alec Effinger. Slow Dancing Through Time, with Jack Dan, Michael Swanwick, Susan Casper, and Jack C. Haldeman II. The Peacemaker. Geodesic Dreams, Collection. Nonfiction. The Fiction of James Tiptree, Jr. Contents. Acknowledgements, page Roman numeral 11. Summation, 2009, page Roman numeral 13. Utriusque Cosmi, Robert Charles Wilson, page 1. A Story with Beans, Stephen Gould, page 18. Under the Shouting Sky, Karl Bunker, page 25. Events Preceding the Helvetican Renaissance, John Kessel, page 32. Useless Things, Maureen F. McHugh, page 55. Black Swan, Bruce Sterling, page 68. Crimes and Glory, Paul J. McAuley, page 86. Seventh Fall, Alexander Irvine, page 127. Butterfly Bomb, Dominic Green, page 141. Infinities, Vandana Singh, page 154. Things Undone, John Barnes, page 175. On the Human Plan, J. Lake, page 205. The Island, Peter Watts, page 213. The Integrity of the Chain, Lavie Tidhar, page 240. Lion Walk, Mary Rosenblum, page 246. Escape to Other Worlds with Science Fiction, Joe Walton, page 274. 3 Leaves of Aloe, Rand B. Lee, page 282. Mongoose, Elizabeth Bear and Sarah Monette, page 296. Paradiso Lost, Albert E. Cowdrey, page 312. It Takes Two, Nicola Griffith, page 353. Blocked, Geoff Ryman, page 377. Solace, James Van Pelt, page 391. Act 1, Nancy Kress, page 404. Twilight of the Gods, John C. Wright, page 441. Blood Dauber, Ted Kosmatka and Michael Poore, page 459. This Wind Blowing, and This Tide, Damien Broderick, page 486. Hair, Adam Roberts, page 502. Before My Last Breath, Robert Reed, page 521. One of Our Bastards is Missing, Paul Cornell, page 535. Edison's Frankenstein, Chris Roberson, page 553. Erosion, Ian Creasey, page 567. Vishnu at the Cat Circus, Ian McDonald, page 577. Honorable Mentions, 2009, page 633. Acknowledgements. The editor would like to thank the following people for their help and support: Susan Casper, Jonathan Strahan, Gordon Van Gelder, Ellen Datlow, Peter Cruther, Nicola Skeevers, William Schaffer, Ian Waits, Andy Cox, Patrick Nielsen Hayden, Tori Atkinson, Jed Hartman, Eric T. Reynolds, George Mann, Jennifer Braille, Peter Tennant, Susan Marie Gropey, Karen Meisner, John Joseph Adams, Wendy S. Delmater, Jed Hartman, Rich Horton, Mark R. Kelly, Andrew Wilson, Damien Broderick, Lou Anders, Patrick Swenson, Jay Lake, Sheila Williams, Brian Binowski, Trevor Quattree, Sean Wallace, Robert T. Wexler, Michael Swanwick, Stephen Baxter, Christine Catherine Rush, Nancy Kress, Greg Egan, Ian McDonald, Paul McAuley, Ted Kosmatka, Michael Poore, Elizabeth Baer, Sarah Monette, Charles Strauss, Damien Broderick, James Patrick Kelly, John Barnes, Nicola Griffith, Mary Rosenblum, Lavie Tidhar, Joe Walton, John C. Wright, Stephen Gould, James Van Pelt, Bruce Sterling, Alexander Irvine, Carl Bunker, Ian Creasey, Peter Watts, John Kessel, Albert E. Cowdrey, Robert Charles Wilson, Paul Cornell, Adam Roberts, Alistair Reynolds, Dave Hutchinson, David Marusik, Dario Chirello, Wilson De Silva, Keith Brooke, Robert Reed, Vandana Singh, Maureen McHugh, L. Timmel Duchamp, Dominic Green, Geoff Ryman, Paul Brazier, David Hartwell, Ginger Buchanan, Susan Allison, Shauna McCarthy, Kelly Link, Gavin Grant, John Klima, John O'Neill, Charles Tan, Roger Turner, Stuart Main, John Kenny, Edmund Schubert, Tehani Wesley, Tehani Croft, Sally Beasley, Tony Lee, Joe Voss, John Peckrell, Ian Redmond, Anne Zanoni, Cowlin Fire, Ralph Benko, Paul Graham Raven, Nick Wood, Mike Allen, Jason Sizemore, Carl Johansson, Sue Miller, David Lee Summers, Christopher M. Savasco, Tyree Campbell, Andrew Hook, Vaughn Lee Hansen, Mark Watson, Sarah Lumna, and special thanks to my own editor, Mark Resnick. Thanks are also due to the late lamented Charles N. Brown and to all his staff, whose magazine, Locus Publications, Post Office Box 13305, Oakland, California, 94661. $60 in the United States for a 1-year subscription, 12 issues, via second class. Credit card orders 510-339-9198. Was used as an invaluable reference source throughout the summation. Locus Online, locusmag.com, edited by Mark R. Kelly, has also become a key reference source. Summation, 2009. In spite of panic so intense in the publishing world that it was reminiscent of the emotion that caused stockbrokers to throw themselves from windows during the stock market crash of 1929, panic that caused massive editorial layoffs in late 2008 and early 2009 as publishers rushed to reduce expenses in anticipation of the hard times and low sales ahead, the number of books sold in 2009 turned out to be not so bad. According to Nielsen BookScan, overall unit sales through December 20th, 2009 came in at 724 million, a drop of only 3% compared to the same period in 2008. Much of that drop came in adult nonfiction, which suffered the biggest decline by category, down 7% from the previous year. Sales of adult fiction hardcover books, however, actually rose by 3%, while sales of adult fiction trade paperbacks grew by 2% over the prior year. So, rather than crashing disastrously during the Great Recession, sales of fiction books actually went up. Furthermore, of 3,000 adults questioned in an online poll, 3/4 of them said that they would sacrifice holidays, dining out, going to the movies, and even shopping sprees before they would stop buying books. This shouldn't really come as a big surprise. Historically, books, magazines, and movies do well during recessions, as hard economic times make people search for cheap entertainment to distract themselves from their financial woes. The questions that are probably going to dominate the publishing world during the next few years are, where are you going to buy your books, and what form are you going to buy them in? Pressure from online booksellers like Amazon and Barnes & Noble, and from the rising tide of digital sales that may become a flood now that portable text readers are increasingly available, have already had a dramatic effect on where you can buy your books. Just as the rise of chain bookstores put many independent bookstores out of business, now business forces are reshaping the chains themselves. The bookstore chain Borders teetered on the brink of bankruptcy toward the end of 2008, and although it managed to avoid that in 2009, Borders UK ceased operation and closed all of its stores, and Borders will soon close 200 Walden Books outlets, while rival bookstore chain Barnes & Noble is closing all of its remaining B. Dalton stores. This is not the end of the brick-and-mortar bookstore by any means. The chains will still have plenty of superstores left, where sales have generally been pretty good, perhaps because of the larger selection of stock available there. And there are even a few independent bookstores left here and there. But it does mean that the era where almost every shopping mall had a small chain bookstore is probably over. Print books are not going to disappear either. In fact, there were probably more of them published in 2009 than ever before. But the e-book market, which up until now has simmered in the background for several years, not really considered to be a major factor, is probably about to explode, which could bring major changes to the publishing world. The introduction of Amazon's Kindle in 2007, the first portable text reader, turned the heat up under the e-book market, and now, with the introduction of competing text-reading devices such as Barnes & Noble's Nook and Apple's iPad, and the founding of several other online bookstores where products for them can be purchased, that market is really starting to come to the boil. In fact, much of 2009 was taken up with price wars over the pricing both of print books and of e-books, with Amazon clashing with other industry giants such as publisher Macmillan and discount superstore chain Walmart, each player trying to bring enough pressure to bear on its adversary to force concessions. The struggle between Amazon and Macmillan over e-book pricing, Amazon wanting to keep them priced low to encourage sales of the Kindle, Macmillan wanting them priced higher to increase profits, has been particularly bitter and intense, with Amazon recently succumbing to Macmillan's demands. The war over the Google settlement concerning which books will be available for online accessing via Google, which involved a class action suit by the Authors Guild, and the controversial settlement that everyone has been wrangling bitterly about ever since, also continued to rage throughout 2009 and into 2010. but that will probably be of interest to very few readers who are not themselves writers. Within the genre publishing world, things were relatively quiet after the turmoil of layoffs and cutbacks at the beginning of 2009, although there were further big cuts at Penguin UK in August. Most of the major restructuring was at Random House and could be seen as the working out of consequences from corporate mergers from a couple of years back, rather than as a response to the economic downturn per se. Random House has restructured into 3 adult trade groups: Crown Trade Group, Knupf Doubleday Publishing Group, and Random House Publishing Group. Random House Publishing Group includes, among others, Valentine, Bantam, Delacourt, Dell, the Dial Press, and Villard Books, which puts both Random House SF imprints, Del Rey and Spectra, under Ballantine. Party line is that the 2 imprints will be kept separate, for now anyway. Games Workshop's publishing arm, BL Publishing, sold their Solaris Books imprint to Rebellion. Wildside Press, Prime, and Juno split up early in the year. Juno ended up as a co-published imprint of pocketbooks. Cosmos Books died, and Prime went back to solo operations. HarperCollins started a new SF imprint, Angry Robot. Harlequin started a new YA fantasy line, Harlequin Teen. Both within and outside the genre, though, evolutionary forces are at work that could change everything, and I suspect that the publishing world is going to look very different 10 years from now than it does today. The good news in the still troubled magazine market is that things could have been a lot worse. All of the print magazines survived the year, something which looked a bit chancy at the beginning of 2009, when, in order to survive, both F and SF and Asimov's were forced to economize by changing either their publication schedules or their trim size. One, Realms of Fantasy, actually returned from the dead under new ownership after being cancelled, and there were even 1 or 2 other mildly positive notes. For one thing, the decline in circulation, drastic to very drastic for most magazines only a few years back, seems to have stabilized at a much slower rate of decline, with most magazines more or less staying even, with only minuscule losses in circulation. For another, electronic subscriptions for reading devices such as the Kindle are starting to have an effect, still relatively minor at the moment, but at least increasing the circulation figures, trending in the right direction, something that hasn't happened in a while. The magazine of fantasy and science fiction, celebrating its 60th year, published a lot of good fantasy this year, but not much SF. Good stories by Geoff Ryman, Albert E. Cowdrey, Rand B. Lee, Ellen Kushner, Sean McMullen, Melinda M. Snodgrass, Elizabeth Hand, Charles Oberndorf, and others appeared in F&SF in 2009. The magazine of fantasy and science fiction registered a 3.4% loss in overall circulation, from 16,044 to 15,491, with subscriptions dropping from 12,374 to 12,045, and newsstand sales dropping from 3,670 to 3,446. Sell-through rose from 36 to 37%. Gordon Van Gelder is in his 13th year as editor and 9th year as owner and publisher. Asimov's science fiction was almost the reverse of F&SF, publishing a lot of good SF, but not as much good fantasy. Good stories by Mary Rosenblum, Damien Broderick, Robert Reed, Nancy Kress, Tom Purdom, James Patrick Kelly, Ian Creasey, and others appeared in Asimov's in 2009. Asimov's science fiction registered only a 2.4% loss in overall circulation, from 17,102 to 16,696. Not bad when compared to past losses, which rose as high as 23% in 2005. Subscriptions dropped almost unnoticeably from 13,842 to 13,731, although newsstand sales dropped a bit more substantially, from 3,260 to 2,965. Sell-through stayed steady at 31%. Although no hard figures are as yet available, the rumor is that overall circulation actually increased this year when you factor in the addition of about 3,000 in digital subscriptions sold through the Kindle, FictionWise, and other providers. Sheila Williams completed her 5th year as Asimov's editor. Analog Science Fiction and Fact had an above-average year, publishing good work by James Van Pelt, Stephen Gould, Harry Turtledove, Don DeMassa, Christine Catherine Rush, Michael F. Flynn, and others. Analog Science Fiction and Fact registered only a 2.2% loss in overall circulation, from 25,999 to 25,418, with subscriptions dropping from 21,880 to 21,636, and newsstand sales dropping from 4,119 to 3,782. Sell-through remained steady at 34%. Stanley Schmidt has been editor there since 1978. Interzone also had an above-average year, publishing strong work by Dominic Green, Bruce Sterling, Sarah L. Edwards, Jason Sanford, and others. By the definition of Science Fiction Writers of America, SFWA, Interzone doesn't really qualify as a professional magazine because of its low rates in circulation, but as it's thoroughly professional in the caliber of writers that it attracts and in the quality of the fiction it produces, just about everybody considers it to be a professional magazine anyway. Circulation there seems to have held steady, in the 3,000 copy range. The ever-shifting editorial staff included in 2009 publisher Andy Cox, assisted by Andy Hedgecock, Jetsy DeVries, and David Matthew. TTA Press, Interzone's publisher, also publishes straight horror or dark suspense magazine, Black Static. The British magazine Postscripts, another professional-level publication in spite of low circulation figures, reinvented itself as an anthology this year, so we'll cover it there, below. I'll list the subscription information up here, though, for lack of anywhere else to put it, and because, unlike most other anthology series, you can subscribe to Postscripts. Publisher Sovereign Media announced that they were pulling the plug on Realms of Fantasy early in 2009, and what was ostensibly the magazine's last issue appeared in April. That looked like the end of the line for Realms of Fantasy, but then the magazine was bought by Warren Lepine of Tir na Nog Press, who started it up again. 3 issues of the resurrected magazine appeared throughout the rest of the year, for an overall total of 5. Shauna McCarthy, who has been the editor since the founding of the magazine in 1994, was retained as editor, and the resurrected version of the magazine looks and reads much like the old version, and features the same sort of fiction. Realms of Fantasy published good work this year by Ian Creasey, Jay Lake, Richard Parks, Kat Rambo, Christine Catherine Rush, and others. Weird Tales had a rocky year due to the reorganization of publisher Wildside Press in response to the recession, and only managed 2 2009 issues. Nevertheless, there's an energy and drive here that hints to me that this intelligently edited horror fantasy magazine will survive. At the beginning of 2010, Anne Vandermeer was promoted from fiction editor to editor-in-chief, and Mary Robinette Cowell and Paula Goran joined the staff as art director and nonfiction editor, respectively. Their circulation seems to be somewhere in the 5,000 copy range, and again, many critics seem to consider them a professional magazine in spite of that. Interesting stories by Jeffrey Ford, Richard Howard, Hunter Eden, Michael Swanwick, Robert Davies, and others appeared there this year. If you'd like to see lots of good SF and fantasy published every year, the survival of these magazines is essential, and one important way that you can help them survive is by subscribing to them. It's never been easier to do so, with just the click of a few buttons, nor has it ever before been possible to subscribe to the magazines in as many different formats, From the traditional print copy arriving by mail to downloads for your desktop or laptop, available from places like FictionWise, www.fictionwise.com, and Amazon, www.amazon.com, to versions you can read on your Kindle. You can also now subscribe from overseas just as easily as you can from the United States, something formerly difficult to impossible. So in hopes of making it easier for you to subscribe, I'm going to list both the internet sites where you can subscribe online and the street addresses where you can subscribe by mail for each magazine. Asimov Science Fiction's site is at www.asimovs.com, and subscribing online might be the easiest thing to do. And there's also a discounted rate for online subscriptions. Its subscription address is Asimov Science Fiction, Dell Magazines, 6 Prowett Street, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06855. $32.97 for annual subscription in the U.S., $42.97 overseas. Analog Science Fiction and Facts site is at www.analogsf.com. Its subscription address is Analog Science Fiction and Fact, Dell Magazines, 6 Prowett Street, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06855. $32.97 for annual subscription in the U.S. The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction's site is at www.sfsite.com/FSF. Its subscription address is Fantasy and Science Fiction, Post Office Box 3447, Hoboken, New Jersey, 07030. Annual subscriptions cost $34.97 in the U.S. Interzone and Black Static can be subscribed to online at www.ttapress.com/online-store1.html. The subscription address for both is TTA Press, 5 Martins Lane, Witcham, Ely, Cambridge, CB6, 2LB, England. $68.51 each for a 12-issue subscription. Or there is a reduced rate dual subscription offer of $127.23 for both magazines for 12 issues. Make checks payable to TTA Press. Postscripts at http://store.ps publishing.co.uk/a-catalog/ps_subscriptions.html has a variety of subscription options, including £15 for a 1-year unsigned hardcover, 2-issue subscription, or £100 for a 1-year signed tray-cased subscription. Realms of Fantasy offers yearly subscription in the U.S. for $19.99 or overseas for $29.99. Write to Tir Na Nog Press, Realms of Fantasy, Post Office Box 1623, Williamsport, Pennsylvania, 17703. Call 1-877-318-3269 or subscribe online at www.realmsoffantasymag.com. Weird Tales offers a few different subscription options, including a 1-year 4-issue subscription for $20 in the U.S. Contact them at Wildside Press, 9710 Traville Gateway Drive, number 234, Rockville, Maryland, 20850, or online at http://weirdtales.net/WordPress. The print fiction semi-prosine market, subject to the same pressures in terms of rising postage rates and production costs as the professional magazines are, continues to contract. Eon, Tailbones, Paradox, Fictitious Force, Farrago's Wainscot, and H.P. Lovecraft's Magazine of Horror all died this year, and Zahir is transitioning from a print format to an electronic-only online format, something that Subterranean, Fantasy Magazine, and Apex Magazine did the year before. I suspect that this will eventually be the fate of most print fiction semi-prozines. They'll transition into all electronic formats, or they'll die. Of the other surviving print fiction semi-prozines, Electric Velocipede, edited by John Kilma, managed 2 issues in 2009, one a double issue, publishing worthwhile material by Mary Haskell, Mercurio de Rivera, Yoon-Ha Lee, and others. The Canadian, On Spec, one of the longest-running of all the fiction semi-prozines, edited by a collective under general editor Diane Walton, once again kept reliably to its publishing schedule in 2009, and featured interesting stories by Tony Pye and Jack Skillingstead, among others. Australia's Andromeda Spaceway's In-Flight magazine, another collective-run SF magazine with a rotating editorial staff under editor-in-chief Robbie Matthews, managed 5 of its scheduled 6 issues this year, publishing good stuff by Damien Broderick and Paul D. Filippo, Brian Stableford, Jason K. Chapman, Caroline M. Joachim, and others. I saw 2 issues of Australian magazine Aurelius, edited by Stuart Main, in 2009, although they were both dated 2008. A small British SF magazine edited by Ian Redman, Jupiter, managed all 4 of its scheduled issues in 2009. I like the fact that it's all SF, but the quality of its fiction needs to come up. A Canadian magazine, edited by Karl Johansson, Neo-Opsis, ostensibly quarterly, produced 3 issues in 2009. The same comment made about Jupiter would apply equally well to them. Long-running Space and Time produced 4 issues, as did fantasy magazine Tales of the Talisman. There were 2 issues apiece produced by fantasy magazine Shimmer, the Irish Albedo 1, Greatest Uncommon Denominator, and Not One of Us. And as far as I can tell, there was only 1 2009 issue of Sword and Sorcery magazine Black Gate, as well as the slipstreamish Lady Churchill's Rosebud Wristlet, New Genre, and Sybil's Garage. I saw no copy of Tales of the Unanticipated or Aoife's Kiss this year. Most of the print critical magazine market is gone. One of the hardy survivors, and always your best bet for value, is the news zine Locus, the magazine of the science fiction and fantasy field. A 28-time Hugo winner, which for more than 40 years has been an indispensable source of news, information, and reviews. Co-founder, publisher, and longtime editor Charles N. Brown died this year, but Locus continues under the guidance of a staff of editors, headed by Liza Green-Tromby, and including Kirsten Gongwang, Amelia Beamer, and many others. Another hardy perennial, one of the last men standing in this field, is the eclectic critical magazine, the New York Review of Science Fiction, edited by David G. Hartwell and a staff of associate editors, which publishes a variety of eclectic and sometimes quirky critical essays on a wide range of topics. Most of the other surviving print critical magazines are professional journals, more aimed at academics than at the average reader. The most accessible of these is probably the long-running British critical zine, the Science Fiction Foundation. Subscription addresses follow. Locus, the magazine of the science fiction and fantasy field. Locus Publications, Incorporated. Post Office Box 13305, Oakland, California, 94661. Or online at https://secure.locusmag.com/about/subscribe.html. $68 for a 1-year first-class subscription, 12 issues. The New York Review of Science Fiction, Dragon Press, Post Office Box 78, Pleasantville, New York, 10570, or online at http://www.nyrsf.com/subscribe-today.html. $40 per year, 12 issues. Make checks payable to Dragon Press. The Science Fiction Foundation, Roger Robinson, SFF, 75 Roslyn Avenue, Harold Wood, Essex, RM3, ORG, UK, or online at http://www.sf-foundation.org/joining.html. $39 for a 3-issue subscription in the U.S. Aurealis, Chimera Publications, Post Office Box 2164, Mount Waverley, VIC 3149, Australia, or online at www.aurealis.com.au. $59.75 Australian dollars for a 4-issue overseas airmail subscription. Check should be made out to Chimera Publications in Australian dollars. On Spec, the Canadian magazine of the fantastic, Post Office Box 4727, Edmonton, AB, Canada, T6E 5G6, or online at www.onspec.ca. $25 for 1 year. Neo-Opsis Science Fiction Magazine, 4129 Carey Road, Victoria, BC, Canada, V8Z4G5, or online at http://www.neo-opsis.ca/subscriptions.htm. $25 Canadian for a 3-issue subscription. Albedo 1, Albedo 1 Productions, 2 Post Road, Lusk, County Dublin, Ireland, or online at http://albedo1.com/html/albedo_1_subscriptions.html. $39.50 for a 4-issue airmail subscription. Make checks payable to Albedo 1. Lady Churchill's Rosebud Wristlet, Small Beer Press, 150 Pleasant Street, number 306, East Hampton, Massachusetts, 01027, or online at http://smallbeerpress.com/shopping/subscriptions/ $20 for 4 issues. Electric Velocipede at http://www.nightshadebooks.com/cart.php?$P=$143 offers a 2-issue annual subscription for $25. Andromeda Spaceway's In-Flight magazine has a 6-issue subscription rate of 69 Australian dollars. Visit them online at www.andromedaspaceways.com. Zahir is transitioning to an all-electronic format. See www.zahirtales.com for further information. Tales of the Talisman, Hadrosaur Productions, Post Office Box 2194, Mesilla Park, New Mexico, 88047-2194, or online at http://www.hadrosaur.com/order.html. $24 for a 4-issue subscription. Blackgate, New Epic Press, 815 Oak Street, St. Charles, Illinois, 60174, or online at http://www.blackgate.com/black-gate-subscriptions/ There are multiple subscription options, including downloadable PDF versions for $4.95 apiece, or $29.95 for a 1-year, 4-issue subscription. Jupiter at 19 Bedford Road, Yeovil, Somerset, BA21, 5 UG, UK, offers 4 issues for £10 sterling. Greatest Uncommon Denominator, GUD Publishing, Post Office Box 1537, Laconia, New Hampshire, 03247, or online at http://www.gudmagazine.com/subs/subscribe.php. $22 for 2 issues. Sybil's Garage, Census 5 Press, 76 India Street, Apartment A8, Brooklyn, New York, 11222-1657, or online at http://census5.com/store/index.php?/product_info&CD path=path=ID=sign #C path=9. $29.95 for 4 issues, 2 years. Shimmer, Post Office Box 58591, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84158-0591, or online at http://www.shimmerzine.com/purchase/subscribe/ $22 for a 4-issue subscription. The online world of electronic magazines seemed to have more energy and momentum this year than most of the print world, and probably published more good fiction than all, but perhaps the top 3 or 4 print fiction magazines. Not that it was all good. Jim Baen's Universe is scheduled to die after the April 2010 issue, and Shiny and Lone Star Stories are both already dead. On the other hand, Apex magazine came back from the dead. Tor.com, Subterranean Press, Strange Horizons, Orson Scott Card's Intergalactic Medicine Show, Clark's World magazine, Abyss and Apex, and Fantasy magazine still seem to be going strong. And a promising new e-zine, Lightspeed, edited by John Joseph Adams, will be starting up in 2010. Jim Baen's Universe, www.baensuniverse.com, once the great white hope of the online fiction magazine world, is in its 4th year, and it will unfortunately be its last, since it's been announced that the e-zine will shut down after its April 2010 issue. A major loss for the field, and one that will be advanced as an argument against the long-term viability of e-zines. If an e-zine paying top-of-the-field prices, attracting the biggest-name authors, and getting major publicity and visibility can't attract enough paying readers to stay alive, who can? Jim Baen's Universe published only one really major story in 2009, a complex time-travel piece by John Barnes. But there was lots of other good work, both SF and fantasy, by David Gerald, Jay Lake, Christine Catherine Rush, Naomi Kritzer, Leslie Robin, Graham Edwards, John Lambshead, Gary Kloster, and others. Its editors were Mike Resnick and Eric Flint. With Jim Baen's Universe on the way out, the most important remaining site is probably Tor.com, www.tor.com. I once said that what we really needed was a boing boing that published science fiction as well, a place cool and eclectic enough to draw the internet-savvy audience as well as the SF audience, and Tor.com, a website that regularly publishes SF, fantasy, and slipstream, as well as articles, comics, graphics, blog entries, print and media reviews, and commentary, may fit that bill. Tor.com had another strong year in 2009, publishing a wide range of different kinds of stories, although they tend to lean a bit toward slipstream and steampunk, by Joe Walton, Harry Turtledove, Damien Broderick, Michael Swanwick, and Eileen Gunn. Kidge Johnson, Ken Scholes, Elizabeth Bear, Stephen Gould, Rachel Swirsky, and others. The long-running e-zine, Strange Horizons, www.strangehorizons.com, edited by Susan Marie Gropey, assisted by Jed Hartman and Karen Meisner, ran good work, a mixture of SF, fantasy, and slipstream, by Lavie Tidhar, Sandra McDonald, Elliot Bangs, Benjamin Crowell, Tim Pratt, Jennifer Lanaya, Alea Dawn Johnson, Rachel Manija Brown, Kat Rambo, Leonard Richardson, and others. Clark's World magazine, www.clarkesworldmagazine.com, edited by Neil Clark and Sean Wallace, ran good stuff this year, much of it SF, some fantasy or slipstream, by Kidge Johnson, Gord Seller, Jason K. Chapman, Lavie Tidhar, Sarah Monette, Tobias S. Buckle, Kat Rambo, and others. Abyss and Apex, www.abyssandapex.com, edited by Wendy S. Delmater, which seems to run more SF than many of the other sites, had good stuff by Samantha Henderson, Carl Bunker, Marie Brennan, Christopher Green, Paul Carlson, Ruth Nestvold, Richard A. Lovett, Bud Sparhawk, and others. Apex Magazine, www.apexbookcompany.com/apex-online, edited by Jason Sizemore, featured good work. Most of it fantasy or slipstream, by Theodora Goss, Ekaterina Sadia, Gord Seller, Peter M. Ball, Aliette de Baudard, Rochita Lonen-Ruiz, and others. Fantasy Magazine, www.fantasy-magazine.com, published by Sean Wallace and edited by Kat Rambo, had good work, almost all of it fantasy or slipstream, unsurprisingly enough, although there was one strong SF story by Lavie Tidhar, by Nancy Kress, Tanith Lee, Patricia Russo, Ruth Nestvold, Jay Lake, John Mantooth, and others. Other than the story selected by me for the issue I guest-edited, which I won't mention, Subterranean, http://subterraneanpress.com, edited by William K. Schaefer, had lots of good work, some of it first-rate, by Alexander C. Irvine, Garth Nix, Tim Pratt, James P. Blaylock, Kim Newman, Chris Nelscott, Louis Shiner, and others. The Australian popular science magazine, Cosmos, www.cosmosmagazine.com, runs a story per issue, usually SF, selected by fiction editor Damien Broderick, and also puts new fiction not published in the print magazine up on their website. They had a strong story by Carl Bunker this year, as well as interesting stuff by Craig Delancey, Greg Meller, Stuart Gibbon, V.G. Kammerer, and others. The flamboyantly titled Orson Scott Card's Intergalactic Medicine Show, www.intergalacticmedicineshow.com, edited by Edmund R. Schubert under the direction of Card himself, had good work by Peter S. Beagle, Mary Robinette Cowell, Ian Creasey, Tim Pratt, Aliette de Baudard, U.G. Foster, Tony Pye, and others, including a number of stories, both reprint and original, by Card. Although they publish both SF and fantasy, rarely slipstream, They tend to lean toward fantasy, which tends to be of generally higher quality than their SF. Idiomancer Speculative Fiction, www.ideomancer.com, edited by Leah Bobbitt and a large group of other editors that includes Elizabeth Bear and John Bowker. Published good stuff by Stephen Mohan Jr., Swapna Kishore, and others. A new e-zine devoted to literary adventure fantasy, Beneath Ceaseless Skies, www.beneath-ceaseless-skies.com, edited by Scott H. Andrews, had a strong year, featuring good work by Aliette de Bodard, Rachel Swirsky, Ian McHugh, Richard Parks, Sarah L. Edwards, K.D. Wentworth, and others. Shadow Unit, www.shadowunit.org, is a website devoted to publishing stories drawn from an imaginary TV show, something I find unexciting, but which has strongly impressed other critics, and which has drawn top people such as Elizabeth Bear, Holly Black, Emma Bull, and others. A mix of science fact articles and fiction is available from the e-zine Futurismic, http://futurismic.com, and from Escape Velocity, www.escapevelocitymagazine.com. Bookview Cafe, www.bookviewcafe.com, is a consortium of over 20 professional authors, including Vonda N. McIntyre, Laura Ann Gilman, Sarah Zettel, Brenda Clough, and others, who have created a new website where work by them, mostly reprints and some novel excerpts, is made available for free. Another new fantasy-oriented site, Heroic Fantasy Quarterly, www.heroicfantasyquarterly.com, started up this year, as did an SF site selling downloads and PDFs, a model which didn't work for Eon. MBrainSF, http://mbranesf.blogspot.com. Below this point, it becomes harder to find Centercore SF, and most of the stories are slipstream or literary surrealism. Sites that feature those, as well as fantasy, and occasionally some SF, include Rudy Rucker's Flurb, www.flurb.net, Revolution SF, www.revolutionsf.com, Coyote Wild, www.coyotewildmag.com, Heliotrope, www.heliotropemag.com, and the somewhat less slipstreamish Bewildering Stories, www.bewilderingstories.com. However, original fiction isn't all that can be found on the Internet. There are a lot of good reprint SF and fantasy stories out there too, usually available for free. On all of the sites that make their fiction available for free, Strange Horizons, Tor.com, Fantasy Magazine, Subterranean, Abyss and Apex, Jim Bain's Universe, and so on. You can also access large archives of previously published material, as well as stuff from the current issue. Most of the sites that are associated with existent print magazines, such as Asimov's Analog, Weird Tales, and the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, make previously published fiction and nonfiction available for access on their sites, and also regularly run teaser excerpts from stories in forthcoming issues. Hundreds of out-of-print titles, both genre and mainstream, are also available for free download from Project Gutenberg. http://promo.net/pg/ and a large selection of novels and a few collections can also be accessed for free, to be either downloaded or read on screen, at the Bain Free Library, www.baen.com/library. Sites such as Infinity Plus, http://www.infinityplus.co.uk, and the Infinite Matrix, www.infinitematrix.net, may have died as active sites, but their extensive archives of previously published material are still accessible. An even greater range of reprint stories becomes available, though, if you're willing to pay a small fee for them. Perhaps the best and the longest established place to find such material is FictionWise, www.fictionwise.com, where you can buy downloadable ebooks and stories to read on your PDA, Kindle, or home computer. In addition to individual stories, you can also buy fiction bundles here, which amount to electronic collections, as well as a selection of novels in several different genres. You can also subscribe to downloadable versions of several of the SF magazines here, including Asimov's, Analog, FNSF, and Interzone, in a number of different formats. A similar site is Electric Story, www.electricstory.com, where in addition to the fiction for sale, you can also access free movie reviews by Lucius Shepard, articles by Howard Waldrop, and other critical material. Finding fiction to read, though, is not the only reason for SF fans to go on the Internet. There are also many general genre-related sites of interest to be found, most of which publish reviews of books, as well as of movies and TV shows, sometimes comics or computer games or anime, many of which also feature interviews, critical articles, and genre-oriented news of various kinds. The best such site is easily Locus Online, www.locusmag.com, the online version of the news magazine Locus, where you can access an incredible amount of information, including book reviews, critical lists, obituaries, links to reviews and essays appearing outside the genre, and links to extensive database archives, such as the Locus Index to Science Fiction and the Locus Index to Science Fiction Awards. It's rare when I don't find myself accessing Locus Online several times a day. Other major general interest sites include SF Site, www.sfsite.com, SF Review, www.sfrevu.com, SF Crow's Nest, www.sfcrowsnest.com, SF Scope, www.sfscope.com, IO9, http://io9.com, Green Man Review, http://greenmanreview.com, The Agony Column, http://trashotron.com/agony, sffworld.com, www.sffworld.com, sfreader.com, www.sfreader.com, sfwatcher.com, www.sfwatcher.com, and Pat's Fantasy Hot List, www.fantasyhotlist.blogspot.com. One of the best of the general interest sites, the Internet Review of Science Fiction, has unfortunately died. Another, Science Fiction Weekly, first merged with news site Sci-Fi Wire to form a new site called Sci-Fi Wire, and then transformed to Sci-Fi, www.syfy.com, when its parent channel changed its name from the Sci-Fi Channel to Sci-Fi as well, dropping all its columnists and book reviews along the way to concentrate exclusively on media news and reviews, and thus making itself largely uninteresting to me. A great research site, invaluable if you want bibliographic information about SF and fantasy writers, is fantastic fiction. www.fantasticfiction.co.uk. Reviews of short fiction as opposed to novels are very hard to find anywhere, with the exception of Locus. But you can find reviews of both current and past short fiction at Best SF, www.bestsf.net, as well as at pioneering short fiction review site Tangent, www.tangentonline.com, which had gone on a long hiatus but returned to active status in 2009. Ironically, just as its rival The Fix, launched by a former Tangent staffer, seems to have gone inactive. Other sites of interest include SFFnet, www.sff.net, which features dozens of home pages, and news groups for SF writers, the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America page, www.sfwa.org, where genre news, obituaries, award information, and recommended reading lists can be accessed. Ansible, http://news.ansible.co.uk/ the online version of multiple Hugo winner David Langford's long-running fanzine, Ansible, and a number of sites where podcasts and SF-oriented radio plays can be accessed. Audible.com, www.audible.com. Escape Pod, http://escapepod.org. Starship Sofa, www.starshipsofa.com. And Podcastle, http://podcastle.org. The much-heralded new golden age of original anthologies may have reached its high water mark in 2008, and even receded a bit. There were still plenty of anthologies out, especially from small presses and books available as downloads online, but several of the most prominent high-end original series, upon which many hopes were pinned, have died. Of the three much-talked-about original anthology series launched in 2007, Fast Forward, edited by Lou Anders, the Solaris Book of New Science Fiction, edited by George Mann, and Eclipse, edited by Jonathan Strahan. Only Eclipse survives at the end of the year. A shame, for both other series had a lot to recommend them. The fact is, although many good individual stories were published, it was something of a lackluster year for original anthologies as a whole, with no clear-cut standouts. In terms of literary quality, judging the stories as stories, without taking genre classification into consideration, the strongest of the year's anthologies was clearly Eclipse 3, Nightshade Books, edited by Jonathan Strahan. I personally found it somewhat disappointing, though, that there was relatively little science fiction here, most of the contents being fantasy or slipstream. Best stories in Eclipse 3 were by Maureen F. McHugh and Nicola Griffith, although there was also good stuff of various sorts by Caitlin R. Kiernan, Daniel Abraham, Karen Joy Fowler, Peter S. Beagle, and others. The Solaris Book of New Science Fiction, Volume 3, Solaris, edited by George Mann, was mostly SF and featured strong work by Paul Cornell, Warren Hammond, Alistair Reynolds, John Meany, and others. There were 2 anthologies from Daw Books this year, which are a cut above the usual Daw anthology product. A strong steampunk alternate history anthology, Other Earths, Daw, edited by Nick Evers and Jay Lake, which featured a standout story by Robert Charles Wilson and good work by Gene Wolfe, Theodora Goss, Liz Williams, and others. And We Think, Therefore We Are, Daw, edited by Peter Crowther. We Think, Therefore We Are wasn't as strong as past Crowther anthologies, such as Moonshots, have been, but still featured interesting stuff by Chris Roberson, Keith Brooke, Patrick O'Leary, Robert Reed, and others. A cut below this level, the strongest story in Federations, Prime, edited by John Joseph Adams, an anthology of stories inspired by Star Trek, which looked for work that builds on those same tropes and traditions, was by John C. Wright. But there was also good work by Mary Rosenblum, Alan Steele, Yoon Ha Lee, and others, as well as good reprint stories by Alistair Reynolds, Robert Silverberg, George R.R. Martin, and George Guthridge, Lois McMaster Bujold, Orson Scott Card, and others. Clockwork Phoenix 2, edited by Mike Allen, was mostly fantasy instead of science fiction, unlike the original volume, but had worthwhile stuff by Tanith Lee, Mary Robinette Cowell, Anne Leckie, and others. Mike Ashley's anthology with the somewhat overheated title of The Mammoth Book of Mind-Blowing SF, the 21 finest stories of awesome science fiction, was mostly a reprint anthology, with strong reprints by Gregory Benford, Michael Swanwick, Terry Bisson, Jeffrey A. Landis, Alistair Reynolds, James Blish, and others, but did find room for intriguing original stuff by Robert Reed, Eric Brown, Adam Roberts, Stephen Baxter, Paul D. Filippo, and others. One of the year's best anthologies was published by an ultra-small press in Australia, and is going to be very difficult for most readers to find. Nevertheless, X6, Coeur de Lion, a collection of 6 novellas edited by Keith Stevenson, features 2 of the best stories of the year. An evocative reinvention of the Selkie legend by Margot Lanigan, and a brutal, hard-hitting examination of a disintegrating future Australia by Paul Haynes, as well as good work by Terry Dowling and Kat Sparks. Not quite as successful as X6, but still featuring some substantial work, is another novella collection from another small press, Panverse 1, 5 original novellas of fantasy and science fiction, Panverse Press, edited by Dario Chiarello. The best story here is probably an atmospheric fantasy by Alan Smale, centering on a strange space-time discontinuity that opens up around Emily Bronte of Wuthering Heights fame. But there is also good work by Jason K. Chapman and Andrew Tisbert. I had high hopes for another ultra-small press anthology, When It Changed, Comma Press, edited by Geoff Ryman, which had an intriguing premise and a good roster of authors, but somehow the final product was mildly disappointing. Although there were strong stories there by Adam Roberts, Ryman himself, and others. Another ultra-small press produced the anthology Footsteps, Hadley Real Books, edited by J. Lake and Eric T. Reynolds, a somewhat lackluster volume of moon landing-related stories, although there was solid work there by James Van Pelt, Brenda Cooper, and others. We're supposed to consider the British publication Postscripts, PS Publishing, to be an anthology now rather than a magazine, so this seems like the appropriate place to take a look at it. They managed 3 issues this year, one of them a double issue. Postscripts 18, This is the Summer of Love. Postscripts 19, Enemy of the Good, and Postscripts 2021, Edison's Frankenstein, all edited by Peter Crowther and Nick Gevers. These 3 volumes maintain a reasonably high level of literary accomplishment, although none of them matches 2008's Postscripts 15. There's good work in the 3 volumes by Chris Roberson, Lisa Tuttle, Daniel Abraham, Paul Park, M.K. Hobson, Matthew Hughes, Marley Yeomans, and others. Pleasant but minor science fiction anthologies included Intelligent Design, Daw Books, edited by Denise Little, Gamer Fantastic, Daw Books, edited by Martin H. Greenberg and Carrie Hughes, and a mixed SF and fantasy anthology, Warrior Wisewoman 2, Nora Lana, edited by Roby James. Noted without comment is The New Space Opera 2, edited by Gardner Dozois, and Jonathan Strahan. The best original fantasy anthology of the year, although it contains a couple of SF stories, may have been Firebird Soaring. Firebird, edited by Sharon November, which featured excellent work by Joe Walton, Margot Lanigan, Chris Roberson, Nina Kariki Hoffman, Ellen Klages, Louise Marley, and others. Troll's Eye View, a book of villainous tales, Viking, edited by Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling, is aimed at a younger audience than most of their other collections of fairy tale retellings have been. Best story here is by Kelly Link, although there's also entertaining work by Peter S. Beagle, Garth Nix, Delia Sherman, Jane Yoland, and others. Pleasant but minor original fantasy anthologies included Swordplay, Daw Books, edited by Denise Little. The Trouble with Heroes, Daw Books, edited by Denise Little. Lace and Blade 2, Noralana Books, edited by Deborah J. Ross. Ages of Wonder, Daw Books, edited by Julie E. Cherneda and Rob St. Martin. Strip Mauled, Bain Books, edited by Esther M. Friesner. Which Way to the Mall, Bain Books, edited by Esther M. Friesner. Terribly Twisted Tales, Daw Books, edited by Jean Rabe and Martin H. Greenberg. Under the Rose, Noralana Books, edited by Dave Hutchinson. And Crime Spells, Daw Books, edited by Martin H. Greenberg and Lauren L. Coleman. There was also another installment in a long-running fantasy anthology series, Marion Zimmer Bradley's Swords and Sorceress 24, Noralana Books, edited by Elizabeth Waters. Noted without comment are Songs of the Dying Earth, Subterranean Press, HarperCollins, UK, an anthology of new fantasy stories inspired by the work of Jack Vance, edited by George R.R. Martin and Gardner Dozois, and The Dragon Book, Ace Books, edited by Jack Dan and Gardner Dozois. The year's best original horror anthologies, although both have fantasy stories and even SF stories in them, were Lovecraft Unbound, Dark Horse Comics, a mixed original, mostly, and reprint anthology, and Poe, Solaris, an all-original, both edited by Ellen Datlow, and both collecting stories inspired by the work of their respective authors, H.P. Lovecraft and Edgar Allan Poe, naturally. The best story in Lovecraft Unbound happens to be the only SF story, by Sarah Monette and Elizabeth Baer, but the book also has strong original work by Laird Barron, William Browning Spencer, Lavie Tidhar, Holly Phillips, Richard Bowes, Mark Laidlaw, and others. And good reprint stuff by Caitlin R. Kiernan, Michael Chabon, and others. Poe features good work by Susie McKee Charnas, Lucius Shepard, Pat Cadigan, Sharon McCrum, Glenn Hirschberg, Laird Barron, Gregory Frost, Kim Newman, and others. Tesseracts 13, Hades, Edge, Science Fiction and Fantasy, edited by Nancy Kilpatrick and David Morrill, functioned as a dedicated horror anthology this year. Twilight Zone, 19 original stories on the 50th anniversary. Tor Books, edited by Carol Serling, is self-explanatory. There were also a number of large retrospective reprint horror anthologies, discussed below. Slipstream anthologies included Interfictions 2, an anthology of interstitial writing, Small Beer Press, edited by Delia Sherman and Christopher Barzak. Conjunctions, 52, Betwixt the Between, Impossible Realism, Bard College, edited by Bradford Morrow and Brian Evanson, and an anthology of flash fiction, Last Drink Birdhead, Ministry of Whimsy, edited by Anne Vandermeer and Geoff Vandermeer. Shared world anthologies included Wild Cards, Suicide Kings, Tor Books, edited by George R.R. Martin, Mankazin Wars 12, Bain Books, created by Larry Niven, Changing the World, All New Tales of Valdemar, Daw Books, edited by Mercedes Lackey. New Series Nights, 12th Planet Press, edited by Elisa Krasnstein and Tahani Wesley. Grant's Pass, Morrigan Books, edited by Jennifer Brozick and Amanda Pillar. And the Grantville Gazette, 5, Bain Books, edited by Eric Flint. A long-running series featuring novice work by beginning writers, some of whom may later turn out to be important talents, changed editors this year, as the late Algis Budrus handed the torch to Katie Wentworth, who continued the series with L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future, Volume 25, Galaxy Press. A relatively new phenomenon is paranormal romance anthologies. They included Strange Brew, St. Martin's Griffin, edited by P.N. Elrod, and a bunch of anthologies with no editor listed. Mean Streets, Rock, Must Love Hellhounds, Berkeley Books, and Never After, Jove. As in 2008, there were a lot of stories about robots this year, roughly divided into stories about robots working out compassionate relationships with humans, and robots creating their own societies, loosely modeled on human culture. After all, the humans are dead. As has been the case for a couple of years now, there were a number of stories that featured flying sailing ships, shades of Peter Pan, and/or Zeppelins. There were lots of steampunk stories in both print and electronic venues, and, in spite of the death of dedicated alternate history magazine Paradox, still many alternate history stories as well. Judging whether a given story is steampunk or alternate history is sometimes a judgment call, as by definition all steampunk is also alternate history. But you can usually tell where the strongest emphasis lies. There weren't as many zombie stories as last year, although there was another dedicated zombie anthology, so perhaps they will rest quietly in their graves for a bit. Lots of vampire stories. It almost goes without saying. SF continued to appear in places well outside accepted genre boundaries, from science magazines Cosmos, Nature, and New Scientist to The New Yorker. Finding individual pricings for all of the items from small presses mentioned in this summation has become too time-intensive, and since several of the same small presses publish anthologies, novels, and short story collections, it seems silly to repeat addresses for them in section after section. Therefore, I'm going to attempt to list here, in one place, all the addresses for small presses that have books mentioned here or there in this summation, whether from the anthology section, the novels section, or the short story collection section, and, where known, their website addresses. That should make it easy enough for the reader to look up the individual price of any book mentioned that isn't from a regular trade publisher. Such books are less likely to be found in your average bookstore, or even in a chain superstore, and so will probably have to be mail-ordered. Many publishers seem to sell only online, through their websites, and some will only accept payment through PayPal. Many books, even from some of the smaller presses, are also available through Amazon.com. Addresses: P.S. Publishing, Grosvenor House, 1 New Road, Hornsey, East Yorkshire, HU 181PG, England. www.pspublishing.co.uk. Golden Griffin Press, 3002 Perkins Road, Urbana, Illinois, 61802. www.goldengriffin.com. NESFA Press, Post Office Box 809, Framingham, Massachusetts, 01701-0809. www.nesfa.org. Subterranean Press, Post Office Box 190106, Burton, Michigan, 48519. www.subterraneanpress.com. Old Earth Books, Post Office Box 19951, Baltimore, Maryland 21211-0951. www.oldearthbooks.com. Tachyon Publications, 1459 18th Street, number 139, San Francisco, California, 94107. www.tachynpublications.com. Nightshade Books, 1470 Northwest Saltzman Road, Portland, Oregon, 97229. www.nightshadebooks.com. 5 Star, 295 Kennedy Memorial Drive, Waterville, Maine, 04901. www.galegroup.com/5-star. Newcon Press, www.newconpress.co.uk. Small Beer Press, 150 Pleasant Street, number 306, East Hampton, Massachusetts, 01027. www.smallbeerpress.com. Locust Press, Post Office Box 13305, Oakland, California, 94661. www.locustmag.com. Crescent Books, Mercat Press Limited, 10 Coates Crescent, Edinburgh, EH3 7AL, Scotland. Wildside Press, Borgo Press, Post Office Box 301, Hollicon, Pennsylvania, 18928-0301. www.wildsidepress.com. Edge Science Fiction and Fantasy Publishing, Incorporated, Tesseract Books, Post Office Box 1714, Calgary, Alberta, T2P 2L7, Canada. www.edgewebsite.com. Aqueduct Press, Post Office Box 95787, Seattle, Washington 98145-2787. www.aqueductpress.com. Phobos Books, 200 Park Avenue South, Suite 1109, New York, New York, 10003. Fairwood Press, 5203 Quincy Avenue, Southeast, Auburn, Washington, 98092. www.fairwoodpress.com. Ben Bella Books, 6440 North Central Expressway, Suite 508, Dallas, Texas, 75206. www.benbellabooks.com. Darkside Press, Darkside Press and Midnight House, 107 East Green Street, Gallup, New Mexico, 87301. www.darkmidhouse.com. Hafner Press, 5005 Crooks Road, Suite 35, Royal Oak, Michigan, 48073-1239. www.hafnerpress.com. North Atlantic Books, Post Office Box 12327, Berkeley, California, 94701. www.northatlanticbooks.com. Prime Books, Post Office Box 36503, Canton, Ohio, 44735. www.prime-books.com. Monkey Brain Books, 11204 Crossland Drive, Austin, Texas, 78726. www.monkeybrainbooks.com. Wesleyan University Press, University Press of New England, Order Department, 37 Lafayette Street, Lebanon, New Hampshire, 03766-1405. www.wesleyan.edu/WESpress/ Agog Press, Post Office Box U302, University of Wollongong, NSW 2522, Australia. Wheatland Press, Post Office Box 1818, Wilsonville, Oregon 97070. www.wheatlandpress.com. Mirror Dance Books, Post Office Box 3542, Parramatta, NSW 2124, Australia. www.tabula-info/mirror Arsenal Pulp Press, 103-1014 Homer Street, Vancouver, BC, V6B 2W9, Canada. www.arsenalpulp.com. Dreamhaven Books, 2301 East 38th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55406. www.dreamhavenbooks.com. Elder Signs Press, Dimensions Books, www.dimensionsbooks.com. Chaosium Incorporated, 22568 Mission Boulevard, number 423, Hayward, California, 94541-5116. www.chaosium.com. Spire Books, Post Office Box 3005, Radford, Virginia, 24143. Sci-Fi Incorporated, Post Office Box 8442, Van Nuys, California, 91409-8442. Omnidawn Publishing, 1632 Elm Avenue, Richmond, California, 94805-1614. www.omnidawn.com. CSFG, Canberra Speculative Fiction Guild, www.csfg.org.au. Hadley Rill Books, Post Office Box 25466, Overland Park, Kansas, 66225. www.hadleyrillebooks.com. ISFIC Press, 707 Sapling Lane, Deerfield, Illinois, 60015-3969. www.isficpress.com. Suddenly Press, care of Brian Yalmans, 49 Magnolia Street, Arlington, Massachusetts, 02474. www.suddenlypress.com. Sandstone Press, Post Office Box 5725, 1 High Street, Dingwall, Rossshire, IV15 9WJ, Scotland. www.sandstonepress.com. Tropism Press, 1034 McKinley Avenue, Oakland, California, 94610. www.tropismpress.com. SF Poetry Association, www.sfpoetry.com. DH Press, www.diamondbookdistributors.com. Kurodaham Press, care of Intercom Limited, 3-9-10-403. Tenjin, Chuoku, Fukuoka, 810-0001, Japan. www.kurodahan.com. Ramble House, 443 Gladstone Boulevard, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71104. www.ramblehouse.com. Interstitial Arts Foundation, Post Office Box 35862, Boston, Massachusetts, 02135. www.interstitialarts.org. Raw Dog Screaming, www.rawdogscreaming.com. Three-Legged Fox Books, 98 Hythe Road, Brighton, BN1 6JS, UK. www.threeleggedfox.co.uk. Noralana Books, Post Office Box 2188, Winnetka, California, 91396. www.norilana.com. Coeur de Lion, 56 Serpentine Road, Kirrawee, NSW, 2232, Australia. www.courdelion.com.au. Parsec, www.parsecink.org. Robert J. Sawyer Books, Fitzhenry and Whiteside, 195 Allstate Parkway, Markham, ON, L3R 4T8, Canada. www.sfwriter.com/rjsbooks.htm. Rackstraw Press, http://rackstrawpress.nfshost.com. Candlewick, www.candlewick.com. Zubaan, 128B, first floor, Shapur Jat, New Delhi, 110019, India. www.zubaanbooks.com. Utter Tower, www.threeleggedfox.co.uk. Spilt Milk Press, Post Office Box 266, Bettendorf, Iowa, 52722. www.electricvelocipede.com. Paper Golem, www.papergolem.com. Galaxy Press, 7051 Hollywood Boulevard, Suite 200, Hollywood, California, 90028. www.galaxypress.com. 12th Planet Press, Post Office Box 3027, Yokine, WA, 6060, Australia. http://12thplanetpress.wordpress.com. Census 5 Press, www.census5.com. Elastic Press, 85 Gertrude Road, Norwich, NR3 4SG, UK. www.elasticpress.com. Lethe Press, 118 Heritage Avenue, Mapleshade, New Jersey, 08052. www.lethepressbooks.com. Two Cranes Press, www.twocranespress.com. Wordcraft of Oregon, Post Office Box 3235, La Grande, Oregon, 97850. www.wordcraftoforegon.com. In spite of the recession, there were still a huge number of novels published in the SF fantasy genres during the year, more than ever before, in fact, and it looks likely that there will be even more next year. According to the news magazine Locus, there were a record 2,901 books of interest to the SF field published in 2009, up 2% from 2,843 titles in 2008. 67% of those were new titles, not reprints. It's worth noting that this total doesn't count novels offered as downloads on the Internet or on Kindle, media tie-in novels, gaming novels, novelizations of genre movies, or most print-on-demand books, all of which would swell the total by hundreds if counted. Paranormal romances remain strong, with 339 titles this year, as opposed to 328 in 2008. One of the paranormal romance writers, Stephanie Meyer, edged out J.K. Rowling in sales, and others such as Charlaine Harris, Laurel K. Hamilton, Jim Butcher, and Diana Gabaldon are among the best-selling writers in America. The number of new SF novels was down slightly, by 7% to 232, as opposed to 2008's total of 249. Still far larger than the field was even a few years back, and more novels than any one person is going to have a chance to read in the course of a year. The number of new fantasy novels was up by 30%, to 572 titles, as opposed to 2008's total of 439. Horror novels were up to 251 titles, as opposed to 2008's total of 175. The biggest gain since the big horror boom busted. In 2002, for instance, there were only 112 horror titles published. As usual, busy with all the reading I have to do at shorter lengths. I didn't have time to read many novels myself this year, so I'll limit myself to mentioning the novels that received a lot of attention and acclaim in 2009. These include Julian Comstock, A Story of 22nd Century America, Tor Books, by Robert Charles Wilson. Steel Across the Sky, Tor Books, by Nancy Kress. Drood, Little Brown and Company, by Dan Simmons. The Empress of Mars, Tor Books, by Cage Baker. The Caryatids, Del Rey Ballantine Books, by Bruce Sterling. This Is Not a Game, Orbit, by Walter John Williams. House of Suns, Ace Science Fiction, by Alistair Reynolds. The Revolution Business, Tor Fantasy, by Charles Stross. Gardens of the Sun, Golance, by Paul McAuley. The High City Forge, by Cecilia Holland. Ark, Golance, by Stephen Baxter. The Sunless Countries, Tor Books, by Karl Schroeder. Transition, Orbit Books, by Ian M. Banks. Galileo's Dream, Harper Voyager, by Kim Stanley Robinson. Mind Over Ship, Tor Books, by David Marusik. Yellow Blue Tibia, Golance, by Adam Roberts. The Devil's Alphabet, Del Rey, by Daryl Gregory. Bone Shaker, Tor Books, by Sherry Priest. The City and the City, Del Rey, by China Miville. Coyote Horizon, Ace, by Alan Steele. Regenesis, Daw Books, by C.J. Cherry. Conspirator, Daw Books, by C.J. Cherry. The Walls of the Universe, Tor Science Fiction, by Paul Melko. Avillion, Golance, by Robert Holdstock. The Magicians, Viking Press, by Lev Grossman. Chasing the Dragon, Pier, by Justina Robson. The Steel Remains, Ballantine Books, by Richard K. Morgan. The Price of Spring, Tor Fantasy, by Daniel Abraham. The Red Tree, Rock Trade, by Caitlin R. Kiernan. Green, Tor Books, by J. Lake. The Knights of the Cornerstone, Ace Books, by James P. Blaylock. Buyout, Del Rey, by Alexander Irvine. Palimpsest, Bantam Spectra, by Catherine M. Valenti. Pulp's Folly, Bantam, by Linnea Sinclair. End of the Century, Pier, by Chris Roberson. Duplicate Effort, Rock Books, by Christine Catherine Rush. Diving into the Wreck, Pier, by Christine Catherine Rush. Turncoat, Rock, by Jim Butcher. Corambus, Ace Books, by Sarah Monette. The Sharing Knife, Eos, by Lois McMaster Bujold. Buyout, Del Rey, by Alexander Irvine. Storm from the Shadows, Bane Books, by David Weber. Escape from Hell, Tor Books, by Larry Niven, and Jerry Pournelle. Heroes of the Valley. Hyperion, by Jonathan Stroud. Bone Crossed. Ace, Patricia Briggs. Unseen Academicals. Harper, by Terry Pratchett. And Under the Dome. Scribner, by Stephen King. Small presses once published mostly collections and anthologies, but these days they're active in the novel market as well. Novels issued by small presses this year, some of them among the year's best, included The Empress of Mars, Subterranean Press by Cage Baker, The Hotel Under the Sand, Tachyon Publications by Cage Baker, Life Load, NESFA Press by Joe Walton, The Shadow Pavilion, Nightshade Books by Liz Williams, Madness of Flowers, a novel of the city imperishable, Nightshade Books by J. Lake, The Proteus Sails Again, Subterranean Press by Thomas M. Dish, and Those Who Went Remain There Still, Subterranean Press by Sherry Priest. The year's first novels included The Wind-Up Girl, Nightshade Books by Paolo Bacigalupi, The Manual of Detection, Penguin Group by Jedediah Berry, Lamentation, Tor Books by Ken Scholes, Harbinger, Fairwood Press by Jack Skillingstead, Prospero Lost, Tor Books by L. Jaggy Lamplighter, Total Oblivion, more or less, Ballantine Spectra by Alan De Niro, and The Adamantine Palace, Golance by Stephen Dees. Of these, The Wind-Up Girl got by far the best notices, with several critics calling it not only the best first novel of the year, but the best science fiction novel of the year, period. Associational novels by people connected with the science fiction and fantasy fields included Four Freedoms, HarperCollins, by John Crowley, The Dead Man's Brother, Hard Case Crime, by Roger Zelazny, Mariposa, Vanguard Press, by Greg Bear, The Asylum Prophecies, Leisure Books, by Daniel Keyes, and Chronic City, Doubleday, by Jonathan Lethem. Ventures into the genre, or at least the ambiguous fringes of it, by well-known mainstream authors included Inherent Vice, Penguin Press, by Thomas Pynchon, The Year of the Flood, Doubleday, by Margaret Atwood, and Her Fearful Symmetry, Scribner, by Audrey Niffenegger. A surprise bestseller, Pride and Prejudice and Zombies, Quirk Books, by Jane Austen and Seth Grahame-Smith, has already spawned several sequels, and may launch a whole new subgenre, the literary classic horror mashup. There were again some good individual novellas published as chapbooks, although perhaps nothing that really stood out. Subterranean Press published The Women of Nell Gwyn's, by Cage Baker, The God Engines, by John Scalzi, Seven for a Secret, by Elizabeth Bear, and Alpha and Omega, by Patricia Briggs. P.S. Publishing brought out Starfall, by Stephen Baxter, Ars Memoriae, by Beth Bernabic, The Night Cache, by Andy Duncan, and Gilbert and Edgar on Mars, by Eric Brown. Newcon Press brought out The Push, by David Hutchinson, and Starship Fall, by Eric Brown. Monkey Brain Books published Death of a Starship, by J. Lake. Hadley Rill Books published The Priestess and the Slave, by Jenny Blackford. Novel omnibuses this year included The Books of the Wars, Bane Books, by Mark Geston, Divisions, Orb, by Ken MacLeod, Exile and Glory, Bane Books, by Jerry Pournelle, Fires of Freedom, Bane Books, by Jerry Pournelle, Triplanetary, Cosmos Books, by E. Smith, This Fortress World, Fantastic Books, by James Gunn, and Velas and Later Novels, Library of America, by Philip K. Dick, as well as many omnibus novel volumes published by the Science Fiction Book Club. Omnibuses that contain both short stories and novels can be found listed in the short story section. A lot of long out-of-print stuff has come back into print in the last couple of years in commercial trade editions, not even counting print-on-demand books from places such as Wildside Press, the reprints issued by the Science Fiction Book Club, and the availability of out-of-print books as electronic downloads from internet sources such as FictionWise. That makes this the best time in decades to pick up reissued editions of formerly long out-of-print novels. Here are some out-of-print titles that came back into print this year, although producing a definitive list of reissued novels is probably difficult to impossible. Tor Books reissued The Currents of Space by Isaac Asimov. Orb Books reissued The Stars, Like Dust by Isaac Asimov. Beyond the Blue Event Horizon by Frederick Pohl. Flash Forward by Robert J. Sawyer. Bone Dance by Emma Bull. And Dying Inside and A Time of Changes, both by Robert Silverberg. Baen Books reissued The Puppet Masters by Robert A. Heinlein. RX for Chaos by Christopher Anvil. And A Sense of Infinity by Howard L. Myers. Peer reissued Desolation Road by Ian McDonald. Orbit reissued Against a Dark Background by Ian M. Banks. And The Naked God and The Neutronium Alchemist, both by Peter F. Hamilton. Cosmos reissued The Moon Pool by A. Merritt and The 13th Immortal by Robert Silverberg. Ace reissued Ariel by Stephen R. Boyette. Paizo Publishing reissued Robots Have No Tails by Henry Kuttner and The Sword of Rhiannon by Lee Brackett. Fantastic Books reissued Pantera by Judith Moffat, and The Dreaming and The Judas Mandala, both by Damien Broderick. New York Review Books Classics reissued Inverted World by Christopher Priest, and The Chrysalids by John Wyndham. Crippen and Landru reissued A Little Intelligence by Robert Silverberg and Randall Garrett. Worm Publishers reissued Shriek and Afterward by Jeff Vandermeer. Hippocampus Press reissued The Hound Hunters by Adam Niswander. Penguin Group reissued The Prisoner by Thomas M. Dish. Monkey Brain Books reissued Two Hawks from Earth by Philip Jose Farmer. As has been true for several years now, this was a good year for short story collections, and it was a particularly good year for career-spanning retrospective collections. The year's best non-retrospective collection may have been Cyberabad Days, Peer, by Ian McDonald, although it was given a run for its money by Wireless, Ace, by Charles Stross, and two collections by Greg Egan, Oceanic, Golantz, and Crystal Nights and Other Stories, Subterranean Press. Also first-rate were We Never Talk About My Brother, Tachyon Publications, by Peter S. Beagle. The Buonarroti Quartet, Aqueduct Press, by Gwyneth Jones. Thousandth Night, Minless Flowers, Subterranean Press, by Alistair Reynolds. The Radio Magician and Other Stories, Fairwood Press, by James Van Pelt. Are You There and Other Stories, Golden Griffin Press, by Jack Skillingstead. Vacancy and Ariel, Subterranean Press, by Lucius Shepard. And Uncle Bones, Fantastic Books, by Damien Broderick. Also good are Everland and Other Stories, P.S. Publishing, by Paul Whitcover. A is for Alien, Subterranean Press, by Caitlin R. Kiernan. Collected Stories, Subterranean Press, by Louis Shiner. Dreamwish Beasts and Snarks, Golden Griffin Press, by Michael D. Resnick. Tides from the New Worlds, Worm Publishing, by Tobias S. Buckle. Eyes Like Sky and Coal and Moonlight, Paper Golem Press, by Cat Rambo. A Book of Endings, 12th Planet Press, by Deborah Biancotti. And We'll Always Have Paris, William Morrow, by Ray Bradbury. Strong as this year was in collections, it was even stronger for big, retrospective, career-spanning collections. There was a bumper crop of them, including The Best of Gene Wolfe, Tor Books, by Gene Wolfe, Wild Time, Green Magic, Subterranean Press, by Jack Vance, Trips, The Collected Stories of Robert Silverberg, Volume 4, Subterranean Press, by Robert Silverberg, The Best of Michael Moorcock, Tachyon Publications, by Michael Moorcock, The Complete Stories of J.G. Ballard, W. W. Norton and Company, by J.G. Ballard, The Collected Stories of Roger Zelazny, Volume 1, Threshold, NESFA Press, by Roger Zelazny, The Collected Stories of Roger Zelazny, Volume 2, Power and Light, NESFA Press, by Roger Zelazny, The Collected Stories of Roger Zelazny, Volume 3, This Mortal Mountain, NESFA Press, by Roger Zelazny, The Collected Stories of Roger Zelazny, Volume 4, Last Exit to Babylon, NESFA Press, by Roger Zelazny, The Collected Short Works of Powell Anderson, Volume 1, Call Me Joe, NESFA Press, by Powell Anderson, The Collected Short Works of Powell Anderson, Volume 2, The Queen of Air and Darkness, NESFA Press, by Powell Anderson, Rise of the Terran Empire, Bain Books, by Powell Anderson, Selected Short Stories of Lester Del Rey, Volume 1, War and Space, NESFA Press, by Lester Del Rey, Magic Mirrors, NESFA Press, by John Bellairs, The Shadow on the Doorstep, ISFIC Press, by James P. Blaylock, The Return of the Sorcerer, The Best of Clark Ashton Smith, Prime Books, by Clark Ashton Smith, The Early Work of Philip K. Dick, Volume 1, The Variable Man and Other Stories, Prime Books, by Philip K. Dick, The Early Work of Philip K. Dick, Volume 2, Breakfast at Twilight and Other Stories, Prime Books, by Philip K. Dick, Mysteries of the Worm, Chaosium, by Robert Bloch, and Slow Sculpture, Volume 12, The Complete Stories of Theodore Sturgeon, North Atlantic Books, by Theodore Sturgeon. It should be clear from these lists that there would essentially be no such things as genre short story collections without the small presses, with the occasional exception of a collection from a trade publisher like Tor or Bain or Ace. Most collections these days are done by small press publishers. As you can see, Subterranean and NESFA Press have become particularly important in this area in recent years. It should also be pointed out that a wide variety of electronic collections, often called fiction bundles, too many to individually list here, are also available for downloading online at sites such as FictionWise and Electric Story. The Science Fiction Book Club continues to issue new collections as well. There were a good number of big retrospective reprint anthologies this year, particularly in horror. Among the non-retrospectives, the crop of Best of the Year anthologies were, as usual, probably your best bet for your money. This crop has been winnowed a bit and also rearranged from its peak a couple of years back, but there are still a lot of them. Science fiction was covered by 2.5 anthologies. Actually, technically, by 2 anthologies and by 2 separate half-anthologies. The one you are reading at the moment, the year's best science fiction, 26th annual collection from St. Martin's Griffin, edited by Gardner Dozois. Year's best SF, 14, EOS, edited by David G. Hartwell and Catherine Kramer, and by the science fiction half of The Best Science Fiction and Fantasy of the Year, Volume 3, Nightshade Books, edited by Jonathan Strahan. the half a book, although of course in practice it won't divide this neatly. Rich Horton's science fiction, the Best of the Year series, is on hiatus and will be reinvented in 2010 as the year's best science fiction and fantasy, 2010, which will dedicate half of the book to SF coverage and half to fantasy. There will also be 2 new series in 2010, one by Ellen Datlow and one by Rich Horton, covering the online world specifically. The annual Nebula Awards anthology, which covers science fiction as well as fantasy of various sorts, functions as a de facto Best of the Year anthology, although it's not usually counted among them. This year's edition was Nebula Awards Showcase 2009, Rock, edited by Ellen Datlow. In 2010, there will be a new series covering the Hugo winners, edited by Mary Robinette Kowell. The long-running Datlow, Link, and Grant Year's Best Fantasy and Horror series died early in 2009, after 21 years of publication. Datlow immediately went on to start up a new horror series, The Best Horror of the Year, Volume 1, Nightshade Books. The Kelly Lincoln Gavin Grant fantasy half has yet to find a new home. There were 2 Best of the Year anthologies covering horror, the new Datlow book, and the Mammoth Book of Best New Horror, Robinson, Carroll, and Graff, edited by Stephen Jones, up to its 20th volume. Horror, the Best of the Year, Prime Books, edited by John Gregory Betancourt and Sean Wallace, seems to be at least on hiatus, if not gone. David G. Hartwell and Catherine Kramer's Year's Best Fantasy is still around, but it has changed form and transmogrified in its 9th volume from a print publication issued by Tachyon to a version available as a download or a print-on-demand title from Tor.com. Since the Link Gavin half of the old Year's Best Fantasy and Horror is gone, and Rich Horton's fantasy series will be merged with his science fiction best in 2010, that left fantasy being covered by only 2.5 anthologies in 2009. The Hartwell-Kramer, The Best American Fantasy, Prime, edited by Anne and Jeff Vandermeer, and by the fantasy half of The Best SF and Fantasy of the Year, Volume 3, Nightshade Books, edited by Jonathan Strahan. There was also the 2009 Riesling Anthology, Science Fiction Poetry Association, Prime, edited by Drew Morse, which compiles the Riesling Award-winning SF Poetry of the Year. Perhaps the best reading bargain among the year's standalone reprint anthologies is The Very Best of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Tachyon Publications, edited by Gordon Van Gelder. A retrospective ranging across the magazine's 60-year history and containing classic stories by Alfred Bester, Daniel Keyes, Roger Zelazny, Ursula K. Le Guin, Damon Knight, Peter S. Beagle, Ted Chiang, and others. Another of the year's prominent reprint anthologies is The Secret History of Science Fiction, Tachyon Publications, edited by James Patrick Kelly and John Kessel. You don't have to agree with the polemical agenda being promulgated here, which I have my doubts about, to realize that you're getting a great bunch of reprint stories for your money, with a list split between SF writers like Ursula K. Le Guin, Maureen F. McHugh, Gene Wolfe, and Kessel and Kelly themselves, and writers usually more identified as mainstream, such as Michael Chabon, George Saunders, T.C. Boyle, and Margaret Atwood. The Improbable Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, tales of mystery and the imagination detailing the adventures of the world's most famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Nightshade Books, edited by John Joseph Adams, is a mixed reprint, mostly, and original cross-genre anthology of Sherlock Holmes pastiches by various hands, some of them by SF fantasy writers, and some by writers known better for their work in the mystery genre. There's reprint work here by Neil Gaiman, Stephen Baxter, Laurie R. King, Sharon McCrum, Tanith Lee, Stephen King, Peter Tremaine, Vonda N. McIntyre, Chris Roberson, Mary Robinette Cowell, Michael Moorcock, and others, and good original work by Naomi Novik and others. Lots of fang-flashing vampire stories were reprinted this year, perhaps not surprisingly considering the commercial success of Twilight, both on the page and on the screen. One such reprint, mostly anthology, was By Blood We Live, Nightshade Books, edited by John Joseph Adams, which featured strong reprints by Garth Nix, Tad Williams, Joe Hill, Neil Gaiman, and others, and an original novella by John Langan. By Blood We Live and the Otto Penzler anthology mentioned below bring 121 vampire stories back into print between them, with only one overlap. There have been a lot of vampire stories in recent years. The ranks of that other ever-popular monster, the zombie, were a bit thin this year, but there was a dedicated zombie anthology, The Dead That Walk, Flesh-Eating Stories, Ulysses Press, edited by Stephen Jones, which has reprints from Joe Hill, Stephen King, Harlan Ellison, Robert E. Howard, H.P. Lovecraft, Clive Barker, and others. Will they ever catch up to the number of vampire stories published? Probably not, since vampire stories had a head start and show no sign of slowing down. But zombie stories are giving it their best shot. Big retrospective reprint anthologies this year included American Fantastic Tales, Volume 1, Terror and the Uncanny, From Poe to the Pulps, Library of America, edited by Peter Straub. American Fantastic Tales, Volume 2, Terror and the Uncanny, From the 1940s to Now, Library of America, edited by Peter Straub. And The Vampire Archives, the most complete volume of vampire tales ever published, Vintage, edited by Otto Penzler. A perspective on SF from other parts of the world is given by the Apex Book of World SF, Apex Books, edited by Lavie Tidhar. Philippine Speculative Fiction 4, Kestrel IMC, edited by Dean Francis Alfar and Nikki Alfar. And A Mosque Among the Stars, ZC Books, also available on Kindle, edited by Mohammed Aurangzeb Ahmad and Ahmed A. Khan. There were several strong autobiographical, semi-autobiographical, and biographical books out in 2009, and they were probably your best bet for enjoyable reading in the nonfiction category. Most entertaining of these was probably This Is Me, Jack Vance, or more properly, This Is I, Subterranean Press by Jack Vance, a wry autobiography, but the collection of semi-autobiographical essays by Robert Silverberg, Other Spaces, Other Times, Nonstop Press, is also great reading. Intriguing books about writers or their work this year included a critical study of the curious career of Hope Mirrlees, Hope in the Mist, The Extraordinary Career and Mysterious Life of Hope Mirrlees. Temporary Culture by Michael Swanwick. An annotated bibliography of the career of Tim Powers. Powers, Secret Histories. P.S. Publishing by John Berlin. Haunted Heart, The Life and Times of Stephen King. St. Martin's Griffin by Lisa Rogach. On Joanna Russ, Wesleyan University Press, edited by Farah Mendelsohn. Kim Stanley Robinson, Maps the Unimaginable, McFarland, edited by William J. Burling. The Twilight and Other Zones, The Dark Worlds of Richard Matheson, Citadel Press, edited by Stanley Weotter, Matthew R. Bradley, and Paul Stuve. The Wizard Knight Companion, Serious Fiction, by Michael Andre Druisi, and The Authorized Ender Companion, Tor Books, by Orson Scott Card and Jake Black. Books of essays and reviews by writers included Starcombing, Cosmos Books by David Langford, undoubtedly the funniest of the lot. Cheek by Jowl, Aqueduct Press by Ursula K. Le Guin. Canary Fever, Reviews. Beacon Publications by John Clute. Imagination Space, Essays and Talks on Fiction, Feminism, Technology, and Politics. Aqueduct Press by Gwyneth Jones. And The Fantastic Horizon, Borgo Press by Darrell Schweitzer. Most of the rest of the year's nonfiction books were more academically oriented. They included Unleashing the Strange, 21st Century Science Fiction Literature, Borgo Press by Damien Broderick. The Science Fiction Handbook, Wiley Blackwell by Keith M. Booker and Anne-Marie Thomas. The Rutledge Companion to Science Fiction, Rutledge, edited by Mark Bold, Andrew M. Butler, Adam Roberts, and Cheryl Vint. 50 Key Figures in Science Fiction, Rutledge, edited by Mark Bold, Andrew M. Butler, Adam Roberts, and Cheryl Vint. A Guide to Fantasy Literature, Crick Hollow Books by Philip Martin. A Short History of Fantasy, Middlesex University Press by Farrah Mendelssohn and Edward James. 100 Must-Read Fantasy Novels, A&C Black by Nick Renison and Stephen E. Andrews. Women in Science Fiction and Fantasy, Volume 1, Greenwood Press, edited by Robin Ann Reed. Women in Science Fiction and Fantasy, Volume 2, Entries, Greenwood Press, edited by Robin Ann Reed. The Intergalactic Playground, a critical study of children's and teen science fiction, McFarland, by Farrah Mendelssohn. Red Planets, Marxism and Science Fiction, Wesleyan University Press, edited by Mark Bold and China Meville. And The Fire and the Stone, Prehistoric Fiction from Charles Darwin to Jean M. Auel, Wesleyan University Press, by Nicholas Ruddick. A book of writing advice is Book Life, Strategies and Survival Tips for the 21st Century Writer, Tachyon Press, by Jeff Vandermeer. It was a pretty good year in the art book market. Artist retrospectives included From the Pen of Paul, The Fantastic Images of Frank R. Paul, Shasta Phoenix, by Frank R. Paul, Imaginative Realism, How to Paint What Doesn't Exist, Andrews, McMeel, by James Gurney, which doubles as a how-to book. Norman Saunders, Illustrated Press, by David Saunders. Drawing Down the Moon, The Art of Charles Vess, Dark Horse Comics, by Charles Vess. Reynold Brown, A Life in Pictures, Illustrated Press, by Daniel Zimmer and David J. Hornung. And Gahan Wilson, 50 Years of Playboy Cartoons, Fantagraphics Books, by Gahan Wilson. Collections of work by various artists included Spectrum 16, The Best in Contemporary Fantastic Art, Underwood Books, edited by Kathy Fenner and Arnie Fenner, the latest in a long-running Best of the Year series for fantastic art. Imaginaire 1, Magic Realism, 2008 to 2009, Phantasmus Art, edited by Klaus Brusen. The Future of Fantasy Art, Collins Design, edited by Ali Fell and Duddlebug. Exposé 7, Ballistic, a compilation of digital art, edited by Daniel Wade and Paul Hellard. And Knowing Darkness, artists inspired by Stephen King. Centipede Press, edited by George Beam. Reference books histories included Science Fiction and Fantasy Artists of the 20th Century, a Biographical Dictionary, McFarland and Company, by Jane Frank, and Sci-Fi Art, a Graphic History, Collins Design, by Steve Holland. It's hard to make a case for The Cartoon History of the Modern World, Part 2, From the Bastille to Baghdad, Harper, by Larry Gonick, the last volume of his famous Cartoon History of the Universe series, as a genre-related non-fiction book of interest, except perhaps that most fans are interested in history and its interface with technology. But it's such a wonderful book that I'm going to mention it anyway. The Cartoon History series may be one of the best attempts ever to tell genuine and in fact quite erudite and well-researched history in an easily accessible and understandable format, and is very funny to boot. The extensive bibliographies in the back of every book also make it a valuable reference source in itself. If you've missed these, you've been cheating yourself out of a great reading experience. It's a bit easier to justify a mention of The Age of Wonder, how the Romantic generation discovered the beauty and terror of science, Pantheon Books by Richard Holmes, which explores the lives of Victorian scientists and their often complex relationships with poets, artists, and other philosophers of their time. Even easier to justify is The Day We Found the Universe, Pantheon Books, by Marcia Bartusiak, which examines the roots of cosmology and the origin of our modern view of the universe. As has been true for most of a decade now, genre movies dominated the film industry this year, doing huge box office business. One of them is now the best-selling movie of all time. According to Box Office Mojo, www.boxofficemojo.com, 8 out of 10 of the year's top-earning movies were genre films of one sort or another. The two exceptions were The Hangover, a slob comedy, and The Blind Side, a sports drama. By my count, and arbitrarily omitting horror movies, 38 out of the 100 top-earning movies were genre films, if you count Inglourious Basterds as an alternate history movie, as some critics have argued, and Sherlock Holmes as a steampunk movie. It certainly has some minor fantastic elements. Then the total rises to 40 out of the top-earning movies being genre movies, as long as your definition of genre is wide enough to include fantasy movies and animated films. That's not really so different from last year, or the year before that. What makes this year somewhat unusual is that there were several actual SF films, as opposed to fantasy films. Last year, there were almost no SF films at all, and none among the top 10, with a couple of them among the top 10 grossers. Also unusual, there were no superhero movies among the top 10. The nearest one was X-Men Origins, Wolverine, in 11th place. The much-heralded Watchmen finished disappointingly in 30th place. The $2 billion gorilla in the room, of course, was Avatar, which so far has earned $598,453,037 domestically, plus $1,446,989,293 in foreign grosses, bringing its worldwide total to an incredible $2,045,442,330. And that doesn't even count future income from DVD sales, action figures, and the inevitable computer game, all of which makes Avatar the highest-grossing film of all time. Although it's worth keeping in mind that it was also the most expensive movie to make of all time, with a production budget rumored to be somewhere in the $500 million range. As a piece of filmmaking, it's a breathtaking technical achievement. One of those movies, like 2001 in its day, and Star Wars in its day, that pushes the edge of the envelope and hugely broadens what is possible to show on the screen. Visually, it's absolutely stunning. As a movie, a piece of storytelling, it's less impressive, with its bad dialogue, cardboard characters, weak science, heavy-handed New Age polemics, and cliched plot elements, making it mediocre at best, although director James Cameron does keep it moving along at a brisk action movie pace throughout. None of that matters. Nobody really cares. It's the biggest spectacle you can get on the screen at the moment for the price of a ticket, and, visually at least, a movie experience unlike any other. And that's what's bringing them through the door. On that level, Avatar totally deserves its success. Although the most common critical reaction is to compare Avatar to Disney's Pocahontas, and snide critics have taken to calling it Dancing with Smurfs, as a science fiction story, it most resembles a mashup of Powell Anderson's Call Me Joe, Ursula K. Le Guin's The Word for World is Forest, and Alan Dean Foster's Midworld, which at least makes it a legitimate science fiction film. It has weak science, of course, rather blatantly signaled by the fact that the wonder mineral they're searching for is called unobtainium. But so do many print SF stories and novels that are accepted by all as a legitimate part of the genre, which makes it by far the most successful SF movie since Star Wars. After years of all the top-grossing genre films being fantasy, at least 3 of the top 10 box office champs this year were science fiction. And I can't remember the last time that happened. 1 or 2 of them even got some degree of critical respect. Although there was no real critical darling among the year's genre films, critics dividing in opinion on almost all of them. In at second place, earning a still staggering $835,274,255 worldwide, is Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen, another SF film. Bad SF, perhaps junk SF, with science even weaker and more dubious than that in Avatar, but still SF, nevertheless. Hey, it's got robots in it, doesn't it? SF also shows up in 7th place with Star Trek, the movie that not only rebooted the franchise, but resurrected it from its grave by delivering $385,494,555 worldwide, and being enough of a success financially, and even grudgingly, critically to some extent, that a sequel is already in production. Star Trek is a fast-paced movie with a high bit rate and lots of jump cuts, as almost all movies that sell successfully to post-MTV generations are. Lots of CGI spectacles splashed across the screen, a plot that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense on most levels, and the requisite dubious technobabble science. It does contain the year's most audacious film moment, however, when they wipe out 50 years of series history in a stroke, consigning the 6 previous movies and the 5 previous TV series to the black hole of things that never happened, leaving themselves a blank slate upon which they can write anything they'd like, the freedom to do whatever they want with subsequent movies, safe to ignore the constraints of the previously existing canon. The rest of the year's SF movies didn't do quite as well financially. Neither Terminator Salvation, finishing in 23rd place, or Angels and Demons, finishing in 22nd, were quite the blowout blockbusters that their producers probably hoped they'd be, both losing money domestically, although making up for it with foreign revenues. District 9 placed a respectable 27th on the top-grossing list. Pretty good, considering that it only cost $30 million to make. Cheap by today's standards, but earned $204,837,324 worldwide. It was also one of the most critically respected genre movies of the year, being nominated along with Avatar for the Best Picture Oscar, although a few reviewers complained that it was too much like the old movie Alien Nation, or that the way the refugee aliens were treated in the film was too obviously a metaphor for apartheid. Unlike any other genre movie I can think of, District 9 takes place in South Africa. Another critically well-reviewed movie was Moon, a psychological drama taking place on a mining station on the moon. Although almost nobody went to see it, it slipped through town almost subliminally, in a limited release, and didn't place at all on the extended list of the 150 top-earning movies of the year. For what it's worth, Both District 9 and Moon are a lot closer to being valid SF than junk SF with bad science, like Transformers or Avatar. The bleak after the Holocaust movie, The Road, also got a pretty fair amount of critical respect, but just managed to squeeze onto the top sellers list in 148th place, which must have been disappointing to the producers, considering how massive their advertising publicity push was. People generally don't want bleak, hopeless, and depressing during a major recession, although the disaster movie 2012 did pretty well at the box office, placing 15th on the list, although it had the advantage of lots of spectacular special effects shots of skyscrapers collapsing and tsunami swamping the Himalayas, which The Road did not. The Time Traveler's Wife, finishing at only 54th place, may also have been a disappointment, considering that the novel had been a major bestseller. Fantasy didn't do quite as well on the list as it has in years past, but was represented in 3rd place by Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, in 4th place by romantic vampire soap opera The Twilight Saga, New Moon, which I'm arbitrarily consigning to fantasy rather than horror, because it wasn't particularly scary, and later on down the list by Night at the Museum, Battle of the Smithsonian, Where the Wild Things Are, Race to Witch Mountain, The Lovely Bones, making a disappointing showing for the new Peter Jackson movie in 76th place. Of course, at the time I'm writing these words, it's only been in general release for a month or so it may do better later on. And Jim Carrey's latest ill-advised attempt to make a slob comedy out of a beloved literary classic, A Christmas Carol. Right at the end of the year, the new Terry Gilliam movie came out, The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus, but I haven't yet had a chance to see it. Animated films had 3 finishers in the top 10. The charming, and also well-reviewed, Up, at 5th place. Alvin and the Chipmunks, The Squeakquel, in at 9th place. And Monsters vs. Aliens, in 10th place. Further down the list were Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, Coraline, The Princess and the Frog, Fantastic Mr. Fox, Astro Boy, and the edgy, not really for children, post-apocalyptic 9. Coraline, taken from a Neil Gaiman novel, probably got the most critical respect of any of the animated films, other than Up. It was a weak year for superhero movies, which up until now had dominated for several years. As mentioned, X-Men Origins Wolverine underperformed, making it only to 13th place on the top sellers list. The disappointment of the year, though, may have been Watchmen. Some critics praised it, and some fans of the Watchmen graphic novels were enthusiastic about it. But for the most part, audiences stayed away, and it only made it to 30th place on the top sellers list, earning $185,253,487, but costing $130 million to make. It was also bleak and depressing, and opinion was sharply divided on whether or not it was boring, and also on whether or not it was adequately faithful to the original source material. In some ways, the highest profit margin of the year, proportionately speaking, may have been earned by horror movie Paranormal Activity, which pulled in a relatively modest $142,390,115 worldwide, but cost only an astonishing $15,000 to make. Most big-budget Hollywood movies probably spend more than that buying donuts for the crew. I'm sure the film industry is saying, "Send us a few more like that." In spite of worries about the recession keeping people home in 2009, this wasn't the case. People need cheap entertainment during bleak economic times, and just as happened during the Great Depression, there were more people going to the movies, not less. Next year looks like it's going to be Sequel Land, with a follow-up to Star Trek, probably a sequel to Avatar, although that might take a couple of years to make. Possibly sequels to 2012 and Transformers, a lavish new version of The Wolfman, obviously part of an effort to make werewolves the new vampires, a reimagining of Alice in Wonderland by Tim Burton, and, of course, the new Harry Potter movie. On the horizon are possible versions of Joe Haldeman's The Forever War, John Wyndham's Chucky, and Isaac Asimov's Foundation. How many of these will ever actually make it to the screen remains to be seen. After the turbulence of 2007 to 2008, when the Writers Guild of America strike played hob with television programming, causing even many of the highest-rated shows to go on hiatus, 2009 was a relatively quiet year, although in some ways a glum one, during which TV shows fell like wheat before a scythe. Shows that died in 2009 or early 2010 included the once-hot Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, cult favorite Pushing Daisies, Stargate Atlantis, Defying Gravity, the American version of Life on Mars, Kings, Reaper, Eli Stone, the new version of the old show Knight Rider, Kyle XY, Eastwick, the series version of The Witches of Eastwick, the BBC's Robin Hood, Saving Grace, the Cop Talks to an Angel show, Merlin, and 11th Hour. The most keenly felt loss for some fans was probably Dollhouse, the new series by Buffy the Vampire Slayer creator Joss Whedon, upon which a lot of hopes had been pinned. As planned, Battlestar Galactica, another keenly missed show, ended its run, disappointing many of its fans with its series finale. Heroes, once a ratings powerhouse, has been hanging on by its superpowered fingernails for some time now, and may well have been cancelled by the time you read these words. New show Flash Forward, based on an SF novel by Robert J. Sawyer, and V, a new version of another old show, seem to be hanging on rather precariously as well, struggling in the ratings, although they both did well enough to survive their freshman seasons. A reimagining of the old show The Prisoner as a mini-series doesn't seem to have particularly impressed anyone, in spite of a distinguished cast. Nor did Alice, a reimagining of Alice in Wonderland by the same people who reimagined The Wizard of Oz as Tin Man, a darker and seedier version of the children's classic, perhaps a preemptive strike on the upcoming Tim Burton movie reimagining of the same material. I find it interesting that the very first thing that these reimaginings do is to change the little girl protagonists to attractive and sexually nubile young women. Not everything was bleak in TV land, though. Lost returned for its announced final season, and the series opener was excellent, although everyone is wondering if the show can possibly tie up its enormous number of loose ends in the amount of time they have left. X-Files lookalike Fringe seems to be a hit, as is True Blood, based on the Sookie Stackhouse novels of Charlaine Harris. New show Caprica, the prequel to Battlestar Galactica, is getting good notices, although its ratings are still a bit low. And a new series has moved into the Stargate neighborhood for its crack at the brass ring. Stargate Universe. Spy semi-spoof with fantastic elements. Chuck, still on the air, has been joined by a similar new show, Human Target. New show, The Vampire Diaries, seems to be aiming for the same romantic soap opera with vampires territory as True Blood. Doctor Who is coming back with a new doctor in the role after racking up some of the best ratings in its history. Primeval was cancelled, but then renewed after the BBC changed its mind. It looks like Torchwood may be coming back. At least there are rumors to that effect. even though things were wrapped up fairly decisively in a TV movie. There are also rumors of an upcoming American version of Torchwood, which will probably suck. The long-running Smallville has been renewed. Its strategy of bringing in most of the members of the Justice League of America as guest stars seems to be working, as have Eureka, Star Wars, The Clone Wars, Supernatural, Ghost Whisperer, Medium, Sanctuary, and Legend of the Seeker. Coming up, miniseries versions of George R.R. Martin's A Game of Thrones from HBO and Kim Stanley Robinson's Red Mars from AMC. The 67th World Science Fiction Convention, Anticipation, was held in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, from August 6th to August 10th, 2009. The 2009 Hugo Awards, presented at Anticipation, were Best Novel, The Graveyard Book, by Neil Gaiman. Best Novella, The Erdmann Nexus, by Nancy Kress. Best Novelette, Shoggoths in Bloom, by Elizabeth Baer. Best Short Story, Exhalation, by Ted Chiang. Best Related Book, Your Hate Mail Will Be Graded, A Decade of Whatever, 1998 to 2008, by John Scalzi. Best Editor, Long Form, David G. Hartwell. Best Editor, Short Form, Ellen Datlow. Best Professional Artist, Donato Giancola. Best Dramatic Presentation, Short Form, Dr. Horrible's Sing-Along Blog. Best Dramatic Presentation, Long Form, Wally. Best Semi-Prozine, Weird Tales, edited by Anne Vandermeer and Stephen H. Siegel. Best Fanzine, Electric Velocipede, edited by John Kilma. Best Fan Writer, Cheryl Morgan. Best Fan Artist, Frank Wu. Plus the John W. Campbell Award for Best New Writer to David Anthony Durham. The 2008 Nebula Awards, presented at a banquet on the UCLA campus in Los Angeles, California, on April 25, 2009, were Best Novel, Powers, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Novella, The Space-Time Pool, by Catherine Asaro. Best Novelette, Pride and Prometheus, by John Kessel. Best Short Story, Trophy Wives, by Nina Kariki Hoffman. Best Script, Wally, by Andrew Stanton, Jim Reardon, and Peter Docter. The Andre Norton Award to Flora's Dare, by Isabeau S. Wills, plus the Ray Bradbury Award to Joss Whedon. The Solstice Award to Kate Willem, A.J. Budrus, and Martin H. Greenberg. The Author Emeritus Award to M.J. Eng, and the Damon Knight Memorial Grand Master Award to Harry Harrison. The 2009 World Fantasy Awards, presented at a banquet at the Fairmont Hotel in San Jose, California, on October 29th to November 1st, 2009, during the World Fantasy Convention, were Best Novel, The Shadow Year by Jeffrey Ford, and Tender Morsels by Margot Lanigan, tie. Best Novella, If Angels Fight by Richard Bowes. Best Short Story, 26 Monkeys, also The Abyss, by Kij Johnson. Best Collection, The Drowned Life by Jeffrey Ford. Best Anthology, Paper Cities, an anthology of urban fantasy, edited by Ekaterina Sadia. Best Artist, Sean Tan. Special Award, Professional, to Kelly Link and Gavin J. Grant for Small Beer Press and Big Mouth House. Special Award, Non-Professional, to Michael Walsh for Howard Waldrop collections from Old Earth Books, plus the Life Achievement Award to Ellen Asher and Jane Yolen. The 2008 Bram Stoker Awards, presented by the Horror Writers of America during a banquet at the Burbank Marriott Hotel, near Los Angeles, California, on June 13, 2009, were Best Novel, Duma Key by Stephen King, Best First Novel, The Gentling Box by Lisa Monette, Best Long Fiction, Miranda by John R. Little, Best Short Fiction, The Lost by Sarah Langan, Best Fiction Collection, Just After Sunset by Stephen King, Best Anthology, Unspeakable Horror, edited by Vince A. Liaguno and Chad Helder, Best Nonfiction, A Halloween Anthology by Lisa Morton, Best Poetry Collection, The Nightmare Collection by Bruce Boston, plus Lifetime Achievement Awards to F. Paul Wilson and Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough. The 2009 John W. Campbell Memorial Award was awarded to Little Brother by Cory Doctorow and Songs of Time by Ian R. MacLeod, tie. The 2009 Theodore Sturgeon Memorial Award for Best Short Story was won by The Ray Gun, A Love Story by James Allen Gardner. The 2009 Philip K. Dick Award went to Emissaries from the Dead by Adam Troy Castro and Terminal Mind by David Walton, tie. The 2009 Arthur C. Clarke Award was won by Song of Time by Ian R. MacLeod. The 2009 James Tiptree Jr. Memorial Award was won by The Knife of Never Letting Go by Patrick Ness and Filter House by Nisi Scholl, tie. The 2009 Cordwainer Smith Rediscovery Award went to A. Merritt. Dead in 2009 or early 2010 were Philip Jose Farmer, 91, multiple Hugo winner, a SFWA Grand Master, and a winner of the World Fantasy Award, Life Achievement, the author of a huge number of books, including the Riverworld, World of Tears, and Dayworld series, and many others, whose best-known book was probably the Hugo-winning To Your Scattered Bodies Go. J.G. Ballard, 78, widely acclaimed outside the genre for his autobiographical World War II novel, Empire of the Sun, which was filmed by Steven Spielberg. Best known inside the genre as one of the ancestral figures in the British New Wave of the 60s, author of many groundbreaking short stories, some of the best of which were collected in Vermilion Sands and The Voices of Time, as well as novels such as The Drowned World, The Crystal World, Concrete Island, and many others. Charles N. Brown, 72, a longtime fan and one-time nuclear engineer who was one of the co-founders of Locus, which under his multi-decade direction as editor and publisher became the most important and prominent news magazine in the history of SF, and earned the magazine 29 Hugo Awards. Also a tireless promoter of SF from thousands of convention panels, and a personal friend. David Eddings, 77, prominent fantasy author, best known for the novels of the Belgariad series, as well as for books in the Malorian series, the Dreamers series, and others. Robert Holdstock, 61, acclaimed British fantasy writer, author of Mythical Wood, thought to be one of the classic post-Tolkien fantasy novels by many critics, as well as 6 sequels and a number of standalone novels. Philip Klass, 89, who wrote SF as William Tenn, and whose classic stories, most published in the 50s, included Bernie the Faust, Venus and the Seven Sexes, The Liberation of Earth, and many others, as well as the novel Of Men and Monsters. Cage Baker, 57, prolific author of the extensive linked series of novels and stories about the time-traveling agents of the company, one of the most popular series in recent SF, just as Baker may have been one of the most significant talents to enter the field during the last 10 years. A friend. Phyllis Gottlieb, 83, pioneering Canadian SF author, sometimes known as the mother of Canadian science fiction. Aurora Award-winning author of many stories collected in Son of the Morning and Other Stories, and Blue Apes, as well as novels such as Sunburst. Harry C. Crosby, Jr., 84, who wrote more than 100 SF stories, mostly for Astounding Analog, and several novels, under the name Christopher Anvil. Louise Cooper, 57, SF fantasy writer, author of the Time Master trilogy, the Shadow Star trilogy, The King's Demon, and others. Thomas Dietz, 57, author of 16 fantasy novels, including Windmaster's Bane and Bloodwinter. Ken Rand, 62, author of Phoenix, The Golems of Laramie County, A Cold Day in Hell, and other novels. Richard Gordon, 62, Scottish author who wrote SF novels as Stuart Gordon, author of books such as One Eye, Two Eyes, Three Eyes, and Time Story. John Kennedy, 63, SF writer, ex-husband of SF writer Lee Kennedy. Jennifer Swift, 54, SF writer whose work appeared in Asimov's Amazing, F and SF, Interzone, and elsewhere. Janet Fox, 68, writer and editor who also edited the monthly Market Report, Scavenger's newsletter. Takumi Shibano, 83, translator and novelist, longtime Japanese fan, sometimes spoken of as the father of Japanese fandom. Kaoru Kurimoto, 56, Japanese fantasy and anime author. Edward Upward, 105, distinguished British author whose works included the fantasy stories collected in The Mortmere Stories. John Atkins, 92, British author who occasionally wrote fantasy and SF. John A. Keel, 79, paranormal author and UFOologist, best known for The Mothman Prophecies. Milorad Pavic, 80, Serbian novelist, many of whose novels had surreal, fantastic elements. Ed Valagurski, 82, famous SF cover artist, whose covers graced many of the classics of the field. Dean Ellis, 89, another famous and pioneering SF cover artist. Don Ivan Punchatz, 73, prominent artist and illustrator. Eileen Meyer, 69, SF fantasy artist who did covers for books by Jack Vance, Harlan Ellison, Philip K. Dick, and others. Dave Simons, 54, comics artist. Knox Berger, 87, editor and agent, who published early works by Kurt Vonnegut Jr., Ray Bradbury, and John Wyndham, as fiction editor of Collier's Magazine. Edited SF for Dell and Fawcett, and later became a prominent literary agent. Alfred A. Knopf, 90, publisher and co-founder of Athenaeum. Robert A. Collins, 80, scholar, founder of the International Conference on the Fantastic in the Arts, editor of Fantasy Review, and co-editor of Science Fiction and Fantasy Book Review Annual. Mark Owings, 64, bibliographer and longtime fan, a founder of the Baltimore Science Fiction Society, who worked with the late Jack Chalker to produce the Index to the Science Fantasy Publishers. I.F. Clarke, 91, British bibliographer and literary scholar, compiler of the classic study of future war fiction, Voices Prophesying War. Donald M. Grant, 82, winner of 3 World Fantasy Awards, including the World Fantasy Life Achievement Award, founder of Donald M. Grant Publisher, Incorporated. Barbara Bova, literary agent, wife of SF writer Ben Bova. Don Congdon, 91. Agent and anthologist, longtime agent for writers such as Ray Bradbury and Henry Kuttner. Robert Louis, 64. French SF editor, critic, and translator. Dave Arneson, 61. Co-creator of the fantasy role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons. Walter Cronkite, 92. Perhaps the best-known television broadcaster and anchorman of the 20th century, who had no direct genre connection, but was known to every genre fan, if for nothing else, for his coverage of the moon landing in 1969. Andy Hallett, 33. Actor, best known to genre audiences for his role as the singing green demon Lorne on the television vampire show Angel. David Carradine, 72. Actor, best known to genre audiences for his role as wandering monk and martial arts expert Kane in the 60s TV show Kung Fu. Also known for the title role in the Kill Bill movies and as the ghoulishly jovial host of Wild West Tech. Michael Jackson, 50. Worldwide celebrity and performer, best known to genre audiences for his role in The Wiz, the 70s remake of The Wizard of Oz, and for the song Thriller, which referenced horror movie cliches and featured a voiceover cameo by Vincent Price. Farrah Fawcett, 62. Actor, best known to genre audience for roles in Logan's Run and Saturn III, and as one of television's original Charlie's Angels. Natasha Richardson, 46. Actor, best known to genre audiences as the star of the movie version of The Handmaid's Tale. Mary Travers, 72. Member of the famous folk music trio, Peter, Paul, and Mary, whose closest approach to genre was probably their fantasy song about Puff the Magic Dragon. Henry Gibson, 73, movie and television actor. Pernell Roberts, 81, television actor, best known for his roles in Bonanza and Trapper John, M.D., but who had genre-related roles in The Wild Wild West, Night Gallery, and The $6 Million Man. Ron Silver, 62, actor, best known to genre audiences for his role in Time Cop. Mickey Carroll, 89, whose role as a munchkin in the Judy Garland version of The Wizard of Oz generated an entire subsequent career for him. Karl Malden, 97, a film actor for whom it's hard to think of a really prominent genre connection, although he did do a few low-budget disaster movies like Beyond the Poseidon Adventure and Meteor, but whose name and face will be familiar to most readers, and whose most famous movies included On the Waterfront and A Streetcar Named Desire. Gail Storm, 87, television actress with even less of a genre connection than Karl Malden, but who will be familiar to those of us old enough to have watched TV in the 50s from shows such as My Little Margie and The Gail Storm Show. Eleanor Frazetta, 74, wife of fantasy artist Frank Frazetta. David Gaiman, 75, father of SF writer Neil Gaiman. Marion Bailey, 84, mother of SF writer Robin Bailey. John Ian Reynolds, 66, father of SF writer Alistair Reynolds, and Emily Kate Bethke, 28, daughter of SF writer Bruce Bethke. Utriusque Cosme, Robert Charles Wilson. Robert Charles Wilson made his first sale in 1974 to Analog, but little more was heard from him until the late 1980s, when he began to publish a string of ingenious and well-crafted novels and stories that have since established him among the top ranks of the writers who came to prominence in the last 2 decades of the 20th century. His first novel, A Hidden Place, appeared in 1986. He won the John W. Campbell Memorial Award for his novel The Chronoliths, the Philip K. Dick Award for his novel Mysterium, and the Aurora Award for his story The Perseids. In 2006, he won the Hugo Award for his acclaimed novel Spin. His other books include the novels Memory Wire, Gypsies, The Divide, The Harvest, A Bridge of Years, Darwinia, Blind Lake, Bias, and Axis, and a collection of his short work, The Perseids and Other Stories. His most recent book is a new novel, Julian. He lives in Toronto, Canada. Here he tells the compelling story of a young woman faced with the most significant choice she will ever make in her life, after which nothing will ever be the same. Diving back into the universe, now that the universe is a finished object, boxed and ribboned from bang to bounce, Carlotta calculates ever finer loci on the frozen ordinates of space-time until at last she reaches a trailer park outside the town of Comanche Drop, Arizona. Bodiless, no more than a breath of imprecision in the Feynman geography of certain virtual particles, thus powerless to affect the material world. She passes unimpeded through a sheet aluminum wall and hovers over a mattress on which a young woman sleeps, uneasily. The young woman is her own ancient self, the primordial Carlotta Boudin, dewed with sweat in the hot night air, her legs caught up in a spindled cotton sheet. The bedroom's small window is cranked open, and in the breezeless distance a coyote wails. "Well, look at me," Carlotta marvels. "Skinny girl in panties and a halter, 16 years old, no older than a gnat's breath, taking shallow little sleep breaths in the moonlit dark. Poor child can't even see her own ghost. Ah, but she will," Carlotta thinks. She must. The familiar words echo in her mind as she inspects her dreaming body, buried in its tomb of years, eons, kalpas. When it's time to leave, leave. Don't be afraid. Don't wait. Don't get caught. Just go. Go fast. Her ancient beloved poem, her perennial mantra, the words, in fact, that saved her life. She needs to share those words with herself, to make the circle complete. Everything she knows about nature of the physical universe suggests that the task is impossible. Maybe so, but it won't be for lack of trying. Patiently, slowly, soundlessly, Carlotta begins to speak. Here's the story of the Fleet Girl, and how I got raptured up into it. It's all about the future, a bigger one than you believe in. So, brace yourself. It has 1,000 names and more, but we'll just call it the Fleet. When I first encountered it, the fleet was scattered from the core of the galaxy all through its spiral tentacles of suns, and it had been there for millions of years, going about its business, though nobody on this planet knew anything about it. I guess every now and then a fleet ship must have fallen to Earth, but it would have been indistinguishable from any common meteorite by the time it passed through the atmosphere. A chunk of carbonaceous chondrite, smaller than a human fist, from which all evidence of ordered matter had been erased by fire. And such losses, which happened everywhere and often, made no discernible difference to the fleet as a whole. All fleet data, that is to say, all mind, was shared, distributed, fractal. Vessels were born and vessels were destroyed, but the fleet persisted down countless eons, confident of its own immortality. Oh, I know you don't understand the big words, child. It's not important for you to hear them. Not these words. It's only important for me to say them. Why? Because a few billion years ago tomorrow, I carried your ignorance out of this very trailer, carried it down to the interstate and hitched west with nothing in my backpack but a bottle of water, a half-dozen Tootsie Rolls, and a wad of $20 bills stolen out of Dano's old ditty bag. That night, tomorrow night, mark it, I slept under an overpass all by myself, woke up cold and hungry long before dawn, and looked up past a concrete arch crusted with bird shit into a sky so thick with falling stars it made me think of a dark skin, bee-stung with fire. Some of the fleet vectored too close to the atmosphere that night, no doubt. But I didn't understand that, any more than you do, girl. I just thought it was a big flock of shooting stars, pretty but meaningless. And, after a while, I slept some more. And come sunrise, I waited for the morning traffic so I could catch another ride. But the only cars that came by were all weaving or speeding, as if the whole world was driving home from a drunken party. "They won't stop," a voice behind me said. "Those folks already made their decisions, Carlotta. Whether they want to live or die, I mean. Same decision you have to make." I whirled around, sick startled, and that was when I first laid eyes on dear Erasmus. Let me tell you right off that Erasmus wasn't a human being. Erasmus just then was a knot of shiny metal angles about the size of a microwave oven, hovering in midair, with a pair of eyes like the polished tourmaline they sell at those roadside souvenir shops. He didn't have to look that way. It was some old avatar he used because he figured that it would impress me. But I didn't know that then. I was only surprised, if that's not too mild a word, and too shocked to be truly frightened. "The world won't last much longer," Erasmus said in a low and mournful voice. "You can stay here, or you can come with me. But choose quick, Carlotta, because the mantle's come unstable, and the continents are starting to slip." I half believed that I was still asleep and dreaming. I didn't know what that meant, about the mantle, though I guessed he was talking about the end of the world. Some quality of his voice, which reminded me of that actor Morgan Freeman, made me trust him, despite how weird and impossible the whole conversation was. Plus, I had a confirming sense that something was going bad somewhere, partly because of the scant traffic. A Toyota zoomed past, clocking speeds it had never been built for, the driver a hunched blur behind the wheel, partly because of the ugly green cloud that just then billowed up over a row of rat-toothed mountains on the horizon. Also, the sudden hot breeze, and the smell of distant burning, and the sound of what might have been thunder, or something worse. "Go with you where?" "To the stars, Carlotta, but you'll have to leave your body behind." I didn't like the part about leaving my body behind, but what choice did I have, except the one he'd offered me? Stay or go, simple as that. It was a ride, just not the kind I'd been expecting. There was a tremor in the earth, like the devil knocking at the soles of my shoes. "Okay," I said, "whatever," as white dust bloomed up from the desert and was taken by the frantic wind. "Don't be afraid. Don't wait. Don't get caught. Just go. Go fast." Without those words in my head, I swear, girl, I would have died that day. Billions did. She slows down the passage of time so she can fit this odd but somehow necessary monologue into the space between one or two of the younger Carlotta's breaths. Of course, she has no real voice in which to speak. The past is static, imperturbable in its endless sleep. Molecules of air on their fixed trajectories can't be manipulated from the shadowy place where she now exists. "Wake up with the dawn, girl," she says. "Steal the money you'll never spend. It doesn't matter. The important thing is to leave. It's time. When it's time to leave, leave." Of all the memories she carried out of her earthly life, this is the most vivid. Waking to discover a ghostly presence in her darkened room. A white-robed woman giving her the advice she needs at the moment she needs it. Suddenly, Carlotta wants to scream the words, "When it's time to leave!" But she can't vibrate even a single note of the ancient air, and the younger Carlotta sleeps on. Next to the bed is a thrift shop night table scarred with cigarette burns. On the table is a child's nightlight, faded cutouts of SpongeBob SquarePants pasted on the paper shade. Next to that, hidden under a splayed copy of People magazine, is the bottle of barbiturates Carlotta stole from Dano's ditty bag this afternoon. The same khaki bag in which, she couldn't help but notice, Dano keeps his cash, a change of clothes, a fake driver's license, and a blue steel automatic pistol. Young Carlotta detects no ghostly presence, nor is her sleep disturbed by the sound of Dano's angry voice and her mother's sudden gasp, 2 rooms away. Apparently, Dano is awake and sober. Apparently, Dano has discovered the theft. That's a complication. But Carlotta won't allow herself to be hurried. The hardest thing about joining the fleet was giving up the idea that I had a body, that my body had a real place to be. But that's what everybody believed at first, that we were still whole and normal. Everybody rescued from Earth, I mean. Everybody who said yes to Erasmus. And Erasmus, in one form or another, had appeared to every human being on the planet in the moments before the end of the world. 2.5 billion of us accepted the offer of rescue. The rest chose to stay put and died when the Earth's continents dissolved into molten magma. Of course, that created problems for the survivors. Children without parents, parents without children, lovers separated for eternity. It was as sad and tragic as any other incomplete rescue, except on a planetary scale. When we left the Earth, we all just sort of reappeared on a grassy plain as flat as Kansas and wider than the horizon, under a blue faux sky, each of us with an Erasmus at his shoulder, and all of us wailing or sobbing or demanding explanations. The plane wasn't real, of course, not the way I was accustomed to things being real. It was a virtual place, and all of us were wearing virtual bodies. Though we didn't understand that fact immediately, we kept on being what we expected ourselves to be. We even wore the clothes we'd worn when we were raptured up. I remember looking down at the pair of greasy second-hand Reeboks I'd found at the Comanche Drop Goodwill store, thinking, in heaven? Really? Is there any place you'd rather be? Erasmus asked, with a maddening and clearly inhuman patience. Anyone you need to find. Yeah, I'd rather be in New Zealand, I said, which was really just a hysterical joke. All I knew about New Zealand was that I'd seen a show about it on PBS, the only channel we got since the cable company cut us off. Any particular part of New Zealand? What? Well, okay, a beach, I guess. I had never been to a real beach. A beach on the ocean. Alone or in the company of others. Seriously? All around me, people were sobbing or gibbering in, mostly foreign languages. Pretty soon, fights would start to break out. You can't put a couple of billion human beings so close together under circumstances like that and expect any other result. But the crowd was already thinning, as people accepted similar offers from their own fleet avatars. Alone, I said. Except for you. And quick as that, there I was, Eve without Adam, standing on a lonesome stretch of white beach. After a while, the astonishment faded to a tolerable dazzle. I took off my shoes and tested the sand. The sand was pleasantly sun-warm. Salt water swirled up between my toes as a wave washed in from the coral blue sea. Then I felt dizzy and had to sit down. Would you like to sleep? Erasmus asked, hovering over me like a gem-studded party balloon. I can help you sleep, Carlotta, if you'd like. It might make the transition easier if you get some rest. To begin with. You can answer some fucking questions is what you can do, I said. He settled down on the sand beside me, the mutant offspring of a dragonfly and a beach ball. Okay, shoot, he said. It's a read-only universe, Carlotta thinks. The old ones have said as much, so it must be true. And yet, she knows. She remembers that the younger Carlotta will surely wake and find her here, a ghostly presence, speaking wisdom. But how can she make herself perceptible to the sleeping child? The senses are so stubbornly material, electrochemical data cascading into vastly complex neural networks. Is it possible she could intervene in some way at the borderland of quanta and perception? For a moment, Carlotta chooses to look at her younger self with different eyes, sampling the fine gradients of molecular magnetic fields. The child's skin and skull grow faint and then transparent as Carlotta shrinks her point of view and wanders briefly through the carnival of her own animal mind, the buzzing interscape where skeins of dream merge and separate like fractal soap bubbles. If she could manipulate even a single boson, influence the charge at some critical synaptic junction, say. But she can't. The past simply doesn't have a handle on it. There's no uncertainty here anymore, no alternate outcomes. To influence the past would be to change the past, and by definition, that's impossible. The shouting from the next room grows suddenly louder and more vicious, and Carlotta senses her younger self moving from sleep toward an awakening. Too soon. Of course, I figured it out eventually, with Erasmus's help. Oh, girl, I won't bore you with the story of those first few years. They bored me, heaven knows. Of course, heaven is exactly where we weren't. Lots of folks were inclined to see it that way. Assume they must have died and been delivered to whatever afterlife they happened to believe in, which was actually not too far off the mark. But of course, God had nothing to do with it. The fleet was a real-world business, and ours wasn't the first sentient species it had raptured up. Lots of planets got destroyed, Erasmus said, and the fleet didn't always get to them in time to salvage the population, hard as they tried. We were lucky. Sort of. So I asked him what it was that caused all these planets to blow up. We don't know, Carlotta. We call it the invisible enemy. It doesn't leave a signature, whatever it is, but it systematically seeks out worlds with flourishing civilizations and marks them for destruction. He added, it doesn't like the fleet much either. There are parts of the galaxy where we don't go, because if we do go there, we don't come back. At the time, I wasn't even sure what a galaxy was, so I dropped the subject, except to ask him if I could see what it looked like. The destruction of the Earth, I meant. At first, Erasmus didn't want to show me, but after a lot of coaxing, he turned himself into a sort of floating TV screen and displayed a view, looking back from above the plane of the solar ecliptic, words which meant nothing to me. What I saw was, well, no more little blue planet, basically. More like a ball of boiling red snot. What about my mother? What about Dano? I didn't have to explain who these people were. The fleet had sucked up all kinds of data about human civilization. I don't know how. Erasmus paused as if he was consulting some invisible Rolodex. Then he said, they aren't with us. You mean they're dead? Yes, Abby and Dano are dead. But the news didn't surprise me. It was almost as if I'd known it all along, as if I had had a vision of their deaths, a dark vision to go along with that ghostly visit the night before. The woman in a white dress telling me, go fast. Abby Boudin and Dano, dead, and me raptured up to robot heaven. Well, well. Are you sure you wouldn't like to sleep now? Maybe for a while, I told him. Dano's a big man, and he's working himself up to a major tantrum. Even now, Carlotta feels repugnance at the sound of his voice, that gnarl of angry consonants. Next, Dano throws something solid, maybe a clock against the wall. The clock goes to pieces, noisily. Carlotta's mother cries out in response, and the sound of her wailing seems to last weeks. It's not good, Erasmus told me much later, to be so much alone. Well, I told him, I wasn't alone. He was with me, wasn't he? And he was pretty good company for an alien machine. But that was a dodge. What he meant was that I ought to hook up with somebody human. I told him I didn't care if ever set eyes on another human being ever again. What had the human race ever done for me? He frowned. That is, he performed a particular contortion of his exposed surfaces that I had learned to interpret as disapproval. That's entropic talk, Carlotta. Honestly, I'm worried about you. What could happen to me? Here on this beach, where nothing ever really happens, I did not add. You could go crazy. You could sink into despair. Worse, you could die. I could die? I thought I was immortal now. Who told you that? True, you're no longer living in the strictly material sense. You're a metastable nested loop embedded in the fleet's collective mentation. But everything's mortal, Carlotta. Anything can die. I couldn't die of disease or falling off a cliff, he explained. But my nested loop was subject to a kind of slow erosion, and stewing in my own lonely juices for too long was liable to bring on the decay that much faster. And admittedly, after a month on this beach, swimming and sleeping too much, and eating the food Erasmus conjured up whenever I was hungry, though I didn't really need to eat, watching recovered soap operas on his belly vision screen, or reading celebrity magazines, also embedded in the fleet's collective memory, that would never get any fresher or produce another issue, and just being basically miserable as all hell. I thought maybe he was right. You cry out in your sleep, Erasmus said. You have bad dreams. The world ended. Maybe I'm depressed. You think meeting people would help with that? Actually, he said, you have a remarkable talent for being alone. You're sturdier than most. But that won't save you in the long run. So I tried to take his advice. I scouted out some other survivors. Turned out it was interesting what some people had done in their new incarnations as fleet data. The Erasmuses had made it easy for like-minded folks to find each other and to create environments to suit them. The most successful of these cliques, as they were sometimes called, were the least passive ones, the ones with a purpose. Purpose kept people lively. Passive cliques tended to fade into indifference pretty quickly, and the purely hedonistic ones soon collapsed into dense orgasmic singularities. But if you were curious about the world and hung out with similarly curious friends, there was a lot to keep you thinking. None of those cliques suited me in the long run, though. Oh, I made some friends, and I learned a few things. I learned how to access the fleet's archival data, for instance. A trick you had to be careful with. If you did it right, you could think about a subject as if you were doing a Google search. All the relevant information popping up in your mind's eye, just as if it had been there all along. Do it too often or too enthusiastically, though, and you ran the risk of getting lost in the overload. You might develop a memory so big and all-inclusive that it absorbed you into its own endless flow. It was an eerie thing to watch when it happened. For a while, I hung out with a clique that was exploring the history of the non-human civilizations that had been raptured up by the fleet in eons past. Until the leader of the group, a Jordanian college kid by the name of Nouri, dived down too far and literally fogged out. He got this look of intense concentration on his face, and, moments later, his body turned to wisps and eddies of fluid air, and faded like fog in the sunlight. Made me shiver, and I had liked Nouri. I missed him when he was gone. But by sharing the effort, we managed to safely learn some interesting things. Things the Erasmuses could have just told us, I suppose, but we didn't know the right questions to ask. Here's a big, for instance. Although every species was mortal after it was raptured up, every species eventually fogged out, much the way poor Nori had. There were actually a few very long-term survivors. By that, I mean individuals who had outlived their peers, who had found a way to preserve a sense of identity in the face of the fleet's hyper-complex data torrent. We asked our Erasmuses if we could meet one of these long-term survivors. Erasmus said no, that was impossible. The elders, as he called them, didn't live on our time scale. The way they had preserved themselves was by dropping out of real time. Apparently, it wasn't necessary to exist continuously from one moment to the next. You could ask the fleet to turn you off for a day or a week, then turn you on again. Any moment of active perception was called a saccade, and you could space your saccades as far apart as you liked. Want to live 1,000 years? Do it by living 1 second out of every million that passes. Of course, it wouldn't feel like 1,000 years, subjectively, but 1,000 years would flow by before you aged much. That's basically what the elders were doing. We could do the same, Erasmus said, if we wanted. But there was a price tag attached to it. Time sliding would carry us incomprehensibly far into a future nobody could predict. We were under continual attack by the invisible enemy, and it was possible that the fleet might lose so much cohesion that we could no longer be sustained as stable virtualities. We wouldn't get a long life out of it, and we might well be committing a kind of unwitting suicide. You don't really go anywhere, Erasmus summed up. In effect, you just go fast. I can't honestly recommend it. Did I ask for your advice? I mean, what are you, after all? Just some little fragment of the fleet mind charged with looking after Carlotta Boudin. A cybernetic babysitter. I swear to you, he looked hurt, and I heard the injury in his voice. I'm the part of the fleet that cares about you, Carlotta. Most of my clique backed down at that point. Most people aren't cut out to be time sliders. But I was more tempted than ever. You can't tell me what to do, Erasmus. I'll come with you then, he said. If you don't mind. It hadn't occurred to me that he might not come along. It was a scary idea, but I didn't let that anxiety show. Sure, I guess that'd be all right, I said. Enemies out there, too, the elder Carlotta observes. A whole sky full of them, as above, so below. Just like in that old drawing. What was it called? Utrausque Cosmi. Funny what a person remembers. Girl, do you hear your mother crying? The young Carlotta stirs uneasily in her tangled sheet. Both Carlottas know their mother's history. Only the elder Carlotta can think about it without embarrassment and rage. Oh, it's an old story. Her mother's name is Abby. Abby Boudin dropped out of high school, pregnant, left some dreary home in South Carolina to go west with a 20-year-old boyfriend who abandoned her outside Albuquerque. She gave birth in a California emergency ward and nursed Carlotta in a basement room in the home of a retired couple who sheltered her in exchange for housework until Carlotta's constant wailing got on their nerves. After that, Abby hooked up with a guy who worked for a utility company and grew weed in his attic for pin money. The hookup lasted a few years and might have lasted longer, except that Abby had a weakness for what the law called substances and couldn't restrain herself in an environment where coke and methamphetamine circulated more or less freely. A couple of times, Carlotta was bounced around between foster homes, while Abby Boudin did court-mandated dryouts, or simply binged. Eventually, Abby picked up 10-year-old Carlotta from one of these periodic suburban exiles and drove her over the state border into Arizona, jumping bail. We'll never be apart again, her mother told her, in the strained voice that meant she was a little bit high, or hoping to be. "Never again!" Blessing or curse? Carlotta wasn't sure which. "You'll never leave me, baby. You're my one and only." Not such an unusual story, the elder Carlotta thinks, though her younger self, she knows, feels uniquely singled out for persecution. Well, child, Carlotta thinks, try living as a distributed entity on a fleet that's being eaten by invisible monsters. Then see what it feels like. But she knows the answer to that. It feels much the same. "Now you steal from me?" Dano's voice drills through the wall like a rusty auger. Young Carlotta stirs and whimpers. Any moment now she'll open her eyes. And then what? Although this is the fixed past, it feels suddenly unpredictable, unfamiliar, dangerous. Erasmus came with me when I went time sliding, and I appreciated that, even before I understood what a sacrifice it was for him. Early on, I asked him about the fleet and how it came to exist. The answer to that question was lost to entropy, he said. He had never known a time without a fleet. He couldn't have, because Erasmus was the fleet, or at least a sovereign fraction of it. As we understand it, he told me, the fleet evolved from networks of self-replicating data-collecting machine intelligences, no doubt originally created by some organic species, for the purpose of exploring interstellar space. Evidence suggests that we're only a little younger than the universe itself. The fleet had outlived its creators. Biological intelligence is unstable over the long term, Erasmus said, a little smugly. But out of that original compulsion to acquire and share data, we evolved and refined our own collective purpose. That's why you hoover up doomed civilizations, so you can catalog and study them? So they won't be forgotten, Carlotta. That's the greatest evil in the universe, the entropic decay of organized information, forgetfulness. We despise it. Worse than the invisible enemy? The enemy is evil to the degree to which it abets entropic decay. Why does it want to do that? We don't know. We don't even understand what the enemy is, in physical terms. It seems to operate outside of the material universe. If it consists of matter, that matter is non-baryonic and impossible to detect. It pervades parts of the galaxy, though not all parts, like an insubstantial gas. When the fleet passes through volumes of space heavily infested by the enemy, our loss rate soars. And as these infested volumes of space expand, they encompass and destroy life-bearing worlds. The enemy's growing, though, and the fleet isn't. I had learned to recognize Erasmus's distress, not just because he was slowly adopting somewhat more human features. The fleet is my home, Carlotta. More than that. It's my body, my heart. What he didn't say was that by joining me in the act of surfing time, he would be isolating himself from the real-time network that had birthed and sustained him. In real time, Erasmus was a fraction of something reassuringly immense. But in slide time, he'd be as alone as an Erasmus could get. And yet, he came with me when I made my decision. He was my Erasmus as much as he was the fleet's, and he came with me. What would you call that, girl? Friendship? At least. I came to call it love. The younger Carlotta has stolen those pills, the ones hidden under her smudged copy of People, for a reason. To help her sleep, was what she told herself. But she didn't really have trouble sleeping. No, if she was honest, she'd have to say the pills were an escape hatch. Swallow enough of them and it's, hey, fuck you, world. Less work than the highway. An alternative she was also considering. More shouting erupts in the next room. A real roust-up, bruises to come. Then, worse. Dano's voice goes all small and jagged. That's a truly bad omen, Carlotta knows. Like the smell of ozone that floods the air in advance of a lightning strike, just before the voltage ramps up and the current starts to flow. Erasmus built a special virtuality for him and me to time trip in. Basically, it was a big, comfy room with a wall-sized window overlooking the Milky Way. The billions of tiny, dense components that made up the fleet swarmed at velocities slower than the speed of light. But time-sliding made it all seem faster, scarily so. Like running the whole universe in fast-forward, knowing you can't go back. During the first few months of our expanded now, we soared a long way out of the spiral arm that contained the abandoned sun. The particular subswarm of the fleet that hosted my sense of self was on a long elliptical orbit around the supermassive black hole at the galaxy's core. And from this end of the ellipse, over the passing days, we watched the Milky Way drop out from under us like a cloud of luminous pearls. When I wasn't in that room, I went off to visit other time sliders, and some of them visited me there. We were a self-selected group of radical roamers with a thing for risk, and we got to know one another pretty well. Oh, girl, I wish I could tell you all the friends I made among that tribe of self-selected exiles. Many of them human. Not all. I met a few of the so-called elders of other species, and managed to communicate with them on a friendly basis. Does that sound strange to you? I guess it is. Surpassing strange. I thought so too, at first. But these were people, mostly people, and things. But things can be people too, that I mostly liked and often loved. And they loved me back. Yes, they did. Whatever quirk of personality made us time-sliders, drew us together against all the speedy dark outside our virtual walls. Plus, well, we were survivors. It took not much more than a month to outlive all the remaining remnant of humanity. Even our ghosts were gone, in other words, unless you counted us as ghosts. Erasmus was a little bit jealous of the friends I made. He had given up a lot for me, and maybe I ought to have appreciated him more for it. Unlike us formerly biological persons, though, Erasmus maintained a tentative link with real time. He had crafted protocols to keep himself current on changes in the fleet's symbol sets and core mentation. That way, he could update us on what the fleet was doing, new species raptured up from dying worlds, and so forth. None of these newcomers lasted long, though, from our lofty perspective, and I once asked Erasmus why the fleet even bothered with such ephemeral creatures, as, for instance, human beings. He said that every species was doomed in the long run, but that didn't make it okay to kill people, or to abandon them when they might be rescued. That instinct was what made the fleet a moral entity, something more than just a collection of self-replicating machines. And it made him more than a nested loop of complex calculations. In the end, Carlotta, I came to love Erasmus best of all. Meanwhile, the years and stars scattered in our wake, like dust, 1,000 years, 100,000, 1,000,000, more, and the galaxy turned like a great white wheel. We all made peace with the notion that we were the last of our kind. Whatever kind we represented. If you could hear me, girl, I guess you might ask what I found in that deep well of strangeness that made the water worth drinking. Well, I found friends, as I said. Isn't that enough? And I found lovers. Even Erasmus began to adopt a human avatar so we could touch each other in the human way. I found, in plain words, a home, Carlotta. However peculiar in its nature, a real home, for the first time in my life. Which is why I was so scared when it started to fall apart. In the next room, Abby isn't taking Dano's anger lying down. It's nearly the perfect storm tonight. Dano's temper and Abby's sense of violated dignity both rising at the same ferocious pitch, rising toward some unthinkable crescendo. But her mother's outrage is fragile, and Dano is frankly dangerous. The young Carlotta had known that about him from the get-go, from the first time her mother came home with this man on her arm. Knew it from his indifferent eyes and his mechanical smile. Knew it from the prison tattoos he didn't bother to disguise, and the boastfulness with which he papered over some hole in his essential self. Knew it from the meth lab stink that burned off him like a chemical perfume. Knew it from the company he kept, from the shitty little deals with furtive men arranged in Carlotta's mother's home because his own rental bungalow was littered with incriminating cans of industrial solvent. Knew it most of all by the way he fed Abby Boudin crystal meth in measured doses to keep her wanting it, and by the way Abby began to sign over her weekly Walmart paycheck to him like a dutiful servant, back when she was working checkout. Dano is tall, wiry, and strong, despite his vices. The elder Carlotta can hear enough to understand that Dano is blaming Abby for the theft of the barbiturates, an intolerable sin in Dano's book, followed by Abby's heated denials and the sound of Dano's fists striking flesh. All this discovered, not remembered. The young Carlotta sleeps on, though she's obviously about to wake. The critical moment is coming fast. And Carlotta thinks of what she saw when she raided Dano's ditty bag, the blue metal barrel with a black knurled grip, a thing she had stared at, hefted, but ultimately disdained. We dropped back down the curve of that elliptic, girl, and suddenly the fleet began to vanish like drops of water on a hot griddle. Erasmus saw it first, because of what he was, and he set up a display so I could see it too. Fleet swarms set as ghostly dots against a schema of the galaxy, the ghost dots dimming perilously, and some of them blinking out altogether. It was a graph of a massacre. "Can anyone stop it?" I asked. "They would if they could," he said, putting an arm, now that he had grown a pair of arms, around me. "They will if they can, Carlotta." Can we help? We are helping, in a way. Existing the way we do means they don't have to use much mentation to sustain us. To the fleet, we're code that runs a calculation for a few seconds out of every year. Not a heavy burden to carry. Which was important, because the fleet could only sustain so much computation, the upper limit being set by the finite number of linked nodes. And that number was diminishing as fleet vessels were devoured wholesale. "Last I checked," Erasmus said, which would have been about 1,000 years ago, real time. "The fleet theorized that the enemy is made of dark matter. Strange stuff that hovers around galaxies, invisibly. It doesn't matter, girl. Take my word for it. You'll understand it one day. They're not material objects so much as processes, parasitical protocols played out in dark matter clouds. Apparently, they can manipulate quantum events we don't even see. So we can't defend ourselves against them. Not yet. No. And you and I might have more company soon, Carlotta. As long-timers, I mean. That was because the fleet continued to rapture up dying civilizations, nearly more than their shrinking numbers could contain. One solution was to shunt survivors into the long now along with us, in order to free up computation for battlefield maneuvers and such. Could get crowded, he warned. If a lot of strangers need to go long, I said. He gave me a carefully neutral look. Finish the thought. Well, can't we just go longer? Fire a pistol in a tin box like this ratty trailer, and the sound is ridiculously loud. like being spanked on the ear with a 2x4. It's the pistol shot that finally wakes the young Carlotta. Her eyelids fly open like window shades on a haunted house. This isn't how the elder Carlotta remembers it. Gunshot? No, there was no gunshot. She just came awake and saw the ghost. And no ghost either. Carlotta tries desperately to speak to her younger self, wills herself to succeed, and fails yet again. So who fired that shot? And where did the bullet go? And why can't she remember any of this? The shouting in the next room has yielded up a silence. The silence becomes an eternity. Then Carlotta hears the sound of footsteps. She can't tell whose. Approaching her bedroom door. In the end, almost every conscious function of the fleet went long, just to survive the attrition of the war with the dark matter beings. The next loop through the galactic core pared us down to a fraction of what we used to be. When I got raptured up, the fleet was a distributed cloud of baseball-sized objects, running quantum computations on the state of their own dense constituent atoms. Millions and millions of such objects, all linked together in a nested hierarchy. By the time we orbited back up our ellipsis, you could have counted us in the thousands, and our remaining links were carefully narrow-banded to give us maximum stealth. So us wild time-sliders chose to go longer, just like last time. Erasmus warned me that it might be a suicidal act. If the fleet was lost, we would be lost along with it. Our subjective lives could end within days or hours. If, on the other hand, the fleet survived and got back to reproducing itself, well, we might live on indefinitely, even drop back into real time if we chose to do so. Can you accept the risk? He asked. Can you? He had grown a face by then. I suppose he knew me well enough to calculate what features I'd find pleasing. But it wasn't his ridiculous fake humanity I loved. What I loved was what went on behind those still gem-like tourmaline eyes, the person he had become by sharing my mortality. I accepted that risk a long time ago, he said. You and me both, Erasmus. So we held on to each other and just went fast. Hard to explain what made that time dive so vertiginous, but imagine centuries flying past like so much dust in a windstorm. It messed up our sense of place, first of all. Used to be we had a point of view, light years wide and deep. Now all those loops merged into one continuous cycle. We grew as large as the Milky Way itself, with Andromeda bearing down on us like a silver armada. I held Erasmus in my arms, watching wide-eyed while he updated himself on the progress of the war, and whispered new discoveries into my ear. The fleet had worked up new defenses, he said, and the carnage had slowed, but our numbers were still dwindling. I asked him if we were dying. He said he didn't know. Then he looked alarmed and held me tighter. Oh, Carlotta, what? I stared into his eyes, which had gone far away and strange. What is it? Erasmus, tell me. The enemy, he said in numbed amazement. What about them? I know what they are. The bedroom door opens. The elder Carlotta doesn't remember the bedroom door opening. None of this is as she remembers it should be. The young Carlotta cringes against the backboard of the bed, so terrified she can barely draw breath. Bless you, girl. I'd hold your hand if I could. What comes through the door is just Abby Boudin. Abby in a cheap white nightgown. But Abby's eyes are yellow-rimmed and feral, and her nightgown is spattered with blood. See, the thing is this. All communication is limited by the speed of light, but if you spread your saccades over time, that speed limit kind of expands, Slow as we were, light seemed to cross galactic space in a matter of moments. Single thoughts consumed centuries. We felt the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy beating like a ponderous heart. We heard whispers from nearby galaxies, incomprehensibly faint but undeniably manufactured. Yes, girl, we were that slow. But the enemy was even slower. Long ago, Erasmus told me, channeling this information from the fleet's own dying collectivity. Long ago, the enemy learned to parasitize dark matter, to use it as a computational substrate, to evolve within it. How long ago? His voice was full of awe. Longer than you have words for, Carlotta. They're older than the universe itself. Make any sense to you? I doubt it would. But here's the thing about our universe. It oscillates. It breathes, like a big old lung, expanding and shrinking and expanding again. When it shrinks, it wants to turn into a singularity, but it can't do that because there's a limit to how much mass a quantum of volume can hold without busting. So it all bangs up again until it can't accommodate any more emptiness. Back and forth, over and over. Perhaps ad infinitum. Trouble is, no information can get past those hot, chaotic contractions. Every bang makes a fresh universe, blank as a chalkboard in an empty schoolhouse. Or so we thought. But dark matter has a peculiar relationship with gravity and mass, Erasmus said. So when the enemy learned to colonize it, they found ways to propagate themselves from one universe to the next. They could survive the end of all things material, in other words. And they had already done so, many times. The enemy was genuinely immortal, if that word has any meaning. The enemy conducted its affairs not just across galactic space, but across the voids that separate galaxies, clusters of galaxies, superclusters. Slow as molasses they were, but vast as all things, and as pervasive as gravity, and very powerful. So what have they got against the fleet, if they're so big and almighty? Why are they killing us? Erasmus smiled then, and the smile was full of pain and melancholy and an awful understanding. But they're not killing us, Carlotta. They're rapturing us up. One time in school, when she was trying unsuccessfully to come to grips with The Merchant of Venice, Carlotta had opened a book about Elizabethan drama to a copy of an old drawing called Utriusque Cosmi. It was supposed to represent the whole cosmos, the way people thought of it back in Shakespeare's time, all layered and orderly. Stars and angels on top, hell beneath, and a naked guy stretched foursquare between divinity and damnation. Made no sense to her at all. Some antique craziness. She thinks of that drawing now, for no accountable reason. But it doesn't stop at the angels, girl. I learned that lesson. Even angels have angels, and devils dance on the backs of lesser devils. Her mother, in her blood-stained nightgown, hovers in the doorway of Carlotta's bedroom. Her unblinking gaze strays the room until it fixes at last on her daughter. Abby Boudin might be standing right here, Carlotta thinks, but those eyes are looking out from someplace deeper and more distant and far more frightening. The blood fairly drenches her, but it isn't Abby's blood. "Oh, Carlotta," Abby says. Then she clears her throat, the way she does when she has to make an important phone call or speak to someone she fears. "Carlotta." And Carlotta, the invisible Carlotta, the Carlotta who dropped down from that place where the angels dice with eternity, understands what Abby is about to say, recognizes at last the awesome circularity. Not a paradox at all. She pronounces the words silently, as Abby makes them real. "Carlotta, Listen to me, girl. I don't guess you understand any of this. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for many things. But listen now. When it's time to leave, you leave. Don't be afraid. And don't get caught. Just go. Go fast. Then she turns and leaves her daughter cowering in the darkened room. Beyond the bedroom window, the coyotes are still complaining to the moon. The sound of their hooting fills up the young Carlotta's awareness until it seems to speak directly to the heart of her. Then comes the second and final gunshot. I have only seen the enemy briefly, and by that time I had stopped thinking of them as the enemy. Can't describe them too well. Words really do fail me, and by that time, might as well admit it, I was not myself a thing I would once have recognized as human. Just say that Erasmus and I and the remaining time-sliders were taken up into the enemy's embrace, along with all the rest of the fleet. All the memories we had deemed lost to entropy or warfare were preserved there. The virtualities the enemies had developed across whole kalpas of time were labyrinthine, welcoming, strange beyond belief. Did I roam in those mysterious glades? Yes, I did, girl, and Erasmus by my side, for many long, subjective years, and we became, well, larger than I can say. And the galaxies aged and flew away from one another until they were swallowed up in manifolds of cosmic emptiness, connected solely by the gentle and inexorable thread of gravity. Stars winked out, girl. Galaxies merged and filled with dead and dying stars. Atoms decayed to their last stable forms. But the fabric of space can tolerate just so much emptiness. It isn't infinitely elastic. Even vacuum ages. After some trillions and trillions of years, therefore, the expansion became a contraction. During that time, I occasionally sensed or saw the enemy, but I have to call them something else. Say, the great old ones, pardon my pomposity, who had constructed the dark matter virtualities in which I now lived. They weren't people at all. Never were. They passed through our adopted worlds like storm clouds, black and majestic and full of subtle and inscrutable lightnings. I couldn't speak to them, even then. As large and old as I had become, I was only a fraction of what they were. I wanted to ask them why they had destroyed the earth, why so many people had to be wiped out of existence or salvaged by the evolved benevolence of the fleet. But Erasmus, who delved into these questions more deeply than I was able to, said the great old ones couldn't perceive anything as tiny or ephemeral as a rocky planet like the Earth. The Earth and all the many planets like her had been destroyed, not by any willful calculation, but by autonomic impulses evolved over the course of many cosmic conflations, impulses as imperceptible and involuntary to the old ones as the functioning of your liver is to you, girl. The logic of it is this. Life-bearing worlds generate civilizations that eventually begin playing with dark matter, posing a potential threat to the continuity of the old ones. Some number of these intrusions can be tolerated and contained. Like the fleet, they were often an enriching presence, but too many of them would endanger the stability of the system. It's as if we were germs, girl, wiped out by a giant's immune system. They couldn't see us, except as a somatic threat. Simple as that. But they could see the fleet. The fleet was just big enough and durable enough to register on the senses of the old ones. And the old ones weren't malevolent. They perceived the fleet much the way the fleet had once perceived us, as something primitive but alive and thinking and worth the trouble of salvation. So they raptured up the fleet, and similar fleet-like entities in countless other galaxies, thus preserving us against the blind oscillations of cosmic entropy. Nice of them, I suppose. But if I ever grow large enough, or live long enough to confront an old one face to face, I mean to lodge a complaint. Hell, yes, we were small. People are some of the smallest thought-bearing creatures in the cosmos. And I think we all kind of knew that, even before the end of the world. You did, surely. But pain is pain and grief is grief. It might be inevitable. It might even be built into the nature of things. But it isn't good. And it ought not to be tolerated. If there's a choice. Which I guess is why I'm here watching you squint your eyes shut while the sound of that second gunshot fades into the air. Watching you process a nightmare into a vision. Watching you build a pearl around a grain of bloody truth. Watching you go fast. The bodiless Carlotta hovers a while longer in the fixed and changeless corridors of the past. Eventually, the long night ends. Raw red sunlight finds the window. Last dawn this small world will ever see, as it happens. But the young Carlotta doesn't know that yet. Now that the universe has finished its current iteration, all its history is stored in trans-dimensional metaspace like a book on a shelf. It can't be changed. Truly so. I guess I know that now, girl. Memory plays tricks that history corrects. And I guess that's why the old ones let me have access to these events, as we hover on the brink of a new creation. I know some of the questions you'd ask me if you could. You might say, "Where are you really?" And I'd say, "I'm at the end of all things, which is really just another beginning. I'm walking in a great garden of dark matter, while all things known and baryonic spiral up the ladder of unification energies to a fiery new dawn. I have grown so large, girl, that I can fly down history like a bird over a prairie field. But I cannot remake what has already been made. That is one power I do not possess. I watch you get out of bed. I watch you dress. Blue jeans with tattered hems, a man's lumberjack shirt, those thrift shop Reeboks. I watch you go to the kitchen and fill your vinyl Bratz backpack with bottled water and Tootsie Rolls, which is all the cuisine your meth-addled mother has left in the cupboards. Then I watch you tiptoe into Abby's bedroom. I confess I don't remember this part, girl. I suppose it didn't fit my fantasy about a benevolent ghost. But here you are, your face fixed in a willed indifference, stepping over Dano's corpse. Dano bled a lot after Abby Boudin blew a hole in his chest, and the carpet is a sticky rust-colored pond. I watch you pull Dano's ditty bag from where it lies half under the bed. On the bed, Abby appears to sleep. The pistol is still in her hand. The hand with the pistol in it rests beside her head. Her head is damaged in ways the young Carlotta can't stand to look at. Eyes down, girl. That's it. I watch you pull a roll of bills from the bag and stuff it into your pack. Won't need that money where you're going. But it's a wise move, taking it. Commendable forethought. Now go. I have to go, too. I feel Erasmus waiting for me. Feel the tug of his love and loyalty, gentle and inevitable as gravity. He used to be a machine older than the dirt under your feet, Carlotta Boudin. But he became a man. My man, I'm proud to say. He needs me, because it's no easy thing crossing over from one universe to the next. There's always work to do. Isn't that the truth? But right now, you go. You leave those murderous pills on the nightstand. Find that highway. Don't be afraid. Don't wait. Don't get caught. Just go. Go fast. And excuse me while I take my own advice. A story with beans. Stephen Gould. Here, as advertised, is a story. With beans. Oh, and also a few metal-eating robots, who don't mind chewing through human flesh if it happens to get in the way. Stephen Gould is a frequent contributor to Analog, but has also appeared in Asimov's, Amazing, New Destinies, and elsewhere, and has been a finalist for the Hugo and Nebula Awards. He's best known for the Jumper series, including Jumper, Reflex, and Jumper, Griffin's Story. The first of these was made into the big-budget movie Jumper in 2008. Gould's other novels include Wild Side, Green War with Laura J. Mixon, Help, and Blind Waves. Gould lives in Albuquerque, New Mexico with his wife, writer Laura J. Mixon, and their 2 daughters. Kimball crouched in the shade of the mesquite trees, which, because of the spring, were trees instead of their usual ground-hugging scrub. He was answering a question asked by one of the sunburned tourists, who was sprawled by the water, leaning against his expensive carbon-framed backpack. "It takes about a foot of dirt," Kimball said. "I mean, if there isn't anything electrical going on. Then you'll need more, depending on the current levels and the strength of the EMF. You may need to be underground a good 10 feet otherwise, but it's a foot minimum. Once saw a noob find a silver dollar that he dug up at one of the old truck stops west of Albuquerque. 'Throw it away,' we yelled at him. Why did he think they'd replaced his fillings before he entered the territory? But he said it was a rare coin and worth a fortune. The idiot swallowed it. We could have buried him, kept his face clear, but put a good foot of dirt over him. That could have worked. But there were bugs right there, eating those massive hydraulic cylinders buried in the concrete floor of the maintenance bays, the ones that drove the lifts. We scattered. He ran too, but they were all around, and they rose up like bees, and then he stepped on one, and it was all over. They went for the coin like it was a chewy caramel center. There were 3 college-aged tourists, 2 men and a girl, a pair of Pueblo khaki-dressed mounted territorial rangers that Kimball knew, and Mendez, the springkeeper. There was also a camel caravan camped below the spring, where the livestock were allowed to drink from the runoff, but the drovers, after filling their water bags, stayed close to their camels. There were predators out here, both animal and human. "What happened to the noob?" the tourist asked. "He swallowed the coin. It was in his abdomen." "What do you mean?" "Christ, Robert," the girl said. "Didn't you listen to the entrance briefing? He died. The bugs would just go right through him, to the metal. There aren't any trauma centers out here, you know." One of the rangers, silent until now, said, "That's right, miss." He slid the sleeve of his khaki shirt up, displaying a scarred furrow across the top of his forearm. "Bug did this. Was helping to dig a new kiva at Pewaukee, and didn't see I'd uncovered the base of an old metal fence post. Not until the pain hit. There weren't many bugs around, but they came buzzing after that first one tasted steel and broadcast the call. I was able to roll away, under the incoming ones." "Why are you visiting the zone?" asked Mendez. He sat apart, keeping an eye on the tourists. The woman had asked about bathing earlier, and the rangers explained that you could get a bath in town, and there was sometimes water in the Rio Puerco, but you didn't swim in the only drinking water between Red Cliff and the territorial capital. You can bathe without soap in the runoff, down the hill above where the cattle drink. Wouldn't do it below, Mendez said, elaborated. You can carry a bit of water off into the brush if you want a soap and rinse. Kimball thought Mendez was still sitting there just in case she did decide to bathe. Strictly as a public service, no doubt, keeping a wary eye out for, tan lines. The woman tourist said, We're here for Cultural Anthropology 305, field study. We meet our prof at his camp on the Rio Puerco. Ah, said Kimball. Matt Peabody. Oh, you know him? Sure. His camp is just downstream from the Duncan Ford. He likes to interview the people who pass through. Right. He's published some fascinating papers on the distribution of microcultures here in the zone. Microcultures. Huh, said Kimball. Give me an example. Oh, some of the religious or political groups who form small communities out here. Do you know what I mean? I do. Kimball, his face still, exchanged a glance with the two rangers. As the woman showed no sign of imminent hygiene, Mendes climbed to his feet, groaning, and returned to his one-room adobe-faced dugout, up the hill. The woman student became more enthusiastic. I think it's so cool how the zone has ended up being this great nursery for widely diverse ways of life. I'm so excited to be able to see it. Kimball stood up abruptly and, taking a shallow basket off of his cart, walked downstream where the cattle watered. He filled the basket with dried dung, some camel, horse, and a bit of cow. He didn't walk back until his breathing had calmed and his face was still. When he returned to the spring, one of the rangers had a pile of dried grass and pine needles ready in the communal fire pit, and the other one was skinning a long, thin desert hare. Kimball had a crock of beans that had been soaking in water since he'd left Redcliffe that morning. Getting it out of the cart, he added more water, a chunk of salt pork, pepper, and fresh rosemary, then wedged it in the fire with the lid, weighted down by a handy rock. "What do you do out here?" the woman tourist asked him. Kimball smiled lazily, and, despite her earlier words, thought about offering her some beans. Bit of this, bit of that. Right now I sell things. A peddler? Shouldn't you be in school? Kimball decided he wasn't going to offer her any of his beans after all. He shrugged. I've done the required. In fact, he had his GED, but he didn't advertise that. It's different out here. How old are you? She asked. How old are you? She grinned. Personal question, eh? Okay, I'm 19. I'm 16. Sweet, never been kissed. She cocked her head sideways. Yeah, right. Kimball, one of the rangers called from across the fire pit. A quarter of the hare for some beans. Maybe. Any booah? D-U-E? Kimball asked. Of course there's booah. Booah and a haunch. The two rangers discussed this in Tiwa. Then D-U-E said, booah and a haunch. Don't stint the beans. They warmed the booah, rolled up blue corn flatbread, on a rock beside the fire. Kimball added a salad of wide-leaf flame flower and purslane that he'd harvested along the trail. The rangers spoke thanks in Tiwa, and Kimball didn't touch his food until they were finished. The woman watched out of the corner of her eyes, fascinated. The tourists ate their radiation-sterilized ration packs that didn't spoil and didn't have to be cooked and weren't likely to give them the runs. But the smell of the hare and beans wafted through the clearing, and the smell of the packaged food didn't spread at all. That sure smells good, the girl said. Kimball tore off a bit of booah and wrapped it around a spoonful of beans and a bit of the hare. He stretched out his arm. See what you think. She licked her lips and hesitated. Christ, Jennifer, that rabbit had ticks all over it, said the sunburned man. Who knows what parasites they... it had. The rangers exchanged glances and laughed quietly. Jennifer frowned and stood up, stepping over Sunburn Boy, and crouched down on her heels by the fire, next to Kimball. With a defiant look at her two companions, she took the offered morsel and popped it into her mouth. The look of defiance melted into surprised pleasure. Oh, wow! So bowie is cornbread? Booah. Tiwa wafer bread, made with blue corn. The Hopi make it too, but they call it peaky. The beans are wonderful. Thought they'd be harder. I started them soaking this morning, before I started out from Redcliffe. Ah. She lowered her voice. What did they call you earlier? Kimball. She blinked. Is that your name? First name. I'm Kimball. Kimball Creighton. Dewey laughed. Kimball glared at him. I'm Jennifer Frauenfelder. She settled beside him. Frauenfelder. Kimball said it slowly, like he was rolling it around in his mouth. German? Yes. It means field of women. Dewey blinked at this and said something in Tiwa to his partner, who responded, Huh. Reminds me of someone I knew who was called Left for Dead. Kimball rubbed his forehead and looked at his feet, but Jennifer said, Left for Dead? That's an odd name. Did they have it from birth, or did something happen? Oh, said Dewey. Something happened, all right. He sat up straight and spoke in a deeper voice, more formal. Owe umbeo. His partner whispered, almost as if to himself, Once upon a time and long ago. Left for Dead came to a village in the Jornada del Muerte, on the edge of the territory of the City of God, where the people of the book reside. Dewey glanced at Jennifer and added, It was a nursery of diverse beliefs. Left for Dead was selling books, Bibles mostly, but also almanacs and practical guides to gardening and the keeping of goats and sheep and cattle. But he had other books as well, books not approved by the elders. The plays of Shakespeare, books of stories, health education, Darwin. And he stole the virtue of Sharon. The two male tourists sat up at that, and the sunburned one smacked his lips. The dog! Dewey frowned at the interruption, cleared his throat, and went on. And Left for Dead stole the virtue of Sharon, the daughter of a reader of the book, by trading her a reading primer and a book on women's health. What did she trade? Asked the leering one. There was an apple pie, said Dewey. Also a kiss. Jennifer said, And that's how she lost her virtue? It was more the primer. The women of the people of the book are not allowed to read, added his partner. Ironic, that, said Kimball. Or kiss, Dewey said with a quelling glance. He raised his voice. They burned his books, and beat him, and imprisoned him in the stocks, and called on the people of the village to pelt him. But Sharon, the daughter of the reader, burned the leather hinges from the stocks in the dusk, and they ran, northwest, into the Malpais, where the lava is heated by the sun, until you can cook buwa on the stones. And when the rain falls in the afternoon, it sizzles like water falling on coals. The elders chase them on horseback, but the Malpais is even harder on horses than men, and they had to send the horses back, and then they chase them on foot, but the rocks leave no prints. But the water in the Malpais is scarce to none, and Left for Dead and the girl were in a bad way, even though they hid by day and traveled by night. Once, in desperation, Left for Dead snuck back and stole a water gourd from the men who chased them, while they lay sleeping. But in doing so, he put them back on the trail. 2 days later, Sharon misstepped and went down in a crack in the rock and broke both bones in her lower leg. Left for Dead splintered the leg, made a smoke fire, and left her there. The people of the book found her and took her back, dragged on a travois, screaming with every bump and jar. They discussed chasing Left for Dead, and then they prayed, and the reader said God would punish the transgressor. And they went back to their village and spread the story far and wide, to discourage the weak and the tempted. Left for Dead walked another day, to the north, hoping to reach the water at Marble Tanks. But he had been beaten badly in the stocks, and his strength failed him. When he could go no further, he rolled into a crevice in the lava where there was a bit of shade and got ready to die. His tongue began to swell, and he passed in and out of darkness, and death had his hand on him. Here Dewey paused dramatically, taking a moment to chase the last of his beans around the bowl with a bit of bouwa. Jennifer leaned forward. And then it rained, a short, heavy summer thunderstorm. The water dripped down onto Left for Dead's face, and he drank, and awoke, drinking and coughing, and then drank some more. He crawled out onto the face of the Malpais and drank from the puddles in the rock, and was able to fill the water gourd he'd stolen from the Reader's men. But he didn't have to drink from it until the next day, when the last of the rain evaporated from the pockets in the lava. He made it to Marble Tanks, and then east to some seeps on the edge of the lava flows, and hence to the territorial capital. Because the incident with Left for Dead was just the latest of many. A territorial judge was sent out with a squad of rangers to hold hearings. The City of God sent their militia, 100 strong, and killed the judge and most of the rangers. When the 2 surviving rangers reported back, the territorial governor flashed a message beyond the curtain, and a single plane came in answer, flying up where the air is so thin that the bug's wings can't catch. And they dropped the leaflets, the notice of reclamation, the revocation of the city's charter. "That's it?" said Jennifer. "They dropped a bunch of leaflets?" "The first day. The second day it wasn't leaflets." Jennifer held her hand to her mouth. "Bombs? Worse. Chaff pods of copper and aluminum shavings that burst 500 feet above the ground. I heard tell that the roofs and ground glittered in the sunlight like jewels." The sunburned man laughed. "That's it? Metal shavings?" "I can't believe they let you through the curtain," Jennifer said to him. "Didn't you listen at all?" She turned back to Dewey. "How many died?" "Many left when they saw the leaflets. But not the most devout, and not the women who couldn't read. The speaker of the word said that their faith would prevail. Perhaps they deserved their fate. But not the children." The last thing the plane dropped was a screamer, an electromagnetic spike trailing an antennae wire several hundred feet long. They say the bugs rose into the air and blotted the sun like locusts. Jennifer shuddered. Dewey relented a little. Many more got out when they saw the cloud. I mean, it was like one of the 10 plagues of the first chapter of their book, after all. If they made it outside the chaff pattern and kept to the low ground, they made it. But those who stayed and prayed? He paused dramatically. The adobe houses of the City of God are mud and dust and weeds, and the great cathedral is a low pile of stones and bones. Owe umbeo. Once upon a time and long ago. Everyone was quiet for a moment, though Jennifer's mouth worked as if to ask something, but no sound came out. Kimball added the last of the gathered fuel to the fire, banged the dust out of his basket, and flipped it, like a frisbee, to land in his rickshaw-style handcart. He took the empty stoneware bean crock and filled it from the stream and put it at the edge of the coals, to soak before he cleaned it. "What happened to Sharon?" Jennifer finally asked into the silence. Dewey shook his head. "I don't know. You would have to ask Left for Dead." Jennifer. "Oh, thanks a lot. Very helpful." Dewey and his partner exchanged glances, and his partner opened his mouth as if to speak, but Dewey shook his head. Kimball hadn't meant to speak, but he found the words spilling out anyway, unbidden. I would like to say that Sharon's leg still hurts her, that it didn't heal straight, and she limps, but that she teaches others to read now down in New Roswell, that I had seen her recently, and sold her school some primers just last month. Jennifer frowned. You would like to say that? It was a bad break, and I said it as best I could, but they bounced her over the lava on their way home, and trusted to God for further treatment. She couldn't even walk, much less run when the metal fell. Jennifer's mouth was open, but she couldn't speak for a moment. Huh, said Dewey. Hadn't heard that part. Left for dead. Kimball could see him reorganizing the tale in his head, incorporating the added details. Got it from her sister, after I recovered. Jennifer stood and walked over to Kimball's cart and flipped up the tarp. The books were arranged spine out, paperbacks mostly, some from behind the porcelain wall, newish with plasticized covers, some yellowed and cracking from before the bugs came, like anything that didn't contain metal or electronics, salvaged. And a small selection of leather-bound books from New Santa Fe, the territorial capital, hand-set with ceramic type and hand-bound. Mostly practical, how-to books. Peddler. Bookseller. Kimball shrugged. Varies. I've got other stuff, too. Plastic sewing needles, ceramic blades, antibiotics, condoms. Mostly books. Finally, she asked, And her father? The elder who put you in the stocks? He lives. His faith wasn't strong enough when it came to that final test. He lost an arm, though. Is he in New Roswell, too? No. He's doing time in the territorial prison farm in Nuevo Belen. He preaches there, to a very small congregation. The people of the book don't do well if they can't isolate their members, if they can't control what information they get. They're not the people of the books, after all. If she'd lived, Sharon would probably have made him a part of her life. But he's forbidden the speaking of her name. He would have struck her name from the leaves of the family Bible, but the bugs took care of that. Dewey shook his head on hearing this. And who does this hurt? I think he is a stupid man. Kimball shrugged. It's not him I feel sorry for. Jennifer's eyes glinted brightly in the light of the fire. She said, It's not fair, is it? And there was nothing to be said to that. Under the shouting sky. Karl Bunker. Currently a software engineer, new writer Karl Bunker has been a jeweler, a musical instrument maker, a sculptor, and a mechanical technician. His work has appeared in Cosmos, Abyss and Apex, Electric Velocipede, Writers of the Future, Neopsis, and elsewhere. The gripping story that follows, Under the Shouting Sky, won him the first Robert A. Heinlein Centennial Short Story Contest, a very appropriate choice, since it's not hard to see Heinlein himself having written this. Bunker lives with his dog in Boston, Massachusetts. The hissing vibration of the sled's thruster hummed through the frame of the sled, through the thinly padded seats, through the pressure suits of the two men, into their bodies, their bones, and became something like sound, reverberating inside their helmets. And it didn't sound good. For minutes at a time it would drone on smoothly. Then it would catch and sputter, sometimes producing an almost human-sounding cough, and then settle back into normality. Until the next time. Occasionally, Saunders twisted in his seat to look back at the engine behind the open cab, or turned his head to look at Roberson. Roberson was driving the sled, and he stared straight ahead. Neither man spoke. Suddenly there was a ragged metallic shriek, and the sled veered to the right. Roberson swore, fighting the control stick with one hand as he shut down the thruster with the other. "What the hell?" Saunders yelled. Roberson didn't answer. When the sled bumped to a stop, he unfastened his seatbelt and hopped down to the icy ground. A moment later, Saunders heard a soft sound, like a grunt in his helmet radio. He looked down at Roberson. "What is it?" he said. "What's wrong?" "You may as well come down, sir. We'll be walking from here," Roberson said. "What?" Saunders snapped. "What's the matter with the damn thing?" He lowered himself from the sled and joined Roberson. Roberson pointed at the sled's engine. "Burn through in the main reaction chamber." Saunders looked. "That little hole? Can't you patch it or something?" "What you're looking at is the outer housing of the engine. Underneath that, everything's burned to hell. This engine is dead." Roberson looked toward the horizon, a smooth curve of white against the black sky. Then he looked up, where Saturn was high and to the left. Nearly full, it filled a great swath of the sky. It was waxing gibbous now, so it would be full in about an hour. "But you haven't even opened it up," said Saunders. "How do you know it's that bad?" "Because that's my job," said Roberson. "And we don't have time for me to start taking it apart. My suit shows we're 71 clicks from Jancha base. What's yours say?" 78.7? And I show 92 minutes of oxygen. God damn it! That's too far, Roberson! Saunders turned away from Roberson and cocked his head back slightly in his helmet. "Mayday! Mayday! Mayday! This is Enceladus, Transport Sled 05. Stanley Saunders and Joe Roberson calling. Our position is approximately 75 kilometers from Jancha Base Station, bearing approximately 287 degrees. Our sled is disabled, and we are heading for Jancha on foot. We may not have enough oxygen to make it. This is a Mayday call. Anyone receiving, please respond." They stood in silence, listening to the radio's background hiss in their helmets. "No one can hear you," said Roberson. "We're too far from Jancha." "It's not that we're too far, damn it! They can't receive us because we're too far over the damn horizon. But something in orbit might pick us up, or the signal might bounce off one of the other moons." "Okay," Roberson answered. "We can hope. But in the meantime, we better start walking." It wasn't really walking. It was more of a shuffling skip. Some like to call it the Enceladus two-step. With 0.01 g, walking doesn't really work. And while a person could make Superman-style leaps of 50 meters or more, doing so was both slow and dangerous. An energetic jump would leave a person trapped in a slowly drifting parabolic trajectory for more than a minute. With no atmosphere, there was no way to control where you landed. And there were places you wouldn't want to land. The surface of Enceladus is ice, sometimes skating rinks smooth, sometimes gravelly pebbles or fine ice powder, sometimes with kilometers-deep fissures, sometimes a field of jagged shards and deadly sharp spires, as hard as earthly glass. The trick with the two-step is to stay low. Bend your knees, keep one foot well ahead of the other, and nudge yourself forward, not up, with each hop. Watch the ground. Watch where you'll touch down after this hop, and the next one, and the one after that. On rough ground, you'll have to keep your hops short and slow. When it's smooth, you can glide a dozen meters or more at a time and build up some speed, if you don't mind risking your life. Even with needle-sharp adaptive crampons, boots provide almost no traction on Enceladus, so slowing down in a hurry isn't an option. Suit gyros try to keep your body upright, but they're easily overwhelmed. If something catches your toe, you'll fall. If a patch of ice crumbles underneath you, you'll fall. If your crampons slip, you'll fall. If you're moving fast when you fall, you'll tumble and spin and bounce for a long, long time. Depending on how all that tumbling and bouncing ends, it will either be a time-wasting and undignified nuisance, or the end of your life. Being in a hurry on Enceladus is not a good idea. They skipped. After a few minutes, Saunders made another mayday call. Far to their left, near the horizon, a geyser made a ghostly white funnel-shaped silhouette against the black sky. "How much O2 does your suit show, Roberson?" "Same as you. 85 minutes now." "Damn," said Saunders. "Our emergency tanks will add to that, but exerting ourselves like this will probably subtract at least as much. We can't do 75 kilometers in that much time." "It might not be that far. These position readouts aren't too accurate." "No kidding, they're not too accurate," Saunders yelled. "So we might be a lot farther out, damn it!" He hit the side of his helmet with his gloved palm. "The technology on this whole mission is crap. Everything's jury-rigged and held together with spit. 2 damn communication satellites that failed. No damn GPS system. Sleds with engines that blow up. Jancha base springing a leak every time I turn around. And lousy damn technicians who can't fix anything." Saunders took a slow, trembling breath. They skipped. Roberson made a mayday call, and they listened to the answering silence. Then Saunders spoke. "Roberson?" "Yeah?" "I'm sorry about calling you a lousy technician. That was stupid." "It's okay." "I'm scared, Roberson. We're in big trouble here, and I'm scared." "I'm scared too, Mr. Saunders. Don't worry about it." "You're not so scared. I can hear your breathing, just like you can hear mine. You're steady as a rock, and I'm hyperventilating like a damn schoolgirl." "That's good. Your O2 will last longer." He paused and took a deliberately slow breath. "Anyway, I know you're a good technician, Joe. I wouldn't have hired you if you weren't." They skipped. They made another mayday call. "Joe?" Saunders said. "George." "What?" "My name is George, not Joe," Roberson said. "Oh, damn. Sorry. It's okay." "I was just thinking," said Saunders. "If anyone should be whining about this mess we're in, it should be you." Saunders waited, but Roberson didn't say anything. "When the wreckage was found, I was one of the ones who was screaming the loudest that we had to get a manned mission out here right away. And to hell with whether the technology was ready or there were safety backups for everything. I lobbied Washington. Then I went to JPL. When they made me chief mission scientist, I felt like this was what I'd been born for." He glanced across at Roberson. "For people like me, this mission is the biggest, the most important thing we could imagine. Proof that there were aliens from another star system who came here in some kind of a ship." He paused again. "What I'm trying to say is that I've been willing to die for this mission since the first pictures of the wreckage came back. Or at least that's what I told myself. But it's different for you, George. You're a technician. You're just here because the pay was too good to pass up, right? This is just a job for you." "Yeah, I guess so," Roberson said. "It's a job." He glanced back and saw that Saunders had slowed and was lagging behind. His voice was soft in Saunders' helmet as he spoke across a distance of 30 meters. "Come on, Mr. Saunders, get a move on. We're not dead yet." They skipped. The terrain changed from rough and boulder-strewn to a field of smooth ripples, a meter high and regular, like frozen waves. "Hold up!" Saunders called, and they stopped. "I don't like the look of the ice here," Saunders said. "We might be coming up on the Suffolk fissures. Hang on. I'll take a look." He crouched low and then jumped straight up. Roberson watched him rise, his body dwindling against the black sky. "Yes, I was right," Saunders said as he drifted groundward again. "That's good. It means we may be closer to Jancha than our suits show." He landed with a grunt, We'll have to bear east for a ways." Roberson was looking up at Saturn, still not quite full, the rings a razor-fine line across its face and extending on either side. Saunders chuckled. "I've noticed that about you before, Roberson. You look up at Saturn a lot. Most of us hate looking at it. More than a second or two of staring up at it, and we start feeling it pulling at us, sucking us up into space." "Yeah?" "Yeah. When you hear someone screaming in their sleep back at Jancha, that's probably what they're dreaming. Big Yellow sucking them up like the mouth of some gigantic monster. I guess you just don't think about it, like you aren't thinking about how much trouble we're in right now. You have no imagination, George, and I envy you like hell." They skipped. The terrain changed again as they came to a lowland area. The ice was smooth enough here for them to build up their speed. "This is more like it," said Saunders. "If only it stays like this for—" A sharp, inarticulate cry came from Roberson. Saunders looked to his right and saw the other man cartwheeling end over end. "Jesus, Roberson, are you okay?" Roberson only swore, his body twirling 2 meters over the ground. As he drifted near the ground, he tried to grab at the ice with one gloved hand, and bounced up, spinning on 2 axes now. "Shit!" he yelled. "George, stop fighting it! Go limp! You know that." "Yeah," Roberson said, his voice tight. Over his radio, Saunders could hear the whir of straining gyroscopes in Roberson's suit. "How the heck did you manage to trip?" he asked. "This place is flat as—" "Shut up!" Roberson was still flying, spinning, bumping the icy ground now and then. "I saw something. Under the ice. Just below the surface. Go back. See if you can find the spot. Wait. I've got my feet again. I'm going back." He made long, high skip steps back, retracing his path. "Roberson, what are you doing?" Saunders said. "Whatever it was, we don't have time for it." Roberson didn't answer. Saunders was about to call to him again when he saw Roberson come to a stop, then take a few steps, staring down at the ground. With the slow drifting motion that falling objects have under the whisper gravity of Enceladus, he dropped to his knees. Very softly, Saunders heard in his helmet, "Mr. Saunders, come here." Saunders started moving. "What is it? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Roberson said. "Just come here. Look." Saunders hopped to a stop beside Roberson and looked down. There was a pause before he reacted. Long enough for Roberson to glance at him curiously, wondering if Saunders could see it, or if some quirk of reflection was hiding it from him. Finally, Saunders made a ragged gasp. He tried to bring his hand to his mouth, and his glove thumped against his faceplate. "It's smaller than we calculated," he said in a whisper. "It must be barely a meter tall." His voice trailed off. He dropped to his hands and knees and put his helmet close to the ice. The body was embedded at an angle, with the head higher than the torso. Its legs and feet were obscured by cloudy ice, but its clear, ovoid helmet was almost at the surface. When Saunders touched his own helmet to the ice, his face was centimeters away from the brown, scale-covered face of an alien. "Transponder flag," Saunders said without moving from his crouch. Then, "Jesus!" He jerked upright, causing his body to float off the ground. He patted frantically at his suit pockets. "The transponder flags! Tell me you've got one! For God's sake! You have to have one with you!" "No," Roberson said. "They're all back at the sled." "Damn it! Then something we can leave here as a marker, or something we can at least make a note or recording with, so if we don't make it back, they'll know about this. We can give them a rough position." "I've got nothing with me," Roberson said. "Nothing at all. And these suits don't make recordings." "Okay. We'll make a cairn. Pile up some ice." He stopped as he looked around at the flat, featureless expanse that extended to the horizon in all directions. Saunders lifted his arms, making trembling fists in front of his helmet. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" He kicked at the ground, knocking himself more than a meter skyward. "We can't even scratch a lousy arrow in the ice." He was breathing so hard that Roberson could see his chest rising and falling through his suit. "Okay, then. Okay. We get back to Jancha. Even these lousy inertial position systems in our suits should be good enough to let us find this spot again by backtracking. With a big enough search team, we'll find it." He launched himself into a fast skip across the ice. "Come on," he barked. "From here on, we go flat out. As fast as we can, whatever the risk. We have to make it back to Jancha, you hear me?" "I hear you," said Roberson. Saunders glanced behind him without breaking his stride. Roberson was standing still. "What are you doing, Roberson? Come on!" "I don't think we can make it back, Mr. Saunders. Look at your readouts. We're down to about 30 minutes of air, and we're only about halfway back." "So what? Damn it! We have to try. You can't just stay there and—" Saunders went silent. Fighting not to lose his footing, he slowly brought himself to a stop, then turned to look at Roberson, now 50 meters behind him. "My God, Roberson," he said. "Yeah," said Roberson. "We don't have any transponder flags with us, but we've got transponders, the ones that are built into these suits. They'll use that to come after my body, and when they find me, they'll find him." "No, Roberson. Look, even if we don't make it back, we just have to get within radio range. We'll tell them." "If we make it back to radio range, and they still might never find this guy. You have to be right on top of him to see him through the ice." "You can't. You can't just—" "Christ, Roberson. You said it yourself, Mr. Saunders. This is important. The most important thing ever. The wreckage is nothing but a pile of twisted metal, but this is something real. His body, his suit. You guys will learn all kinds of stuff from him. But they have to find him. They have to find him." Saunders took a slow breath. "Roberson, I can't wait. I can't stand here and argue. I'm heading back to Jancha, and I'm going to make it. I don't care if I have to breathe vacuum. I'm going to make it back, you hear me? You can damn well sit here and wait to die if you want to. I'm not going to." Seconds passed, and Roberson said nothing. Saunders made a sound that might have been a word, but Roberson couldn't understand it. Then he was moving again, gliding over the ice with long, fast strides. Roberson touched a control on his forearm that turned off his suit radio. He listened to his own breath echoing in his helmet. It was fast and trembling. "I'm the one hyperventilating like a damn schoolgirl now, Mr. Saunders," he said to himself. He let himself drop to a seated position and put one hand on the ice, close to the alien's face. "What the hell are you doing way out here anyway, little guy?" he said. He lowered himself onto his back and looked up. Saturn was full now, and Mimas was just starting a transit, painting a small gray disk on the edge of Saturn's face. He looked up for a long time, in silence. "How can they not look at it?" he said quietly. He stared, trying to imagine something menacing in the vision, the feeling of being pulled up into the blackness, lifted away from Enceladus' feathery gravity. Instead, all he saw was a big ball of pastel yellow, part of it blackened by the shadow of the rings. When he'd seen pictures of it back home, there was nothing much to it. Pretty, but nothing special. But here, with the incredible, impossible size of it overhead, it was different. It became something he couldn't ignore, something joyous, a gigantic roaring shout of beauty from the sky. He shifted onto his side to look down at the frozen alien again. One of its eyes was closed. The other showed a narrow white slit. "I bet you didn't mind looking at it, did you?" he said. You knew you weren't going to make it, and you laid down just like this, looking up at the sky. I guess you had no imagination either." He rolled onto his back again. He tried to put his hands under the back of his head, but the shoulder joints in his suit made the position uncomfortable. He crossed his arms tight against his chest, trembling. "What the hell were you doing way out here, anyway?" he said again. He was quiet for several minutes. Then he said, "Yeah, I know. Doing your job. Just doing your damn job. Same as the rest of us." Events preceding the Helvetican Renaissance. John Kessel. Born in Buffalo, New York, John Kessel now lives with his family in Raleigh, North Carolina, where he is a professor of American literature and the director of the creative writing program at North Carolina State University. Kessel made his first sale in 1975. His first solo novel, Good News from Outer Space, was released in 1988 to wide critical acclaim. But before that, he had made his mark on the genre primarily as a writer of highly imaginative, finely crafted short stories, many of which have been assembled in collections such as Meeting in Infinity and The Pure Product. He won a Nebula Award in 1983 for his novella, Another Orphan, which was also a Hugo finalist that year, and has been released as an individual book. His story, Buffalo, won the Theodore Sturgeon Award in 1991, and his novella, Stories for Men, won the prestigious James Tiptree Jr. Memorial Award in 2003. His other books include the novels Corrupting Dr. Nice, Freedom Beach, written in collaboration with James Patrick Kelly, 90% of Everything, written in collaboration with James Patrick Kelly and Jonathan Lethem, and an anthology of stories from the famous Sycamore Hill Writers' Workshop, which he also helps to run, called Intersections, co-edited by Mark L. Van Name and Richard Butner. His most recent books are a collection, The Bomb Plan for Financial Independence, and Other Stories, and 3 anthologies co-edited with James Patrick Kelly, Feeling Very Strange, the Slipstream Anthology, Rewired, the Post-Cyberpunk Anthology, and The Secret History of Science Fiction. In the story that follows, Kessel spins a traditional, action-packed space adventure with some inventive and individual touches that are very much his own. When my mind cleared, I found myself in the street. The protector god Bishamon spoke to me then. The boulevard to the spaceport runs straight up the mountain, and you must run straight up the boulevard. The air was full of wily spirits, and moving fast in the imperial city was a crime. But what is man to disobey the voice of a god? So I ran. The pavement vibrated with the thunder of the great engines of the Caslonian Empire. Behind me, the curators of the Imperial Archives must by now have discovered the mare's nest I had made of their defenses, and perhaps had already realized that something was missing. Above the plateau, the sky was streaked with clouds, through which shot violet gravity beams, carrying ships down from and up to planetary orbit. Just outside the gate to the spaceport, a family in rags, husband, wife, 2 children, used a net of knotted cords to catch fish from the sewers. Ignoring them, prosperous citizens in embroidered robes passed among the shops of the port bazaar, purchasing duty-free wares, recharging their concubines, seeking a meal before departure. Slower now. I slowed my pace. I became indistinguishable from them, moving smoothly among the travelers. To the Caslonian eye, I was calm, self-possessed. Within me, rage and joy contended. I had in my possession the means to redeem my people. I tried not to think, only to act, but now that my mind was rekindled, it raced. Certainly it would go better for me if I left the planet before anyone understood what I had stolen. Yet I was very hungry, and the aroma of food from the restaurants along the way enticed me. It would be foolishness itself to stop here. Enter the restaurant, I was told. So I stepped into the most elegant of the establishments. The maitre d' greeted me. Would the master like a table, or would he prefer to dine at the bar? The bar, I said. Step this way. There was no hint of the illicit about his manner, though something about it implied indulgence. He was proud to offer me this experience that few could afford. He seated me at the circular bar of polished rosewood. Before me, and the few others seated there, the chef grilled meats on a heated metal slab. Waving his arms in the air like a dancer, he tossed flanks of meat between two force knives, letting them drop to the griddle, flipping them dexterously upward again in what was as much performance as preparation. The energy blades of the knives sliced through the meat without resistance, the sides of these same blades batting them like paddles. An aroma of burning hydrocarbons wafted on the air. An attractive young man displayed for me a list of virtualities that represented the cuts offered by the establishment, including subliminal tastes. The cuts referred to the portions of the animal's musculature from which the slabs of meat had been sliced. My mouth watered. He took my order, and I sipped a cocktail of bitters and Bellanova. While I waited, I scanned the restaurant. The fundamental goal of our order is to vindicate divine justice in allowing evil to exist. At a small nearby table, a young woman leaned beside a child, probably her daughter, and encouraged her to eat. The child's beautiful face was the picture of innocence as she tentatively tasted a scrap of pink flesh. The mother was very beautiful. I wondered if this was her first youth. The chef finished his performance, to the mild applause of the other patrons. The young man placed my steak before me. The chef turned off the blades and laid them aside, then ducked down a trapdoor to the oubliette where the slaves were kept. As soon as he was out of sight, the god told me, "Steal a knife." While the diners were distracted by their meals, I reached over the counter, took one of the force blades and slid it into my boot. Then I ate. The taste was extraordinary. Every cell of my body vibrated with excitement and shame. My senses reeling, it took me a long time to finish. A slender man in a dark robe sat next to me. "That smells good," he said. "Is that genuine animal flesh?" "Does it matter to you?" "Ah, brother, calm yourself. I'm not challenging your taste." "I'm pleased to hear it. But I am challenging your identity." He parted the robe. His tunic bore the sigil of port security. "Your passport, please." I exposed the inside of my wrist for him. A scanlid slid over his left eye, and he examined the marks beneath my skin. "Very good," he said. He drew a blaster from the folds of his cassock. "We seldom see such excellent forgeries. Stand up and come with me." I stood. He took my elbow in a firm grip, the bell of the blaster against my side. No one in the restaurant noticed. He walked me outside, down the crowded bazaar. "You see, brother, that there is no escape from consciousness. The minute it returns, you are vulnerable. All your prayer is to no avail. This is the arrogance of the Caslonian. They treat us as non-sentients, and they believe in nothing. Yet, as I prayed, I heard no word." I turned to him. "You may wish the absence of the gods, but you are mistaken. The gods are everywhere present." As I spoke the plosive P of present, I popped the cap from my upper right molar and blew the moon dust it contained into his face. The agent fell writhing to the pavement. I ran off through the people, dodging collisions. My ship was on the private field at the end of the bazaar. Before I had gotten halfway there, an alarm began sounding. People looked up in bewilderment, stopping in their tracks. The walls of buildings and stalls blinked into multiple images of me. Voices spoke from the air. "This man is a fugitive from the state. Apprehend him." I would not make it to the ship unaided, so I turned on my perceptual overdrive. Instantly, everything slowed. The voices of the people and the sounds of the port dropped an octave. They moved as if in slow motion. I moved, to myself, as if in slow motion as well. My body could in no way keep pace with my racing nervous system, but to the people moving at normal speed, my reflexes were lightning fast, up to the limit of my physiology, and my joints had been reinforced to take the additional stress. My muscles could handle the additional lactic acid for a time. I could move at twice the speed of a normal human. I could function perhaps for 10 minutes in this state before I collapsed. The first person to accost me, a sturdy middle-aged man, I seized by the arm. I twisted it behind his back and shoved him into the second, who took up the command. As I dodged through the crowd up the concourse, it began to drizzle. I felt as if I could slip between the raindrops. I pulled the force blade from my boot and sliced the ear from the next man who tried to stop me. His comic expression of dismay still lingers in my mind. Glancing behind, I saw the agent in black, face swollen with pustules from the moon dust, running toward me. I was near the field. In the boarding shed, attendants were folding the low-status passengers and sliding them into dispatch pouches to be carried onto a ship and stowed in drawers for their passage. Directly before me, I saw the woman and child I had noticed in the restaurant. The mother had out a parasol and was holding it over the girl to keep the rain off her. Not slowing, I snatched the little girl and carried her off. The child yelped. The mother screamed. I held the blade to the girl's neck. "Make way!" I shouted to the security men at the field's entrance. They fell back. "Halt!" came the call from behind me. The booth beside the gate was seared with a blaster bolt. I swerved, turned, and, my back to the gate, held the girl before me. The agent in black, followed by 2 security women, jerked to a stop. "You mustn't hurt her," the agent said. "Oh? And why is that?" "It's against everything your order believes." Master Darius had steeled me for this dilemma before sending me on my mission. He told me, "You will encounter such situations, Adlan. When they arise, you must resolve the complications." "You are right," I called to my pursuers, and threw the child at them. The agent caught her, while the other 2 aimed and fired. One of the beams grazed my shoulder, but by then I was already through the gate and onto the tarmac. A port security robot hurled a flame grenade. I rolled through the flames. My ship rested in the maintenance pit, cradled in the violet anti-grav beam. I slid down the ramp into the open airlock, hit the emergency close, and climbed to the controls. Klaxons wailed outside. I bypassed all the launch protocols and released the beam. The ship shot upward like an apple seed flicked by a fingernail. As soon as it had hit the stratosphere, I fired the engines and blasted through the scraps of the upper atmosphere into space. The orbital security forces were too slow, and I made my escape. I awoke, battered, bruised, and exhausted in the pilot's chair. The smell of my burned shoulder reminded me of the steak I had eaten in the port bazaar. The stress of accelerating nerve impulses had left every joint in my body aching. My arms were blue with contusions, and I was as enfeebled as an old man. The screens showed me to be in an untraveled quarter of the system's cometary cloud. My ship had cloaked itself in ice so that on any detector I would simply be another bit of debris among billions. I dragged myself from the chair and down to the galley, where I warmed some broth and gave myself an injection of cellular repair mites. Then I fell into my bunk and slept. My second waking was relatively free of pain. I recharged my tooth and ate again. I kneeled before the shrine and bowed my head in prayer, letting peace flow down my spine and relax all the muscles of my back. I listened for the voices of the gods. I was reared by my mother on Bembo. My mother was an extraordinary, beautiful girl. One day Akvan, looking down on her, was so moved by lust that he took the form of a vagabond and raped her by the side of the road. 9 months later, I was born. The goddess Sedna became so jealous that she laid a curse on my mother, who turned into a lawyer. And so we moved to Helvetica. There, in the shabby city of Urushana, in the waterfront district along the river, she took up her practice, defending criminals and earning a little baksheesh, greasing the relations between the imperial Kaslonian government and the corrupt local officials. Mother's ambition for me was to go to an off-planet university, but for me the work of a student was like pushing a very large rock up a very steep hill. I got into fights. I pursued women of questionable virtue. Having exhausted my prospects in the city, I entered the native constabulary, where I was re-engineered for accelerated combat. But my propensity for violence saw me cashiered out of the service within 6 months. Hoping to get a grip on my passions, I made the pilgrimage to the monastery of the Pujmanian order. There I petitioned for admission as a novice, and to my great surprise was accepted. It was no doubt the work of Master Darius, who took an interest in me from my first days on the plateau. Perhaps it was my divine heritage, which had placed those voices in my head. Perhaps it was my checkered career to that date. The Master taught me to distinguish between those impulses that were the work of my savage nature and those that were the voices of the gods. He taught me to identify the individual gods. It is not an easy path. I fasted. I worked in the gardens. I practiced the martial arts. I cleaned the cesspool. I sewed new clothes and mended old. I tended the orchards. I became an expert tailor and sewed many of the finest kosodes worn by the masters on feast days. In addition, Master Darius held special sessions with me, putting me into a trance during which, I was later told by my fellow novices, I continued to act normally for days, only to awake with no memories of my actions. And so I was sent on my mission. Because I had learned how not to think, I could not be detected by the spirits who guarded the imperial archives. 5 plays, immensely old, collectively titled The Abandonment, are all that document the rebirth of humanity after its long extinction. The foundational cycle consists of The Archer's Fall, Stoichic's Revenge, The Burning Tree, Close the Senses, Shut the Doors, and the mystical 5th, The Magic Tortoise. No one knows who wrote them. It is believed they were composed within the first 30 years after the human race was recreated by the gods. Besides being the most revered cultural artifacts of humanity, these plays are also the sacred texts of the universal religion, and claimed as the fundamental political documents by all planetary governments. They are preserved only in a single copy. No recording has ever been made of their performance. The actors chosen to present the plays in the foundational festivals on all the worlds do not study and learn them. Through a process similar to the one Master Darius taught me to confuse the spirits, the actors become the characters. Once the performance is done, it passes from their minds. These foundational plays, of inestimable value, existed now only in my mind. I had destroyed the crystal containing them in the archives. Without these plays, the heart of Caslon had been ripped away. If the populace knew of their loss, there would be despair and riot. And once Master Darius announced that the Order held the only copy in our possession, it would only be a matter of time before the Empire would be obliged to free our world. 3 days after my escape from Caslon, I set course for Helvetica. Using an evanescent wormhole, I would emerge within the planet's inner ring. The ship, still encased in ice, would look like one of the fragments that formed the ring. From there, I would reconnoiter, find my opportunity to leave orbit, and land. But because the ring stood far down in the gravitation well of the planet, it was a tricky maneuver. Too tricky. Upon emergence in the Helvetican ring, my ship collided with one of the few nickel-iron meteoroids in the belt, disabling my engines. Within 20 minutes, Caslonian hunter-killers grappled with the hull. My one advantage was that by now they knew that I possessed the plays, and therefore they could not afford to blast me out of the sky. I could kill them, but they could not harm me. But I had no doubt that once they caught me, they would rip my mind to shreds, seeking the plays. I had only minutes. The hull door would not hold long. I abandoned the control room and retreated to the engine compartment. The place was a mess, barely holding pressure after the meteoroid collision. Oxygen cylinders scattered about, and the air acrid with the scent of burned wiring. I opened the cat's closet, 3 meters tall and 2 wide. From a locker, I yanked 2 piezo fiber suits. I turned them on, checked their readouts. They were fully charged, and threw them into the closet. It was cramped in there with tools and boxes of supplies. Sitting on one of the crates, I pulled up my shirt, exposing my bruised ribs. The aluminum light of the closet turned my skin sickly white. Using a microtome, I cut an incision in my belly below my lowest rib. There was little blood. I reached into the cut, found the 9-dimensional pouch, and drew it out between my index and middle fingers. I sprayed false skin over the wound. As I did, the artificial gravity cut off, and the lights went out. I slipped on my night vision eyelids, read the directions on the pouch, ripped it open, removed the soldier, and unfolded it. The body expanded, became fully 3-dimensional, and, in a minute, was floating naked before me. My first surprise. It was a woman, dark-skinned, slender. Her body was very beautiful. I leaned over her, covered her mouth with mine, and blew air into her lungs. She jerked convulsively and drew a shuddering breath, then stopped. Her eyelids fluttered, then opened. "Wake up," I said, drawing on my piezo suit. I slipped the force plate into the boot, strapped on the belt with blaster and supplies, shrugged into the backpack. "Put on this suit. No time to waste." She took in my face, the surroundings. From beyond the locker door, I heard the sounds of the commandos entering the engine room. "I am Brother Adlan," I whispered urgently. "You are a soldier of the Republican Guard?" As I spoke, I helped her into the skin suit. "Lieutenant Nahid Esfandiar. What's happening?" "We are in orbit over Helvetica, under attack by Caslonian commandos. We need to break out of here." "What weapons have we?" I handed her a blaster. "They will have accelerated perceptions. Can you speed yours?" Her glance passed over me, measuring me for a fool. "Done already." She sealed her suit and flipped down the faceplate on her helmet. I did not pay attention to her because as she spoke, all-seeing Liube spoke to me. 3 men beyond this door. In my mind, I saw the engine room and the 3 soldiers who were preparing to rip open the closet. I touched my helmet to hers and whispered to Nahid. "There are 3 of them outside. The leader is directly across from the door. He has a common blaster, on stun. To the immediate right, a meter away, one of the commandos has a pulse rifle. The 3rd, about to set the charge, has a pneumatic projector, probably with sleep gas. When they blow the door, I'll go high, you low. 3 meters to the cross corridor, down 1 level, and across starboard to the escape pod." Just then, the door to the closet was ripped open, and through it came a blast of sleep gas. But we were locked into our suits, helmets sealed. Our blaster beams, pink in the darkness, crossed as they emerged from the gloom of the closet. We dove through the doorway in 0G, bouncing off the bulkheads, blasters flaring. The commandos were just where the gods had told me they would be. I cut down one before we even cleared the doorway. Though they moved as quickly as we did, they were trying not to kill me, and the fact that there were two of us now took them by surprise. Nahid fired past my ear, taking out another. We ducked through the hatch and up the companionway. Two more commandos came from the control room at the end of the corridor. I was able to slice one of them before he could fire, but the other's stunner numbed my thigh. Nahid torched his head and grabbed me by the arm, hurling me around the corner into the cross passageway. Two more commandos guarded the hatchway to the escape pod. Nahid fired at them, killing one and wounding the other in a single shot. But instead of heading for the pod, she jerked me the other way, toward the umbilical to the Caslonian ship. "What are you doing?" I protested. "Shut up," she said. "They can hear us." Halfway across the umbilical, Nahid stopped, braced herself against one wall, raised her blaster, and, without hesitation, blew a hole in the wall opposite. The air rushed out. A klaxon sounded the pressure breach. Another commando appeared at the junction of the umbilical and the Caslonian ship. I burned him down, and we slipped through the gap into the space between the two ships. She grabbed my arm and pulled me around the hull of my own vessel. I realized what she intended. Grabbing chunks of ice, we pulled ourselves over the horizon of my ship until we reached the outside hatch of the escape pod. I punched in the access code. We entered the pod, and while Nahid sealed the hatch, I powered up and blasted us free of the ship before we had even buckled in. The pod shot toward the upper atmosphere. The commandos guarding the inner hatch were ejected into the vacuum behind us. Retrofire slammed us into our seats. I caught a glimpse of bodies floating in the chaos we'd left behind, before proton beams lanced out from the Caslonian raider, clipping the pod and sending us into a spin. "You couldn't manage this without me?" Nahid asked. "No sarcasm, please." I fought to steady the pod so the heat shields were oriented for atmosphere entry. We hit the upper atmosphere. For 20 minutes we were buffeted by the jet stream, and it got hot in the tiny capsule. I became very aware of Nahid's scent, sweat and a trace of rosewater. She must have put on perfume before she was folded into the packet that had been implanted in me. Her eyes moved slowly over the interior of the pod. "What is the date?" she asked. "The 19th of Cunegonde," I told her. The pod bounced violently, and drops of sweat flew from my forehead. 3 red lights flared on the board, but I could do nothing about them. "What year?" I saw that it would not be possible to keep many truths from her. "You have been suspended in 9 space for 60 years. The pod lurched again, a piece of the ablative shield tearing away. She sat motionless, taking in the loss of her entire life. A snatch of verse came to my lips, unbidden. "Our life is but a trifle, a child's toy abandoned by the road when we are called home." "Very poetic," she said. "Are we going to ride this pod all the way down? They probably have us on locator from orbit, and will vaporize it the minute it hits. I'd rather not be called home just now." "We'll eject at 10 kilometers. Here's your chute." When the heat of the re-entry had abated and we hit the troposphere, we blew the explosive bolts and shot free of the tumbling pod. Despite the thin air of the upper atmosphere, I was buffeted almost insensible, spinning like a prayer wheel. I lost sight of Nahid. I fell for a long time, but eventually managed to stabilize myself spread-eagled, dizzy, my stomach lurching. Below, the Jacobin Range stretched north to southwest under the rising sun. The snow-covered rock on the upper reaches folded like a discarded robe, and below, the thick forest climbing up to the tree line. Some minutes later, I witnessed the impressive flare of the pod striking just below the summit of one of the peaks, tearing a gash in the ice cover and sending up a plume of black smoke that was torn away by the wind. I tongued the trigger in my helmet, and with a nasty jerk, the airfoil chute deployed from my backpack. I could see Nahid's red chute some 500 meters below me. I steered toward her, hoping we could land near each other. The forested mountainside came up fast. I spotted a clearing on a ledge 2/3 of the way up the slope and made for it. But my burned shoulder wasn't working right, and I was coming in too fast. I caught a glimpse of Nahid's foil in the mountain scar ahead, but I wasn't going to reach her. At the last minute, I pulled up and skimmed the treetops, caught a boot against a top limb, flipped head over heels, and crashed into the foliage, coming to rest hanging upside down from the tree canopy. The suit's rigidity kept me from breaking any bones, but it took me 10 minutes to release the shrouds. I turned down the suit's inflex and took off my helmet to better see what I was doing. When I did, the limb supporting me broke, and I fell the last 10 meters through the trees, hitting another limb on the way down, knocking me out. I was woken by Nahid rubbing snow into my face. My paisano suit had been turned off, and the fabric was flexible again. Nahid leaned over me, supporting my head. "Can you move your feet?" she asked. My thigh still was numb from the stunner. I tried moving my right foot. Though I could not feel any response, I saw the boot twitch. So it would seem. Done with me, she let my head drop. "So, do you have some plan?" I pulled up my knees and sat up. My head ached. We were surrounded by the boles of the tall firs. Above our heads, the wind swayed the trees, but down here the air was calm, and sunlight filtered down in patches, moving over the packed fine brown needles of the forest floor. Nahid had pulled down my chute to keep it from advertising our position. She crouched on one knee and examined the charge indicator on her blaster. I got up and inventoried the few supplies we had. My suit's water reservoir, holding maybe a liter, 3 packs of Geechee crackers in the belt. Hers would have no more than that. We should get moving. The Caslonians will send a landing party, or notify the colonial government in Gulistan to send a security squad. And why should I care? You fought for the Republic against the Caslonians. When the war was lost and the Protectorate established, you had yourself folded. Didn't you expect to take up arms again when called back to life? You tell me that was 60 years ago. What happened to the rest of the Republican Guard? The Guard was wiped out in the final Caslonian assaults. And our folded battalion? The blistering roar of a flyer tore through the clear air above the trees. Nahid squinted up, eyes following the glittering ship. They're heading for where the pod hit. She pulled me to my feet, taking us downhill, perhaps in the hope of finding better cover in the denser forest near one of the mountain freshets. "No," I said. "Up the slope." "That's where they'll be. It can't be helped. We need to get to the monastery. We're on the wrong side of the mountains." I turned up the incline. After a moment, she followed. We stayed beneath the trees for as long as possible. The slope was not too steep at this altitude. The air was chilly, with dying patches of old snow in the shadows. Out in the direct sunlight, it would be hot until evening came. I had climbed these mountains 15 years before, an adolescent trying to find a way to live away from the world. As we moved, following the path of a small stream, the aches in my joints eased. We did not talk. I had not thought about what it would mean to wake this soldier, other than how she would help me in a time of extremity. There are no women in our order, and though we take no vow of celibacy, and some commerce takes place between brothers in their cells late at night, there is little opportunity for contact with the opposite sex. Nahid, despite her forbidding nature, was beautiful. Dark skin, black eyes, lustrous black hair cut short, the 3 parallel scars of her rank marking her left cheek. As a boy in Urashana, I had tormented my sleepless nights with visions of women as beautiful as she. In my short career as a constable, I had avidly pursued women, far less so. One of them had provoked the fight that had gotten me cashiered. The forest thinned as we climbed higher. Large folds of granite lay exposed to the open air, creased with fractures and holding pockets of earth where trees sprouted in groups. We had to circle around to avoid coming into the open, and even that would be impossible when the forest ended completely. I pointed us south, where Dundrahad Pass, dipping below 3,000 meters, cut through the mountains. We were without snowshoes or trekking gear, but I hoped that, given the summer temperatures, the pass would be clear enough to traverse in the night without getting ourselves killed. The skin suits we wore would be proof against the nighttime cold. We saw no signs of the Caslonians, but when we reached the tree line, we stopped to wait for darkness anyway. The air had turned colder, and a sharp wind blew down the pass from the other side of the mountains. We settled in a hollow beneath a patch of twisted scrub trees and waited out the declining sun. At the zenith, the first moon Mashid rode, waning gibbous. In the notch of the pass above and ahead of us, the second moon, Roshanak, rose. Small, glowing green, it moved perceptibly as it raced around the planet. I nibbled at some gichi, sipping water from my suit's reservoir. Nahid's eyes were shadowed. She scanned the slope. "We'll have to wait until Mashid sets before we move," Nahid said. "I don't want to be caught in the pass in its light. It will be hard for us to see where we're going." She didn't reply. The air grew colder. After a while, without looking at me, she spoke. "So what happened to my compatriots?" I saw no point in keeping anything from her. As the Caslonians consolidated their conquest, an underground of Republicans pursued a guerrilla war. 2 years later, they mounted an assault on the provincial capital in Kofarnahan. They unfolded your battalion to aid them and managed to seize the armory. But the Caslonians sent reinforcements and set up a siege. When the rebels refused to surrender, the Caslonians vaporized the entire city, hostages, citizens, and rebels alike. That was the end of the Republican Guard. Nahid's dark eyes watched me as I told her all this. The tightness of her lips held grim skepticism. "Yet here I am," she said. "I don't know how you came to be the possession of the order. Some refugee, perhaps. The masters, 60 years ago, debated what to do with you. Given the temperament of the typical guardsman, it was assumed that, had you been restored to life, you would immediately get yourself killed in assaulting the Caslonians, putting the order at risk. It was decided to keep you in reserve, in the expectation that, at some future date, your services would be useful. You monks were always fair-weather Democrats, ever your order over the welfare of the people, or even their freedom. So you betrayed the Republic. You do us an injustice. It was probably Javid who brought me, the lying monk attached to our unit." I recognized the name. Brother Javid, a bent, bald man of great age, had run the monastery kitchen. I had never thought twice about him. He had died a year after I joined the order. "Why do you think I was sent on this mission?" I told her. "We mean to set Helvetica free, and we shall do so, if we reach Sharishabs." "How do you propose to accomplish that? Do you want to see your monastery vaporized?" "They will not dare. I have something of theirs that they will give up the planet for. That's why they tried to board my ship rather than destroy it. That's why they didn't bother to disintegrate the escape pod when they might easily have shot us out of the sky. And this inestimably valuable item that you carry, it must be very small." "It's in my head. I have stolen the only copies of the foundational dramas." She looked at me. "So?" Her skepticism was predictable, but it still angered me. "So, they will gladly trade Helvetica's freedom for the return of the plays." She lowered her head, rubbed her brow with her hand. I could not read her. She made a sound, an intake of breath. For a moment, I thought she wept. Then she raised her head and laughed in my face. I fought an impulse to strike her. "Quiet!" She laughed louder. Her shoulders shook, and tears came to her eyes. I felt my face turn red. "You should have let me die with the others, in battle. You crazy priest." "Why do you laugh?" I asked her. "Do you think they would send ships to embargo Helvetican orbital space? Dispatch squads of soldiers and police if what I carry were not valuable to them?" "I don't believe in your fool's religion. Have you ever seen the plays performed?" "Once, when I was a girl. I saw the Archers Fall during the year-end festival in Tienkosh. I fell asleep." "They are the axis of human culture, the sacred stories of our race. We are human because of them. Through them the gods speak to us." "I thought you monks heard the gods talking to you directly. Didn't they tell you to run us directly into the face of the guard securing the escape pod? It's lucky you had me along to cut our way out of that umbilical, or we'd be dead up there now." "You might be dead. I would be in a sleep tank having my brain taken apart to retrieve these dramas." "There are no gods, just voices in your head. They tell you to do what you already want to do. If you think the commands of the gods are easy, then just try to follow them for a single day." We settled into an uncomfortable silence. The sun set, and the rings became visible in the sky, turned pink by the sunset in the west, rising silvery toward the zenith, where they were eclipsed by the planet's shadow. The light of the big moon still illuminated the open rock face before us. We would have a steep 300-meter climb above the tree line to the pass, then another couple of kilometers between the peaks in the darkness. "It's cold," I said after a while. Without saying anything, she reached out and tugged my arm. It took me a moment to realize that she wanted me to move next to her. I slid over, and we ducked our heads to keep below the wind. I could feel the taut muscles of her body beneath the skin suit. The paradox of our alienation hit me. We were both the products of the gods. She did not believe this truth, but truth does not need to be believed to prevail. Still, she was right that we had not escaped the orbiting commandos in the way I had expected. The great clockwork of the universe turned. Green Roshanak sped past Mashid, for a moment in transit, looking like the pupil of a god's observing eye, then set, and an hour later, Mashid followed her below the western horizon. The stars shone in all their glory, but it was as dark as it would get before Roshanak rose for the second time that night. It was time for us to take our chance and go. We came out of our hiding place and moved to the edge of the scrub. The broken granite of the peak rose before us, faint gray in starlight. We set out across the rock, climbing in places, striding across rubble fields, circling areas of ice and melting snow. In a couple of places we had to boost each other up, scrambling over boulders, finding hand and footholds in the vertical face where we were blocked. It was farther than I had estimated before the ground leveled, and we were in the pass. We were just cresting the last ridge, when glaring white light shone down on us, and an amplified voice called from above, "Do not move! Drop your weapons and lie flat on the ground!" I tongued my body into acceleration. In slow motion, Nahid crouched, raised her blaster, arm extended, sighted on the flyer, and fired. I hurled my body into hers and threw her aside just as the return fire of projectile weapons splattered the rock where she had been into fragments. In my head, kind Eurynomy insisted, "Back. We will show you the way." "This way." I dragged Nahid over the edge of the rock face we had just climbed. It was a 3-meter drop to the granite below. I landed hard, and she fell on my chest, knocking the wind from me. Around us burst a hail of sleep gas pellets. In trying to catch my breath, I caught a whiff of the gas, and my head whirled. Nahid slid her helmet down over her face and did the same for me. From above us came the sound of the flyer touching down. Nahid started for the tree line, limping. She must have been hit or injured in our fall. I pulled her to our left, along the face of the rock. "Where?" she began. "Shut up," I grunted. The commandos hit the ledge behind us, but the flyer had its searchlight aimed at the trees, and the soldiers followed the light. The fog of sleep gas gave us some cover. We scuttled along the granite shelf until we were beyond the entrance to the pass. By this time I had used whatever reserves of energy my body could muster and passed into normal speed. I was exhausted. "Over the mountain?" Nahid asked. "We can't." "Under it," I said. I forced my body into motion, searching in the darkness for the cleft in the rock which, in the moment of the flyer attack, the gods had shown me. And there it was, 2 dark pits above a vertical fissure in the granite, like an impassive face. We climbed up the few meters to the brink of the cleft. Nahid followed, slower now, dragging her right leg. "Are you badly hurt?" I asked her. "Keep going." I levered my shoulder under her arm and helped her along the ledge. Down in the forest, the lights of the commandos flickered, while a flyer hovered above, beaming bright white radiance down between the trees. Once inside the cleft, I let her lean against the wall. Beyond the narrow entrance, the way widened. I used my suit flash, and moving forward, found an oval chamber of 3 meters with a sandy floor. Some small bones gave proof that a predator had once used this cave for a lair. But at the back, a small passage gaped. I crouched and followed it deeper. "Where are you going?" Nahid asked. "Come with me." The passage descended for a space, then rose. I emerged into a larger space. My flash showed not a natural cave, but a chamber of dressed rock, and opposite us, a metal door. It was just as my vision had said. "What is this?" Nahid asked in wonder. "A tunnel under the mountain." I took off my helmet and spoke the words that would open the door. The ancient mechanism began to hum. With a fall of dust, a gap appeared at the side of the door, and it slid open. The door closed behind us with a disturbing finality, wrapping us in the silence of a tomb. We found ourselves in a corridor at least twice our height, and 3 times that in width. Our lights showed walls smooth as plaster, but when I laid my hand on one, it proved to be cut from the living rock. Our boots echoed on the polished but dusty floor. The air was stale, unbreathed by human beings for unnumbered years. I made Nahid sit. "Rest," I said. "Let me look at that leg." Though she complied, she kept her blaster out, and her eyes scanned our surroundings warily. "Did you know of this?" "No. The gods told me, just as we were caught in the pass." "Praise be to the Pujmani in order." I could not tell if there was any sarcasm in her voice. A trickle of blood ran down her boot from the wound of a projectile gun. I opened the seam of her suit, cleaned the wound with antiseptic from my suit's first aid kit, and bandaged her leg. "Can you walk?" I asked. She gave me a tight smile. "Lead on, Brother Adlan." We moved along the hall. Several smaller corridors branched off, but we kept to the main way. Periodically, we came across doors, most of them closed. One gaped open upon a room where my light fell on a garage of wheeled vehicles, sitting patiently in long rows, their windows thick with dust. In the corner of the room, a fracture in the ceiling had let in a steady drip of water that had corroded the vehicle beneath it into a mass of rust. Along the main corridor, our lights revealed hieroglyphics carved above doorways, dead oval spaces on the wall that might once have been screens or windows. We must have gone a kilometer or more when the corridor ended suddenly in a vast cavernous opening. Our lights were lost in the gloom above. A ramp led down to an underground city, buildings of gracious curves, apartments like heaps of grapes stacked upon a table, halls whose walls were so configured that they resembled a huge garment discarded in a bedroom. We descended into the streets. The walls of the buildings were figured in abstract designs of immense intricacy, fractal patterns from immense to microscopic, picked out by the beams of our flashlights. Colored tiles, bits of glass and mica. Many of the buildings were no more than sets of walls demarcating space, with horizontal trellises that must once have held plants above them rather than roofs. Here and there, outside what might have been cafes, tables and benches rose out of the polished floor. We arrived in a broad square with low buildings around it, centered on a dry fountain. The immense figures of a man, a woman, and a child dominated the center of the dusty reservoir. Their eyes were made of crystal and stared blindly across their abandoned city. Weary beyond words, hungry, bruised, we settled against the rim of the fountain and made to sleep. The drawn skin about her eyes told me of Nahid's pain. I tried to comfort her, made her rest her legs, elevated on my own. We slept. When I woke, Nahid was already up, changing the dressing on her bloody leg. The ceiling of the cave had lit, and a pale light shone down, making an early Arctic dawn over the dead city. "How is your leg?" I asked. "Better. Do you have any more anodynes?" I gave her what I had. She took them and sighed. After a while, she asked, "Where did the people go?" "They left the universe. They grew beyond the need of matter and space. They became gods. You know the story. The ones who made this place were people like you and me. You and I are the descendants of the recreation of a second human race, 3 million years after the first ended in apotheosis, or of the ones left behind, or banished back into the material world by the gods for some great crime." Nahid rubbed her boot above the bandaged leg. "Which is it? Which child's tale do you expect me to believe?" "How do you think I found the place? The gods told me, and here it is. Our mission is important to them, and they are seeing that we succeed. Justice is to be done." "Justice? Tell the starving child about justice, the misborn and the dying. I would rather be the random creation of colliding atoms than subject to the whim of some transhumans, no more godlike than I am." "You speak out of bitterness. If they are gods, they are responsible for the horror that occurs in the world. So they are evil. Why otherwise would they allow things to be as they are?" To say that is to speak out of the limitations of our vision. We can't see the outcome of events. We're too close. But the gods see how all things will eventuate. Time is a landscape to them. All at once they see the acorn, the seedling, the ancient oak, the woodsman who cuts it, the fire that burns the wood, and the smoke that rises from the fire. And so they led us to this place. Did they lead the bullet to find my leg? Did they lead your order to place me on a shelf for a lifetime? Separate me from every person I loved? Nahid's voice rose. "Please save me your theatrical prattle." Theatrical? Impressive vocabulary for a soldier. But you... A scraping noise came from behind us. I turned to find that the giant male figure in the center of the fountain had moved. As I watched, its hand jerked another few centimeters. Its foot pulled free of its setting, and it stepped down from the pedestal into the empty basin. We fell back from the fountain. The statue's eyes glowed a dull orange. Its lips moved, and it spoke in a voice like the scraping together of two files. "Do not flee, little ones." Nahid let fly a shot from her blaster, which ricocheted off the shoulder of the metal man and scarred the ceiling of the cave. I pulled her away, and we crouched behind a table before an open-sided building at the edge of the square. The statue raised its arms in appeal. "Your shoes are untied," it said in its ghostly rasp. "We know why you are here. It seems to you that your lives hang in the balance, and of course you value your lives. As you should, dear ones. But I, who have no soul, and therefore no ability to care, can tell you that the appetites that move you are entirely transitory. The world you live in is a game. You do not have a ticket." "Quite mad," Nahid said. "Our shoes have no laces." "But it's also true. They are therefore untied," I said. "And we have no tickets." I called out to the metal man. "Are you a god?" "I am no god," the metal man said. "The gods left behind the better part of themselves when they abandoned matter. The flyer lies on its side in the woods. Press the silver pentagon. You must eat, but you must not eat too much. Here is food." The shop behind us lit up, and in a moment the smell of food wafted from within. I slid over to the entrance. On a table inside, under warm light, were 2 plates of rice and vegetables. "He's right," I told Nahid. "I'm not going to eat that food. Where did it come from? It's been thousands of years without a human being here." "Come," I said. I drew her inside and made her join me at the table. I tasted. The food was good. Nahid sat warily, facing out to the square, blaster a centimeter from her plate. The metal man sat on the plaza stones, cross-legged, ducking its massive head in order to watch us. After a few moments, it began to croon. Its voice was a completely mechanical sound, but the tune it sang was sweet, like a peasant song. I cannot convey to you the strangeness of sitting in that ancient restaurant, eating food conjured fresh out of nothing by ancient machines, listening to the music of creatures who might have been a different species from us. When its song was ended, the metal man spoke. "If you wish to know someone, you need only observe that on which he bestows his care, and what sides of his own nature he cultivates." It lifted its arm and pointed at Nahid. Its finger stretched almost to the door. I could see the pattern of corrosion on that metal digit. "If left to the gods, you will soon die." The arm moved, and it pointed at me. "You must live, but you must not live too much. Take this." The metal man opened the curled fingers of its hand, and in its huge palm was a small, round, metallic device the size of an apple. I took it. Black and dense, it filled my hand completely. "Thank you," I said. The man stood and returned to the empty fountain, climbed onto the central pedestal, and resumed its position. There it froze. Had we not been witness to it, I could never have believed it had moved. Nahid came out of her musing over the man's sentence of her death. She lifted her head. "What is that thing?" I examined the sphere, surface covered in pentagonal facets of dull metal. "I don't know." In one of the buildings, we found some old furniture, cushions of metallic fabric that we piled together as bedding. We huddled together and slept. "Selene, hear that vessel that docks above? It marks the end of our lives, and the beginning of our torment." "Stoic. Death comes, and then it's gone. Who knows what lies beyond that event horizon? Our life is but a trifle, a child's toy abandoned by the road when we are called home." "Selene, home? You might well hope it's so, but—" Alarms off stage. Enter a god. God. "The hull is breached. You must fly." In the night I woke, chasing away the wisps of a dream. The building we were in had no ceiling, and faint light from the cavern roof filtered down upon us. In our sleep we had moved closer together, and Nahid's arm lay over my chest, her head next to mine, her breath brushing my cheek. I turned my face to her, centimeters away. Her face was placid, her eyelashes dark and long. As I watched her, her eyelids fluttered and she awoke. She did not flinch at my closeness, but simply soberly looked into my own eyes for what seemed like a very long time. I leaned forward and kissed her. She did not pull away, but kissed me back strongly. She made a little moan in her throat, and I pulled her tightly to me. We made love in the empty ancient city, her fingers entwined with mine, arms taut, shadow of my torso across her breast, hard, shuddering breath, her lips on my chest, smell of her sweat and mine, my palm brushing her abdomen, the feeling of her dark skin against mine, her quiet laugh. "Your leg," I said as we lay in the darkness, spent. "What about it? Did I hurt you?" She laughed again, lightly. "Now you ask. You are indeed all man." In the morning we took another meal from the ancient restaurant, food that had been manufactured from raw molecules while we waited, or perhaps stored somewhere for millennia. We left by the corridor opposite the one by which we had entered, heading for the other side of the mountain range. Nahid limped, but made no complaint. The passage ended in another door, beyond which a cave twisted upward. In one place, the ceiling of the cave had collapsed, and we had to crawl on our bellies over rubble through the narrow gap it had left. The exit was onto a horizontal shelf overgrown with trees, well below the pass. It was mid-morning. A misting rain fell across the Sharishab's valley. In the distance, hazed by clouds of mist, I caught a small gleam of the white buildings of the monastery on the penitence ridge. I pointed it out to Nahid. We scanned the mountainside below us, searching for the forest road. Nahid found the thread of the road before I. "No sign of the Caslonians," she said. "They're guarding the pass on the other side of the mountain, searching the woods there for us." We descended the slope, picking our way through the trees toward the road. The mist left drops of rain on our skin suits, but did not in any way slow us. My spirits rose. I could see the end of this adventure in sight, and wondered what would happen to Nahid then. "What will you do when we get to the monastery?" I asked her. "I think I'll leave as soon as I can. I don't want to be there when the Caslonians find out you've reached your order with the plays." "They won't do anything. The gods hold the monastery in their hands." "Let us hope they don't drop it." She would die soon, the statue had said, if left to the gods. But what person was not at the mercy of the gods? Still, she would be much more at risk alone, away from the order. "What about your leg?" I asked. "Do you have a clinic there?" "Yes. I'll take an exoskeleton and some painkillers and be on my way." "Where will you go?" "Wherever I can. But you don't even know what's happened in the last 60 years. What can you do? Maybe my people are still alive. That's where I'll go. The town where I grew up. Perhaps I'll find someone who remembers me. Maybe I'll find my own grave." "Don't go." She strode along more aggressively. I could see her wince with each step. "Look, I don't care about your monastery. I don't care about these plays. Mostly, I don't care about you. Give me some painkillers and an exo, and I'll be gone." That ended our conversation. We walked on in silence through the woods, me brooding, she limping along, grimacing. We found the forest road. Here the land fell away sharply, and the road, hardly more than a gravel track, switchbacked severely as we made our way down the mountainside. We met no signs of pursuit. Though the rain continued, the air warmed as we moved lower, and beads of sweat trickled down my back under the skin suit. The boots I wore were not meant for hiking, and by now my feet were sore, my back hurt. I could only imagine how bad it was for Nahid. I had worked for years to manage my appetites, and yet I could not escape images of our night together. With a combination of shame and desire, I wanted her still. I did not think I could go back to being just another monk. The order had existed long before the Caslonian conquest, and would long outlast it. I was merely a cell passing through the body of this immortal creation. What did the gods want from me? What was to come of all this? At the base of the trail, the road straightened, following the course of the river Sharashabs up the valley. Ahead rose the plateau, the gleaming white buildings of the monastery clearly visible now. The ornamental gardens, the terraced fields tended by the order for millennia. I could almost taste the sweet oranges and pomegranates. It would be good to be back home, a place where I could hide away from the world and figure out exactly what was in store for me. I wouldn't mind being hailed as a hero, the liberator of our people, like Stoichik himself, who took the place from the hands of the gods. The valley sycamores and aspens rustled with the breeze. The afternoon passed. We stopped by the stream and drank, rested, then continued. We came to a rise in the road where it twisted to climb the plateau. Signs here of travel, ruts of iron wheels where people from the villages drove supplies to the monastery. Pilgrims passed this way, though there was no sign of anyone today. We made a turn in the road, and I heard a yelp behind me. I turned to find Nahid struggling in the middle of the road. At first, I thought she was suffering a seizure. Her body writhed and jerked. Then I realized, from the slick of rain deflected from his form, that she was being assaulted by a person in an invisibility cloak. This understanding had only flashed through my mind when I was thrown to the ground by an unseen hand. I kicked out wildly, and my boot made contact. Gravel sprayed beside me where my attacker fell. I slipped into accelerated mode, kicked him again, rolled away, and dashed into the woods. Above me, I heard the whine of an approaching flyer. "Run!" It was the voice of Horus, god of sun and moon. I ran. The commandos did not know these woods the way I did. I had spent 10 years exploring them, playing games of hide and hunt in the night with my fellow novices. I knew I could find my way to the monastery without them capturing me. And the heat? Clearly, this was her spoken-of death. No doubt it had already taken place. Or perhaps they wouldn't kill her immediately, but would torture her, assuming she knew something, or even if they knew she didn't, taking some measure of revenge on her body. It was the lot of a Republican guard to receive such treatment. She would even expect it. The order comes first. Every second took me farther from the road, away from the Caslonians. But after a minute of hurrying silently through the trees, I felt something heavy in my hand. I stopped. Without realizing it, I had taken the object the metal man had given me out of my belt pouch. She would not want you to return. The freedom of her people comes before her personal safety. I circled back and found them in the road. The flyer had come down athwart the road. The soldiers had turned off their cloaks. 3 men garbed head to toe in the matte gray of light deflection suits. 2 soldiers had Nahid on her knees in the drizzle, her hands tied behind her back. One jerked her head back by her hair, holding a knife to her throat while an officer asked her questions. The officer slapped her, whipping the back of his gloved hand across her face. I moved past them through the woods, sound of rain on the foliage, still holding the metal sphere in my hand. The flyer sat only a few meters into the road. I crouched there, staring at the uncouth object. I rotated it in my palm until I found the surface pentagon that was silvered. I depressed this pentagon until it clicked. Then I flipped it out into the road, under the landing pads of the flyer, and fell back. It was not so much an explosion as a vortex, warping the flyer into an impossible shape, throwing it off the road. As it spun, the pilot was tossed from the cockpit, his uniform flaring in electric blue flame. The 3 men with Nahid were sucked off their feet by the dimensional warp. They jerked their heads toward the screaming pilot. The officer staggered to his feet, took 2 steps toward him, and one of the men followed. By that time, I had launched myself into the road and slammed my bad shoulder into the small of the back of the man holding Nahid. I seized his rifle and fired, killing the officer and the other soldier, then the one I had just laid flat. The pilot was rolling in the gravel to extinguish the flames. I stepped forward calmly and shot him in the head. Acrid black smoke rose from the crushed flyer, which lay on its side in the woods. Nahid was bleeding from a cut on her neck. She held her palm against the wound, but the blood seeped steadily from between her fingers. I gathered her up and dragged her into the woods before reinforcements could arrive.
"Thank you,"
Nahid gasped, her eyes large and fixed on me. We limped off into the trees. Nahid was badly hurt, but I knew where we were, and I managed, through that difficult night, to get us up the pilgrim's trail to the monastery. By the time we reached the iron door we called the Mud Gate, she had lost consciousness and I was carrying her. Her blood was all over us, and I could not tell if she yet breathed. We novices had used this gate many times to sneak out of the monastery, to play martial games in the darkness, explore the woods, and pretend we were ordinary men. Men who, when they desired something, had only to take it. Men who were under no vow of nonviolence. Here I had earned a week's fast by bloodying the nose, in a fit of temper, of Brother Tidhar. Now I returned, unrepentant over the number of men I had killed in the last days, a man who had disobeyed the voice of a god, hoping to save Nahid before she bled out. Brother Prama was the first to greet me. He looked at me with shock. "Who is this?" he asked. "This is a friend, a soldier. Nahid. Quickly, she needs care." Together we took her to the clinic. Prama ran off to inform the master. Our physician, Brother Nostrict, sealed her throat wound and gave her new blood. I held her hand. She did not regain consciousness. Soon, one of the novices arrived to summon me to Master Darius's chambers. Although I was exhausted, I hurried after him through the warren of corridors, up the tower steps. I unbelted my blaster and handed it to the novice. He seemed distressed to hold the destructive device, and entered the room. Beyond the broad window that formed the far wall of the chamber, dawn stained the sky pink. Master Darius held out his arms. I approached him, humbly bowed my head, and he embraced me. The warmth of his large body enfolding me was an inexpressible comfort. He smelled of cinnamon. He let me go, held me at arm's length, and smiled. The kosode he wore I recognized as one I had sewn myself. "I cannot tell you how good it is to see you, Adlan." "I have the plays," I announced. "The behavior of our Caslonian masters has been proof enough of that," he replied. His broad, plain face was somber as he told me of the massacre in Radnapuja, where the colonial government had held 6,000 citizens hostage, demanding the bodily presentation, alive, of the foul villain, the man without honor or soul, the sacrilegious terrorist who had stolen the foundational plays. 6,000 dead? "They won't be the last," the master said. "The plays have been used as a weapon, as a means of controlling us. The beliefs which they embody work within the minds and souls of every person on this planet. They work even on those who are unbelievers. Nahid is an unbeliever." "Nahid? She is this soldier whom you brought here?" "The Republican Guard you sent with me. She doesn't believe, but she has played her role in bringing me here." Master Darius poured me a glass of fortifying spirits and handed it to me as if he were a novice and I the master. He sat in his great chair, had me sit in the chair opposite, and bade me recount every detail of the mission. I did so. "It is indeed miraculous that you have come back alive," Master Darius mused. "Had you died, the plays would have been lost forever." "The gods would not allow such a sacrilege." "Perhaps. You carry the only copies in your mind. Indeed, I have even quoted them to Nahid. Not at any length, I hope. I laughed at his jest. But now we can free Helvetica, I said. Before any further innocents are killed, you must contact the Caslonian colonial government and tell them we have the plays. Tell them they must stop, or we will destroy them. Master Darius held up his hand and looked at me piercingly. I had seen this gesture many times in his tutoring of me. First, let me ask you some questions about your tale. You tell me that, when you first came to consciousness after stealing the plays in the imperial city, a god told you to run. Yet to run in the Caslonian capital is only to attract unwelcome attention. Yes, Bishamon must have wanted to hurry my escape. But when you reached the Port Bazaar, the god told you to stop and enter the restaurant. You run to attract attention, and dawdle long enough to allow time for you to be caught. Does this make sense? My fatigue made it difficult for me to think. What point was the master trying to make? Perhaps I was not supposed to stop, I replied. It was my own weakness. I was hungry. Then, later, you tell me that when the commandos boarded your ship, you escaped by following Nahid's lead. Not the word of the gods. Liu Bei let us out of the engine room. I think this is a matter of my misinterpreting. And this metal man you encountered in the ancient city, did he in fact say that the gods would have seen Nahid dead? The statue said many mad things. Yet the device he gave you was the agent of her salvation. I used it for that. Out of shame, I had not told Master Darius that I had disobeyed the command of the god who told me to flee. Many paradoxes. The master took a sip from his own glass. So, if we give the plays back, what will happen then? Then Helvetica will be free. And after that? After that, we can do as we wish. The Caslonians would not dare to violate a holy vow. The gods would punish them. They know that. They are believers, as are we. Yes, they are believers. They would obey any compact they made, for fear of the wrath of the gods. They believe what you hold contained in your mind, Adlan, is true. So, as you say, you must give them to me now, and I will see to their disposition. Their disposition? How will you see to their disposition? That is not something for you to worry about, my son. You have done well, and you deserve all our thanks. Brother Ishmael will see to unburdening you of the great weight you carry. A silence ensued. I knew it was a sign of my dismissal. I must go to Brother Ishmael, but I did not rise. What will you do with them? Master Darius's brown eyes lay steady on me, and quiet. You have always been my favorite. I think perhaps you know what I intend. I pondered our conversation. You're going to destroy them. Perhaps I was wrong not to have you destroy them the minute you gained access to the archives, but at that time I had not come to these conclusions. But the wrath of the Caslonians will know no limit. We will be exterminated. We may be exterminated, and Helvetica remain in chains. But once these plays are destroyed, never to be recovered, then humanity will begin to be truly free. This metal man, you say, told you the gods left the better part of themselves behind. That is profoundly true. Yet there is no moment when they cease to gaze over our shoulders. Indeed, if we are ever to be free human beings, and not puppets jerked about by unseen forces, which may or may not exist, the gods must go. And the beginning of that process is the destruction of the foundational plays. I did not know how to react. In my naivete, I said, "This does not seem right." "I assure you, my son, that it is. If we destroy the plays, it will be the last thing we ever do." "Of course not. Time will not stop." "Time may not stop," I said, "but it might as well. Any things that happen after the loss of the gods will have no meaning." Master Darius rose from his chair and moved toward his desk. "You are tired, and very young," he said, his back to me. "I have lived in the shadow of the gods far longer than you have." He reached over his desk, opened a drawer, took something out, and straightened. "He's lying." It seemed to me to be the voice of Inti himself. I stood. I felt surpassing weariness, but I moved silently. In my boot, I still carried the force knife I had stolen from the restaurant on Caslon. I drew out the hilt, switched on the blade, and approached the master just as he began to turn. When he faced me, he had a blaster in his hands. He was surprised to find me so close to him. His eyes went wide as I slipped the blade into his belly below his lowest rib. "Stoichik. Here ends our story. Let no more be said of our fall. Mark the planting of this seed. The tree that grows in this place will bear witness to our deeds. No other witness shall we have." Selene. I would not depart with any other, my love. Keep alive whatever word may permit us to move forward. Leaving all else behind, we must allow the world to come to us. The Caslonian government capitulated within a week after we contacted them. Once they began to withdraw their forces from the planet, and a provisional government for the Helvetican Republic was re-established in Astara, I underwent the delicate process of downloading the foundational dramas from my mind. The abandonment was once again embodied in a crystal, which was presented to the Caslonian legate in a formal ceremony on the anniversary of the rebirth of man. The ceremony took place on a bright day in midsummer in that city of 1,000 spires. Sunlight flooded the streets, where citizens in vibrant colored robes danced and sang to the music of bagpipes. Pennants in purple and green flew from those spires. Children hung out of second-story school windows, shaking snowstorms of confetti on the parades. The smell of incense wafted down from the great temple, and across the sky flyers drew intricate patterns with lines of colored smoke. Nahid and I were there on that day, though I did not take a leading role in the ceremony, preferring to withdraw to my proper station. In truth, I am not a significant individual. I have only served the gods. I left the order as soon as the negotiations were completed. At first, the brothers were appalled by my murder of Master Darius. I explained to them that he had gone mad and intended to kill me in order to destroy the plays. There was considerable doubt, but when I insisted that we follow through with the plan as the master had presented it to the brothers before sending me on my mission, they seemed to take my word about his actions. The success of our thieving enterprise overshadowed the loss of the great leader, and indeed has contributed to his legend, making of him a tragic figure. A drama has been written of his life and death, and the liberation of Helvetica. Last night, Nahid and I, with our children and grandchildren, watched it performed in the square of the town where we set up the tailor shop that has been the center of our lives for the last 40 years. Seeing the events of my youth played out on the platform, in their comedy and tragedy, hazard and fortune, calls again to my mind the question of whether I have deserved the blessings that have fallen to me ever since that day. I have not heard the voices of the gods since I slipped the knife into the belly of the man who taught me all that I knew of grace. the rapid decline of the Caslonian Empire, and the Helvetican Renaissance that has led to our current prosperity. All date from that moment in his chambers, when I ended his plan to free men from belief and duty. The people, joyous on their knees in the temples of 12 planets, give praise to the gods for their deliverance. Listen, hear, and obey. Soon I will rest beneath the earth, like the metal man who traduced the gods, though less likely than he ever to walk again. If I have done wrong, it is not for me to judge. I rest, my lover's hand in mine, in the expectation of no final word. Useless Things. Maureen F. McHugh. Here's a story set maybe a decade from now at most, if the economic recovery falters and fails. A quiet but deeply human story about a woman in an impoverished world struggling to get by, while at the same time somehow hold on to her basic humanity. Maureen F. McHugh made her first sale in 1989 and has since made a powerful impression on the SF world with a relatively small body of work, becoming one of today's most respected writers. In 1992, she published one of the year's most widely acclaimed and talked about first novels, China Mountain Zhang, which won the Locus Award for Best First Novel, the Lambda Literary Award, and the James Tiptree Jr. Memorial Award, and which was named a New York Times notable book, as well as being a finalist for the Hugo and Nebula Awards. Her story, The Lincoln Train, won her a Nebula Award. Her other books, including the novels Half the Day is Night, Mission Child, and Necropolis, have been greeted with similar enthusiasm. Her powerful short fiction has appeared in Asimov's Science Fiction, the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Starlight, Eclipse, Alternate Warriors, Aladdin, Killing Me Softly, and other markets, and has been collected in Mothers and Other Monsters. She lives in Austin, Texas, with her husband, her son, and a golden retriever named Hudson.
Senora?
The man standing at my screen door is travel-stained. Migrant, up from Mexico. The dogs haven't heard him come up, but now they erupt in a frenzy of barking to make up for their oversight. I am sitting at the kitchen table, painting a doll, waiting for the timer to tell me to get doll parts curing in the oven in the workshed. "Hudson! Abby!" I shout, but they don't pay any attention. The man steps back. "Do you have work?" "I can. The weeds." He gestures. He is short-legged, long from waist to shoulder. He's probably headed for the Great Lakes area, the place in the U.S. with the best supply of fresh water and the most need of farm labor. Behind him is my back plot, with the garden running up to the privacy fence. The sky is just starting to pink up with dawn. At this time of year, I do a lot of my work before dawn and late in the evening, when it's not hot. That's probably when he has been traveling too. I show him the cistern and set him to weeding. I show him where he can plug in his phone to recharge it. I have internet radio on. Elvis Presley died 45 years ago today, and they're playing "You're So Square, Baby, I Don't Care." I go inside and get him some bean soup. Hobos used to mark codes to tell other hobos where to stop and where to keep going. Teeth to signify a mean dog. A triangle with hands meant that the homeowner had a gun and might use it. A cat meant a nice lady. Today, the men use websites and bulletin boards that they follow, when they can, with cheap smartphones. Somewhere I'm on a site as a nice lady, or whatever they say today. The railroad runs east of here, and it's sometimes the last spot where trains slow down before they get to the big yard in Berlin. Men come up the Rio Grande hoping to hop the train. I don't like it. I was happy to give someone a meal when I felt anonymous. Handing a bowl of soup to someone who may not have eaten for a few days was an easy way to feel good about myself. That didn't mean I wanted to open a migrant restaurant. I live by myself. Being an economic refugee doesn't make people kind and good, and I feel as if having my place on some website makes me vulnerable. The dogs may bark like fools, but Hudson is some cross between Border Collie and Golden Retriever, and Abby is mostly Black Lab. They are sweet mutts, not good protection dogs. And it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. I wake at night sometimes now, thinking someone is in my house. Abby sleeps on the other side of the bed, and Hudson sleeps on the floor. Where I live, it is brutally dark at night, unless there's a moon. No one wastes power on lights at night. My house is small, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a family room. I lean over and shake Hudson on the floor, wake him up. "Who's here?" I whisper. Abby sits up, but neither of them hear anything. They pad down the hall with me into the dark front room, and I peer through the window into the shadowy back lot. I wait for them to bark. Many a night, I don't go back to sleep. But the man at my door this morning weeds my garden and accepts my bowl of soup and some flour tortillas. He thanks me gravely. He picks up his phone, charging off my system, and shows me a photo of a woman and a child. "My wife and baby," he says. I nod. I don't particularly want to know about his wife and baby, but I can't be rude. I finished assembling the doll I am working on. I've painted her, assembled all the parts, and hand-rooted all her hair. She is rather cuter than I like. Customers can mix and match parts off of my website. This face with the eye color of their choice. Hands curled one way or another. A mix-and-match doll costs about what the migrant will make in 2 weeks. A few customers want custom dolls and send images to match. Add a 0 to the cost. I am dressing the doll when Abby leaps up, happily roo-rooing. I start, standing, and drop the doll dangling in my hand by one unshod foot. It hits the floor head first with a thump, and the man gasps in horror. "It's a doll," I say. I don't know if he understands, but he realizes. He covers his mouth with his hand and laughs. Nervous. I scoop the doll off the floor. I make reborns, dolls that look like newborn infants. The point is to make them look almost, but not quite real. People prefer them a little cuter, a little more perfect than the real thing. I like them best when there is something a little strange, a little off about them. I like them as ugly as most actual newborns, with some aspect that suggests ontology recapitulating phylogeny, that a developing fetus starts as a single-celled organism and then develops to look like a tiny fish, before passing in stages into its final animal shape. The old theory of ontology recapitulating phylogeny, that the development of the human embryo follows the evolutionary path, is false, of course. But I prefer that my babies remind us that we are really animals, that they be ancient and a little grotesque, tiny changelings in our house. I am equally pleased to think of Thanksgiving turkeys as a kind of dinosaur gracing a holiday table. It is probably why I live alone. "Que bonita," he says. How beautiful. "Gracias," I say. He has brought me the empty bowl. I take it and send him on his way. I check my email, and I have an order for a special, a reborn made to order. It's from a couple in Chicago, Rachel and Ella Mazer. I have always assumed that it is Rachel who emails me, But the emails never actually identify who is typing. There is a photo attached of an infant. This wouldn't be strange, except this is the third request in 3 years I have had for exactly this same doll. The dolls are expensive, especially the specials. I went to art school and then worked as a sculptor for a toy company for a few years. I didn't make dolls. I made action figures, especially alien figures and spaceships from the Kinetics movies. A whole generation of boys grew up imprinting on toys I had sculpted. When the craze for Kinetics passed, the company laid off lots of people, including me. The whole economy was coming apart at the seams. I had been lucky to have a job for as long as I did. I moved to New Mexico because I loved it and it was cheap. And I tried to do sculpting freelance. I worked at a big box store. Like so many people, my life went into free fall. I bought this place, a little ranch house that had gone into foreclosure, in a place where no one was buying anything, and boarded-up houses fall in on themselves, like mouths without teeth. It was the last of my savings. I started making dolls as a stopgap. I get by, between the little bit of money from the dolls and the garden I can eat, which is more than some people. A special will give me money for property tax. My cistern is getting low, and there is no rain coming until the monsoon in June, which is a long way from now. If it's like last year, we won't get enough rain to fill the cistern anyway. I could pay for the water truck to make a delivery. But I don't like this. When I put the specials on my website, I thought about it as a way to make money. I had seen it on another doll site. I am a trained sculptor. I didn't think about why people would ask for specials. Some people ask me to make infant dolls of their own children. If my mother had bought an infant version of me, I'd have found it pretty disturbing. One woman bought a special modeled on herself. She wrote me long emails about how her mother had been a narcissist, a monster, and how she was going to symbolically mother herself. Her husband was a mayor of a city in California, which was how she could afford to have a replica of her infant self. Her emails made me uncomfortable, which I resented. So eventually I passed her on to another doll maker who made toddlers. I figured she could nurture herself up through all the stages of childhood. Her reborn was very cute, more attractive than she was in the image she sent. She never commented. I don't know that she ever realized. I suspect the Mazers fall into another category. I have gotten 3 requests from people who have lost an infant. I tell myself that there is possibly something healing in recreating your dead child as a doll. Each time I have gotten one of these requests, I have very seriously considered taking the specials off my website. Property tax payments, water in the cistern. If the Mazers lost a child, and I don't know that they did, but I have a feeling that I can't shake, it was bad enough that they want a replica. Then, a year ago, I got a request for the second. I thought that maybe Rachel, if it is Rachel who emails me, not Ellum, had meant to send a different image. I sent back an email saying, were they sure that she had sent the right image? The response was terse. They were sure. I sent them an email saying if something had happened, I could do repairs. The response was equally terse. They wanted me to make one. I searched them online, but could find out nothing about the Mazers of Chicago. They didn't have a presence online. Who had money but no presence online? Were they organized crime? Just very, very private? Now a third doll. I don't answer the email. Not yet. Instead, I take my laptop out to the shed. Inside the shed is my oven for baking the doll parts between coats of paint. I plug in the computer to recharge and park it on a shelf above eye level. I have my parts cast by Tony in Ohio, an old connection from my days in the toy industry. He makes my copper molds and rotocasts the parts. Usually, though, the specials are a one-off, and he sends me the copper supermaster of the head, so he doesn't have to store it. I rummage through my molds and find the head from the last time I made this doll. I set it on the shelf and look at it. I rough sculpt the doll parts in clay, then do a plaster cast of the clay mold. Then from that I make a wax model, looking like some Victorian memorial of an infant that died of jaundice. I have my own recipe for the wax, commercial wax and paraffin and talc. I could tint it pink. Most people do. I just like the way they look. I do the fine sculpting and polishing on the wax model. I carefully pack and ship the model to Tony, and he casts the copper mold. The process is nasty and toxic, not something I can do myself. For the regular dolls, he does a short run of 100 or so parts in PVC, vinyl, and ships them to me. He keeps those molds in case I need more. For the head of a special, he sends me back a single cast head and the mold. All of the detail is on the inside of the mold. Outside is only the rough outline of the shape. Infants' heads are long from forehead to back of the skull. Their faces are tiny and low. Their jaws like pork chop bones. They are marvelous and strange mechanisms. At about 7, I hear Sherry's truck. The dogs erupt. Sherry and Ed live about 1.5 miles up the road. They have a little dairy goat operation. Sherry is 6 months pregnant and goes into Albuquerque to see an obstetrician. Her dad works at Sandia Labs and makes decent money, so her parents are paying for her medical care. It's a long drive in and back. The truck is old, and Ed doesn't like her to go alone. I ride along, and we pick up supplies. Her mom makes us lunch. "God damn, it's hot," Sherry says as I climb into the little yellow Toyota truck. "How's your water?" "Getting low," I say. Sherry and Ed have a well. "I'm worried we might go dry this year," Sherry says. "They keep whining about the aquifer. If we have to buy water, I don't know what we'll do." Sherry is physically Chinese, one of the thousands of girls adopted out of China in the 90s and at the turn of the century. She said she went through a phase of trying to learn all things Chinese, but she complains that as far as she can tell, the only thing Chinese about her is that she's lactose intolerant. "I had a migrant at my door this morning," I say. "Did you feed him?" she asks. She leans into the shift, trying to find the gear, urging the truck into first. "He weeded my garden," I say. "They're not going to stop as long as you feed them." "Like stray cats," I say. Albuquerque has never been a pretty town. When I came, it was mostly strip malls and big box stores and suburbs. 10 years of averages of 4 inches of rain or less have hurt it badly, especially with the loss of the San Juan Chama water rights. Water is expensive in Albuquerque. Too expensive for Intel, which pulled out. Intel was just a larger blow in a series of blows. The suburbs are full of walk-away houses, places where homeowners couldn't meet the mortgage payments and just left. The lot's now full of trash and windows gone. People who could went north for water. People who couldn't did what people always do when an economy goes soft and rotten. They slid to rented houses, rented apartments, living in their cars, living with their family, living on the street. But inside Sherry's parents' home, it's still 20 years ago. The countertops are granite. The big screen plasma TV gets hundreds of channels. The freezer is full of meat and frozen lean cuisine. The air conditioner keeps the temperature at a heavenly 75 degrees. Sherry's mother, Brenda, is slim, with beautifully styled graying hair. She's a psychologist with a small practice. Brenda has one of my dolls, which she bought because she likes me. It's always out when I come, but it doesn't fit Brenda's tailored, airily comfortable style. I have never heard Brenda say a thing against Ed, but I can only assume that she and Kyle wish Sherry had married someone who worked at Los Alamos or at Sandia or the university. Someone with government benefits like health insurance. On the other hand, Sherry was a wild child who, as Brenda said, did a stint as a lesbian, as if being a lesbian were like signing up for the Peace Corps. You can't make your child fall in love with the right kind of person. I wish I could have fallen in love with someone from Los Alamos. More than that, I wish I had been able to get a job at Los Alamos or the university. Me and half of Albuquerque. Sherry comes home, her hair rough cut in her kitchen with a mirror. She is loud and comfortable. Her belly is just a gentle, insistent curve under her blue Rheumatel Goat dewormer t-shirt. Brenda hangs on her every word, knows about the trials and tribulations of raising goats, asks about Ed, the truck. She feeds us lunch. I thought this life of thoughtful liberalism was my birthright too, before I understood that my generation was to be born in interesting times. At the obstetrician's office, I sit in the waiting room and try not to fall asleep. I'm stuffed on Brenda's chicken and cheese sandwich and corn chowder. People magazine has an article about Tom Cruise getting telomerase regeneration therapy, which will extend his lifespan an additional 40 years. There's an article on some music guy's house talking about the new opulence, cutting-edge technology that darkens the windows at the touch of a hand, and walls that change color, rooms that sense whether you're warm or cold and change their temperature, and his love of ancient Turkish and Russian antiques. There's an article on a woman who has dedicated her life to helping people in Siberia who have AIDS. Sherry comes out of the doctor's office on her cell phone. The doctor tells her that if she had insurance, they'd do a routine ultrasound. I can hear half the conversation as she discusses it with her mother. "This little guy," Sherry says, hand on her belly, "is half good Chinese peasant stock. He's doing fine." They decide to wait for another month. Sherry is convinced that it's a boy. Ed is convinced it's a girl. He sings David Bowie's China Doll to Sherry's stomach, which for some reason irritates the hell out of her. We stop on our way out of town and stock up on rice and beans, flour, sugar, coffee. We can get all this in Belen, but it's cheaper at Sam's Club. Sherry has a membership. I pay half the membership, and she uses the card to buy all our groceries. Then I pay her back when we get to the car. The cashiers surely know that we're sharing a membership, but they don't care. It's a long, hot drive back home. The air conditioning doesn't work in the truck. I am so grateful to see the trees that mark the valley. My front door is standing open. "Who's here?" Sherry says. Abby is standing in the front yard, and she has clearly recognized Sherry's truck. She's barking her full head off and wagging her tail. Desperate. She runs to the truck. I get out and head for the front door, and she runs towards the door, and then back towards me, and then towards the door, unwilling to go in until I get there, then lunging through the door ahead of me. "Hudson?" I call the other dog, but I know if the door is open, he's out roaming. Lost. My things are strewn everywhere. Couch cushions on the floor. My kitchen drawers emptied on the floor. The back door open. I go through to the back, calling the missing dog, hoping against hope he is in the backyard. The back gate is open, too. Behind me, I hear Sherry calling, "Don't go in there by yourself." "My dog is gone," I say. "Hudson?" she says. I go out the back and call for him. There's no sign of him. He's a great boy. But some dogs, like Abby, tend to stay close to home. Hudson isn't one of those dogs. Sherry and I walk through the house. No one is there. I go out to my workshop. My toolbox is gone. But evidently whoever did this didn't see the computer closed and sitting on the shelf just above eye level. It had to be the guy I gave soup to. He probably went nearby to wait out the heat of the day and saw me leave. I close and lock the gate, and the workshop. Close and lock my back door. Abby clings to me. Dogs don't like things to be different. "We'll look for him," Sherry says. Abby and I climb into the truck, and for an hour we drive back roads, looking and calling, but there's no sign of him. Her husband Ed calls us. He's called the county, and there's a deputy at my place, waiting to take a statement. We walk through the house, and I identify what's gone. As best I can tell, it isn't much, just the tools mainly. The sheriff says they are usually looking for money, guns, jewelry. I had all my cards and my cell phone with me, and all my jewelry is inexpensive stuff. I don't have a gun. I tell the deputy about the migrant this morning. He says it could have been him or someone else. I get the feeling we'll never know. He promises to put out the word about the dog. It is getting dark when they all leave, and I put the couch cushions on the couch. I pick up silverware off the floor and run hot water in the sink to wash it all. Abby stands at the back door, whining, but doesn't want to go out alone. It occurs to me suddenly that the doll I was working on is missing. He stole the doll. Why? He's not going to be able to sell it. To send it home, I guess, to the baby in the photo. Or maybe to his wife, who has a real baby and is undoubtedly feeling a lot less sentimental about infants than most of my customers do. It's a couple of weeks of work, not full-time, but painting, waiting for the paint to cure. Painting again. Abby whines again. Hudson is out there in the dark. Lost dogs don't do well in the desert. There are rattlesnakes. I didn't protect him. I sit down on the floor and wrap my arms around Abby's neck and cry. I'm a stupid woman who is stupid about my dogs, I know. But they are what I have. I don't really sleep. I hear noises all night long. I worry about what I am going to do about money. Replacing the tools is going to be a problem. The next morning, I put the first layer of paint on a new doll to replace the stolen one. Then I do something I have resisted doing. Plastic doll parts aren't the only thing I can mold and sell on the internet. I start a clay model for a dildo. Over the last couple of years, I've gotten queries from companies who have seen the dolls online and asked if I would consider doing dildos for them. Realistic penises aren't really any more difficult to carve than realistic baby hands. Easier, actually. I can't send it to Tony. He wouldn't do dildos. But a few years ago, they came out with room temperature, medical-grade silicone. I can make my own molds, do small runs, hand-finish them, make them as perfectly lifelike as the dolls. I can hope people will pay for novelty when it comes to sex. I don't particularly like making doll parts, but I don't dislike it either. Dildos, on the other hand, just make me sad. I don't think there is anything wrong with using them. It's not that. It's just, I don't know. I'm not going to stop making dolls, I tell myself. I also email the Chicago couple back and accept the commission for the special to make the same doll for the third time. Then I take a break and clean my kitchen some more. Sherry calls me to check how I'm doing, and I tell her about the dildos. She laughs. You should have done it years ago, she says. You'll be rich. I laugh too, and I feel a little better when I finish the call. I try not to think about Hudson. It's well over 100 today. I don't want to think about him in trouble, without water. I try to concentrate on penile veins, on the stretch of skin underneath the head. I'm making a circumcised penis. When my cell rings, I jump. The guy on the phone says, I've got a dog here. Has got this number on his collar. You missing a dog? A golden retriever? I say. Yep. His name is Hudson, I say. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll be right there. I grab my purse. I've got $55 in cash. Not much of a reward, but all I can do. Abby, I yell. Come on, girl. Let's go get Hudson. She bounces up from the floor, clueless, but excited by my voice. Go for a ride? I ask. We get in my ancient red Impreza. It's not too reliable, but we aren't going far. We bump across miles of bad road, most of it unpaved, following the GPS directions on my phone, and end up at a trailer in the middle of nowhere. It's bleached and surrounded by trash, an old easy chair, a kitchen chair lying on its side with one leg broken, and the white unstained inside like a scar. An old picnic table. There's a dirty green cooler and a bunch of empty 40-ounce bottles. Frankly, if I saw the place, my assumption would be that the owner made meth. But the old man who opens the door is just an old guy in a baseball cap, probably living on Social Security. I'm Nick, he says. He's wearing a long-sleeved plaid shirt, despite the heat. He's deeply tanned and has a turkey wattle neck. I introduce myself, point to the car and say, That's Abby, the smart one that stays home. The trailer is dark and smells of old man inside. The couch cushions are covered in cheap throws, one of them decorated with a blue and white Christmas snowman. Outside, the scrub shimmers, flattened in the heat. Hudson is laying in front of the sink and scrabbles up when he sees us. He was just ambling up the road, Nick says. He saw me and came right up. I live over by the river, off 109, between Belen and Harales, I say. Someone broke into my place and left the doors open, and he wandered off. You're lucky they didn't kill the dogs, Nick says. I fumble with my purse. There's a reward, I say. He waves that away. No, don't you go starting that. He says he didn't do anything but read the tag and give him a drink. I had dogs all my life, he says. I'd want someone to call me. I tell him it would mean a lot to me and press the money on him. Hudson leans against my legs to be petted, tongue lolling. He looks fine, no worse for wear. Sit a minute. You came all the way out here. Pardon the mess. My sister's grandson and his friends have been coming out here, and they leave stuff like that, he says, waving at the junk in the bottles. I can't leave the other dog in the heat, I say, wanting to leave. Bring her inside. I don't want to stay, but I'm grateful. So I bring Abby in out of the heat, and he thumps her and tells me about how he's lived here since he was in his 20s. He's a libertarian, and he doesn't trust government, and he really doesn't trust the New Mexico state government, which is, in his estimation, a banana republic lacking only the fancy uniforms that third-world dictators seem to love. Then he tells me about how lucky it was that Hudson didn't get picked up to be a bait dog for the people who raise dogs for dog fights. Then he tells me about how the American economy was destroyed by operatives from Russia as revenge for the fall of the Soviet Union. Half of what he says is bullshit, and the other half is wrong, but he's just a lonely guy in the middle of the desert, and he brought me back my dog. The least I can do is listen. I hear a spitting little engine off in the distance, then a couple of them. It's the little motorbikes the kids ride. Nick's eyes narrow as he looks out. It's my sister's grandson, he says. God damn. He gets up and Abby whines. He stands, looking out the slatted blinds. God damn. He's got a couple of friends, Nick says. Look, you just get your dogs and don't say nothing to them, okay? You just go on. Hudson, I say, and clip a lead on him. Outside, 4 boys pull into the yard, kicking up dust. They have seen my car and are obviously curious. They wear jumpsuits like prison jumpsuits, only with the sleeves ripped off and the legs cut off just above the knees. Khaki and orange and olive green. One of them has tattoos swirling up his arms.
Hey, Nick,
the tattooed one says.
new girlfriend? None of your business, Ethan.
The boy is dark, but his eyes are light blue, like a Siberian husky.
You a social worker?
The boy says.
I told you it was none of your business, Nick says. The lady is just going. If you're a social worker, you should know that old Nick is crazy and you can't believe nothing he says.
One of the other boys says, she isn't a social worker. Social workers don't have dogs. I step down the steps and walk to my car. The boys sit on their bikes, and I have to walk around them to get to the impreza. Hudson wants to see them, pulling against his leash, but I hold him in tight. You look nervous, lady, the tattooed boy says.
Leave her alone, Ethan,
Nick says.
You shut up, Uncle Nick, or I'll kick your ass,
the boy says absently, never taking his eyes off me. Nick says nothing. I say nothing. I just get my dogs in my car and drive away. Our life settles into a new normal. I get a response from my dildo email. Nick in Montana is willing to let me sell on his sex site on commission. I make a couple of different models, including one that I paint just as realistically as I would one of the reborn dolls. This means a base coat. Then I paint the veins in. Then I bake it. Then I paint an almost translucent layer of color and bake it again. 6 layers. And then a clear overlayer of silicone, because I don't think the paint is approved for use this way. I put a pretty hefty price on it and call it a special. At the same time, I am making my other special, the doll for the Chicago couple. I sent the mold to Tony and had him do a 3rd head from it. It, too, requires layers of paint, and sometimes the parts bake side by side. Because my business is rather slow, I take more time than usual. I am always careful, especially with specials. I think if someone is going to spend the kind of money one of these costs, the doll should be made to the best of my ability. And maybe it is because I have done this doll before. It comes easily and well. I think of the doll that the man who broke into my house stole. I don't know if he sent it to his wife and daughter in Mexico, or if he even has a wife and daughter in Mexico. I rather suspect he sold it on eBay, or some equivalent, although I have watched doll sales and never seen it come up. This doll is my orphan doll. She is full of sadness. She is inhabited by the loss of so much. I remember my fear when Hudson was wandering the roads of the desert. I imagine Rachel Mazer, so haunted by the loss of her own child. The curves of the doll's tiny fists are porcelain pale. The blue veins at her temples are traceries of the palest of bruises. When I am finished with her, I package her as carefully as I have ever packaged a doll and send her off. My dildos go up on the website. The realistic dildo sits in my workshop, upright, tumescent, a beautiful rosy plum color. It sits on a shelf like a prize, glistening in its top coat as if it were wet. It was surprisingly fun to make, after years and years of doll parts. It sits there both as an object to admire and as an affront. But to be frank, I don't think it is any more immoral than the dolls. There is something straightforward about a dildo, something much more clear than a doll made to look like a dead child, something significantly less entangled. There are no orders for dildos. I lie awake at night thinking about real estate taxes. My father is dead. My mother lives in subsidized housing for the elderly in Columbus. I haven't been to see her in years and years, not with the cost of a trip like that. My car wouldn't make it, and nobody I know can afford to fly anymore. I certainly couldn't live with her. She would lose her housing if I moved in. If I lose my house to unpaid taxes, do I live in my car? It seems like the beginning of the long slide. Maybe Sherry and Ed would take the dogs. I do get a reprieve when the money comes in for the special. Thank God for the Mazers in Chicago. However crazy their motives, they pay promptly, and by internet, which allows me to put money against the equity line for the new tools. I still can't sleep at night, and instead of putting all of the money against my debt, I put the minimum, and I buy a 9mm handgun. Actually, Ed buys it for me. I don't even know where to get a gun. Sherry picks me up in the truck and brings me over to the goat farm. Ed has several guns. He has an old gun safe that belonged to his father. When we get to their place, he is in back, putting creosote on new fence posts, but he is happy to come up to the house. "So you've given in," he says, grinning. "You've joined the dark side." "I have," I agree. "Well, this is a decent defensive weapon," Ed says. Ed does not fit my preconceived notions of a gun owner. Ed fits my preconceived notions of the guy who sells you a cell phone at the local strip mall. His hair is short and graying. He doesn't look at all like the kind of guy who would either marry Sherry or raise goats. He told me one time that his degree is in anthropology, which, he said, was a difficult field to get a job in. "Offer her a cold drink," Sherry yells from the bathroom. In her pregnant state, Sherry can't ride 20 minutes in the sprung-shock truck without having to pee. He offers me iced tea and then gets the gun, checks to see that it isn't loaded, and hands it to me. He explains to me that the first thing I should do is check to see if the gun is loaded. "You just did," I say. "Yeah," he says, "but I might be an idiot. It's a good thing to do." He shows me how to check the gun. It is not nearly so heavy in my hand as I thought it would be, but truthfully, I have found that the thing you thought would be life-changing so rarely is. Later, he takes me around to the side yard and shows me how to load and shoot it. I am not even remotely surprised that it is kind of fun. That is exactly what I expected. Out of the blue, an email from Rachel Mazer of Chicago. "I am writing you to ask you if you have had any personal or business dealings with my husband, Ella Mazer. If I do not get a response from you, your next correspondence will be from my attorney." I don't quite know what to do. I dither. I make vegetarian chili. Oddly enough, I check my gun, which I keep in the bedside drawer. I am not sure what I am going to do about the gun when Sherry has her baby. I have offered to babysit, and I'll have to lock it up, I think. But that seems to defeat the purpose of having it. While I am dithering, my cell rings. It is, of course, Rachel Mazer. "I need you to explain your relationship with my husband, Ella Mazer," she says. She sounds educated, with that eradication of regional accent that signifies a decent college. "My relationship?" I say. "Your email was on his phone," she says, frostily. I wonder if he is dead. The way she says it sounds so final. "I didn't know your husband," I say. "He just bought the dolls." "Bought what?" she says. "The dolls," I say. "Dolls?" she says. "Yes," I say. "Like sex dolls?" "No," I say. "Dolls. Reborns. Handmade dolls." She obviously has no idea what I am talking about, which opens a world of strange possibilities in my mind. The dolls don't have orifices. Fetish objects? I tell her my website, and she looks it up. "He ordered specials," I say. "But these cost a couple of $1,000s, she says. A week's salary for someone like Ella Mazer, I suspect. I envision him as a professional, although, frankly, for all I know, he works in a dry cleaning shop or something. "I thought they were for you," I say. "I assumed you had lost a child. Sometimes people who've lost a child order one." "We don't have children," she says. "We never wanted them." I can hear how stunned she is in the silence. Then she says, "Oh, my God. Satanic rituals? Some weird abuse thing?" "That woman said he told her he had lost a child," she says.
I don't know what to say, so I just wait. My husband, my soon-to-be ex-husband, she says. He has apparently been having affairs. One of the women contacted me. She told me that he told her we had a child that died, and that now we are married in name only. I hesitate. I don't know legally if I am allowed to tell her about transactions I had with her husband. On the other hand, the emails came with both their names on them. He has bought 3, I say. 3? Not all at once. About once a year. But people who want a special send me a picture. He always sends the same picture. Oh, she says, that's Elam. He's orderly. He's used the same shampoo for 15 years. I thought it was strange, I say. I can't bear not to ask. What do you think he did with them? I think the twisted bastard used them to make women feel sorry for him, she says through gritted teeth. I think he got all sentimental about them. He probably has himself half convinced that he really did have a daughter, or that it's my fault that we didn't have children. He never wanted children. Never. I think a lot of my customers like the idea of having a child better than having one, I say. I'm sure, she says. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry to have bothered you. So banal. So strange, and yet so banal. I try to imagine him giving the doll to a woman, telling her that it was the image of his dead child. How did that work? Orders for dildos begin to trickle in. I get a couple of doll orders and make a payment on the credit line and put away some towards real estate taxes. I may not have to live in my car. One evening, I am working in the garden when Abby and Hudson start barking at the back gate. I get off my knees, aching, but lurch into the house and into the bedroom where I grab the 9mm out of the bedside table. It isn't loaded, which now seems stupid. I try to think if I should stop and load it. My hands are shaking. It is undoubtedly just someone looking for a meal and a place to recharge. I decide I can't trust myself to load, and besides, the dogs are out there. I go to the back door, gun held stiffly at my side, pointed to the ground. There are, in fact, 2 of them, alike as brothers, Indian-looking with a fringe of black hair cut in a straight line above their eyebrows. Lady, one says, we can work for food? First one, then the other sees the gun at my side, and their faces go empty. The dogs cavort. I will give you something to eat, and then you go, I say. We go, the one who spoke says. Someone robbed me, I say. We no rob you, he says. His eyes are on the gun. His companion takes a step back, glancing at the gate and then at me as if to gauge if I will shoot him if he bolts. I know, I say. But someone came here. I gave him food and he robbed me. You tell people not to come here, okay? Okay, he says. We go. Tell people not to come here, I say. I would give them something to eat, something to take with them. I hate this. They are 2 young men in a foreign country, hungry, looking for work. I could easily be sleeping in my car. I could be homeless. I could be wishing for someone to be nice to me. But I am not. I'm just afraid. Hudson! Abby! I yell, harsh, and the 2 men flinch. Get in the house! The dogs slink in behind me, not sure what they've done wrong. If you want some food, I will give you something, I say. Tell people not to come here. I don't think they understand me. Instead, they back slowly away a handful of steps and then turn and walk quickly out the gate, closing it behind them. I sit down where I am standing, knees shaking. The moon is up in the blue early evening sky. Over my fence I can see scrub and desert, a fierce land where mountains breach like the petrified spines of apocalyptic animals.
The kind of landscape that seems right for crazed gangs of mutants charging around in cobbled-together vehicles. Tribal remnants of America, their faces painted, their hair braided, wearing jewelry made from shiny CDs and cigarette lighters scrounged from the ruins of civilization. The desert is Byronic in its extremes. I don't see the two men. There's no one out there in furs, their faces painted blue, driving a dune buggy built out of motorcycle parts and hung with the skulls of their enemies. There's just a couple of guys from Nicaragua or Guatemala, wearing T-shirts and jeans. And me, sitting watching the desert go dark, the moon rising, an empty handgun in my hand. Black Swan, Bruce Sterling. One of the most powerful and innovative talents to enter SF in the past few decades, Bruce Sterling sold his first story in 1976. By the end of the 1980s, he had established himself with a series of stories set in his exotic Shaper Mechanist future, and with novels such as the complex and Stapledonian Schismatrix and Islands in the Net, as well as with his editing of the influential anthology Mirror Shades, the cyberpunk anthology, and the infamous critical magazine Cheap Truth, as perhaps the prime driving force behind the revolutionary cyberpunk movement in science fiction. His other books include a critically acclaimed nonfiction study of First Amendment issues in the world of computer networking, The Hacker Crackdown, Law and Disorder on the Electronic Frontier, the novels The Artificial Kid, Involution Ocean, Heavy Weather, Holy Fire, Distraction, Zeitgeist, The Zenith Angle, a novel in collaboration with William Gibson, The Difference Engine, a nonfiction study of the future, Tomorrow Now, Envisioning the Next 50 Years, and the landmark collections, Crystal Express, Global Head, Schismatrix Plus, A Good Old-Fashioned Future, and Visionary in Residence. His most recent books are a massive retrospective collection, Ascendancies, The Best of Bruce Sterling, and a new novel, Caryatids. His story, Bicycle Repairman, earned him a long-overdue Hugo in 1997, and he won another Hugo in 1999 for his story Taklamakan. In the politically savvy and bitingly cynical story that follows, one infused with his trademark deadpan wit, Sterling expertly spins us through a gyre of well-thought-out alternate world Europes. And where the ball stops, nobody knows. The ethical journalist protects a confidential source. So I protected Massimo Montaldo, although I knew that wasn't his name. Massimo shambled through the tall glass doors, dropped his valise with a thump, and sat across the table. We were meeting where we always met, inside the Café Elena, a dark and cozy spot that fronts on the biggest plaza in Europe. The Elena has 2 rooms, as narrow and dignified as mahogany coffins, with lofty red ceilings. The little place has seen its share of stricken wanderers. Massimo never confided his personal troubles to me, but they were obvious, as if he'd smuggled monkeys into the cafe and hidden them under his clothes. Like every other hacker in the world, Massimo Montaldo was bright. Being Italian, he struggled to look suave. Massimo wore stain-proof, wrinkle-proof travel gear, a black merino wool jacket, an American black denim shirt, and black cargo pants. Massimo also sported black athletic trainers, not any brand I could recognize, with eerie, bubble-filled soles. These skeletal shoes of his were half ruined. They were strapped together with rawhide bootlaces. To judge by his Swiss-Italian accent, Massimo had spent a lot of time in Geneva. 4 times he'd leaked chip secrets to me, crisp engineering graphics, apparently snipped right out of Swiss patent applications. However, the various bureaus in Geneva had no records of these patents. They had no records of any Massimo Montaldo either. Each time I'd made use of Massimo's indiscretions, the traffic to my weblog had doubled. I knew that Massimo's commercial sponsor, or more likely his spy master, was using me to manipulate the industry I covered. Big bets were going down in the markets somewhere. Somebody was cashing in like a bandit. That profiteer wasn't me, and I had to doubt that it was him. I never financially speculate in the companies I cover as a journalist, because that is the road to hell. As for young Massimo, his road to hell was already well trampled. Massimo twirled the frail stem of his glass of Barolo. His shoes were wrecked, his hair was unwashed, and he looked like he'd shaved in an airplane toilet. He handled the best wine in Europe like a scorpion poised to sting his liver. Then he gulped it down. Unasked, the waiter poured him another. They know me at the Elena. Massimo and I had a certain understanding as we chatted about Italian tech companies. He knew them from Alessi to Zanotti. I discreetly passed him useful favors. A cell phone chip, bought in another man's name. A plastic hotel passkey for a local hotel room, rented by a third party. Massimo could use these without ever showing a passport or any identification. There were 8 Massimo Montaldos on Google, and none of them were him. Massimo flew in from places unknown. He laid his eggs of golden information. Then he paddled off into dark waters. I was protecting him by giving him those favors. Surely there were other people very curious about him, besides myself. The second glass of Barolo eased that ugly crease in his brow. He rubbed his beak of a nose and smoothed his unruly black hair, and leaned onto the thick stone table with both of his black woolen elbows. "Luca, I brought something special for you this time. Are you ready for that? Something you can't even imagine." "I suppose," I said. Massimo reached into his battered leather valise and brought out a no-name PC laptop. This much-worn machine, its corners bumped with use and its keyboard dingy, had one of those thick super batteries clamped onto its base. All that extra power must have tripled the computer's weight. Small wonder that Massimo never carried spare shoes. He busied himself with his grimy screen, fixated by his private world there. The Elena is not a celebrity bar, which is why celebrities like it. A blonde television presenter swayed into the place. Massimo, who was now deep into his third glass, whipped his intense gaze from his laptop screen. He closely studied her curves, which were upholstered in Gucci. An Italian television presenter bears the relationship to news that American fast food bears to food. So I couldn't feel sorry for her. Yet I didn't like the way he sized her up. Genius gears were turning visibly in Massimo's brilliant geek head. That woman had all the raw, compelling appeal to him of some difficult math problem. Left alone with her, he would chew on that problem until something clicked loose and fell into his hands. And, to do her credit, she could feel that. She opened her dainty crocodile purse and slipped on a big pair of sunglasses. "Signor Montaldo," I said. He was rapt. "Massimo?" This woke him from his lustful reverie. He twisted the computer and exhibited his screen to me. I don't design chips, but I've seen the programs used for that purpose. Back in the 1980s, there were 30 different chip design programs. Nowadays, there are only 3 survivors. None of them are nativized in the Italian language, because every chip geek in the world speaks English. This program was in Italian. It looked elegant. It looked like a very stylish way to design computer chips. Computer chip engineers are not stylish people.
Not in this world, anyway. Massimo tapped at his weird screen with a gnawed fingernail. This is just a cheap 24K embed. But do you see these? Yes, I do. What are they? These are memristers. In heartfelt alarm, I stared around the cafe, but nobody in the Elena knew or cared in the least about Massimo's stunning revelation. He could have thrown memristers onto their tables in heaps. They'd never realize that he was tossing them the keys to riches. I could explain now, in grueling detail, exactly what memristers are and how different they are from any standard electronic component. Suffice it to understand that, in electronic engineering, memristers did not exist. Not at all. They were technically possible. We'd known that for 30 years, since the 1980s, but nobody had ever manufactured one. A chip with memristers was like a racetrack where the jockeys rode unicorns. I sipped the Barolo so I could find my voice again. You brought me schematics for memristers? What happened? Did your UFO crash? That's very witty, Luca. You can't hand me something like that. What on earth do you expect me to do with that? I am not giving these memristor plans to you. I have decided to give them to Olivetti. I will tell you what to do. You make one confidential call to your good friend, the Olivetti Chief Technical Officer. You tell him to look hard in his junk folder where he keeps the spam with no return address. Interesting things will happen then. They'll be grateful to you. Olivetti is a fine company, I said, but they're not the outfit to handle a monster like that. A memristor is strictly for the big boys. Intel, Samsung, Fujitsu. Massimo laced his hands together on the table. He might have been at prayer, and stared at me with weary sarcasm. Luca, he said, don't you ever get tired of seeing Italian genius repressed? The Italian chip business is rather modest. It can't always make its ends meet. I spent 15 years covering chip tech in Route 128 in Boston. When the almighty dollar ruled the tech world, I was glad that I'd made those connections. But times do change. Nations change. Industries change. Industries change the times. Massimo had just shown me something that changes industries. A disruptive innovation. A breaker of the rules. This matter is serious, I said. Yes, Olivetti's people do read my weblog. They even comment there. But that doesn't mean that I can leak some breakthrough that deserves a Nobel Prize. Olivetti would want to know. They would have to know the source of that. He shook his head. They don't want to know, and neither do you. Oh, yes, I most definitely do want to know. No, you don't. Trust me. Massimo, I'm a journalist. That means that I always want to know, and I never trust anybody. He slapped the table. Maybe you were a journalist when they still printed paper journals, but your dot-com journals are all dead. Nowadays, you're a blogger. You're an influence peddler, and you spread rumors for a living. Massimo shrugged, because he didn't think he was insulting me. So, shut up. Just do what you always do. That's all I'm asking. That might be all that he was asking, but my whole business wasn't asking. Who created that chip? I asked him. I know it wasn't you. You know a lot about tech investment, but you're not Leonardo da Vinci. No, I'm not Leonardo. He emptied his glass. Look, I know that you're not even Massimo Montaldo, whoever that is. I'll do a lot to get news out on my blog, but I'm not going to act as your cutout in a scheme like this. That's totally unethical. Where did you steal that chip? Who made it? What are they? Chinese super engineers in some bunker under Beijing? Massimo was struggling not to laugh at me. I can't reveal that. Could we have another round? Maybe a sandwich. I need a nice toasty pancetta.
I got the waiter's attention. I noted that the TV star's boyfriend had shown up. Her boyfriend was not her husband. Unfortunately, I was not in the celebrity tabloid business. It wasn't the first time I'd missed a good bet by consorting with computer geeks. "So you're an industrial spy," I told him. "And you must be Italian to boot, because you're always such a patriot about it. Okay, so you stole those plans somewhere. I won't ask you how or why, but let me give you some good advice. No sane man would leak that to Olivetti. Olivetti's a consumer outfit. They make pretty toys for cute secretaries. A memristor chip is dynamite." Massimo was staring raptly at the TV blonde as he awaited his sandwich. "Massimo, pay attention. If you leak something that advanced, that radical, a chip like that could change the world's military balance of power. Never mind Olivetti. Big American spy agencies with 3 letters in their names will come calling." Massimo scratched his dirty scalp and rolled his eyes in derision. "Are you so terrorized by the CIA? They don't read your sorry little one-man tech blog." This crass remark irritated me keenly. "Listen to me, boy genius. Do you know what the CIA does here in Italy? We're their rendition playground. People vanish off the streets. Anybody can vanish off the streets. I do that all the time." I took out my moleskin notebook and my shiny Rotring technical pen. I placed them both on the Elena's neat little marble table. Then I slipped them both back inside my jacket. "Massimo, I'm trying hard to be sensible about this. Your snotty attitude is not helping your case with me." With an effort, my source composed himself. "It's all very simple," he lied. "I've been here a while, and now I'm tired of this place, so I'm leaving. I want to hand the future of electronics to an Italian company, with no questions asked and no strings attached. You won't help me do that simple thing?" "No, of course I won't. Not under conditions like these. I don't know where you got that data. What, how, when, whom, or why. I don't even know who you are. Do I look like that kind of idiot? Unless you tell me your story, I can't trust you." He made that evil gesture. I had no balls. 20 years ago, well, 25, and we would have stepped outside the bar. Of course I was angry with him, but I also knew he was about to crack. My source was drunk, and he was clearly in trouble. He didn't need a fistfight with a journalist. He needed confession. Massimo put a bold sneer on his face, watching himself in one of the Elena's tall spotted mirrors. "If this tiny gadget is too big for your closed mind, then I've got to find another blogger. A blogger with some guts." "Great. Sure, go do that. You might try Beppe Grillo." Massimo tore his gaze from his own reflection. "That washed-up TV comedian? What does he know about technology?" "Try Berlusconi, then. He owns all the television stations and half the Italian internet. Prime Minister Berlusconi is just the kind of hustler you need. He'll free you from all your troubles. He'll make you minister of something." Massimo lost all patience. "I don't need that. I've been to a lot of versions of Italy. Yours is a complete disgrace. I don't know how you people get along with yourselves." Now the story was tearing loose. I offered an encouraging nod. "How many versions of Italy do you need, Massimo?" "I have 64 versions of Italy." He patted his thick laptop. "Got them all right here." I humored him. "Only 64? His tipsy face turned red. "I had to borrow CERN supercomputers to calculate all those coordinates. 32 Italys were too few. 128, I'd never have the time to visit all those. And as for your Italy, well, I wouldn't be here at all.
If it wasn't for that Turinese girl. Cherchez la femme, I told him. That's the oldest trouble story in the world. I did her some favors, he admitted, mournfully twisting his wine glass. Like with you. But much more so. I felt lost, but I knew that his story was coming. Once I'd coaxed it out of him, I could put it into better order later. So, tell me, what did she do to you? She dumped me, he said. He was telling me the truth, but with a lost, forlorn, bewildered air, like he couldn't believe it himself. She dumped me, and she married the President of France. Massimo glanced up, his eyelashes wet with grief. I don't blame her. I know why she did that. I'm a very handy guy for a woman like her. But, Mother of God, I'm not the President of France. No, you're not the President of France, I agreed. The President of France was a hyperactive Hungarian Jewish guy who liked to sing karaoke songs. President Nicola Sarkozy was an exceedingly unlikely character. But he was odd, in a very different way from Massimo Montaldo. Massimo's voice was cracking with passion. She says that he'll make her the First Lady of Europe. All I've got to offer her is insider trading hints and a few extra millions for her millions. The waiter brought Massimo a toasted sandwich. Despite his broken heart, Massimo was starving. He tore into his food like a chained dog, then glanced up from his mayonnaise dip. Do I sound jealous? I'm not jealous. Massimo was bitterly jealous, but I shook my head so as to encourage him. I can't be jealous of a woman like her, Massimo lied. Eric Clapton can be jealous. Mick Jagger can be jealous. She's a rock star's groupie who's become the premier dame of France. She married Sarkozy. Your world is full of journalists, spies, cops, creeps, whatever. And not for 1 minute did they ever stop and consider, oh, this must be the work of a computer geek from another world. No, I agreed. Nobody ever imagines that. I called the waiter back and ordered myself a double espresso. The waiter seemed quite pleased at the way things were going for me. They were a kindly bunch at the Elena. Friedrich Nietzsche had been one of their favorite patrons. Their dark old mahogany walls had absorbed all kinds of lunacy. Massimo jabbed his sandwich in the dip and licked his fingers. So, if I leak a memristor chip to you, nobody will ever stop and say, some unknown geek eating a sandwich in Torino is the most important man in world technology. Because that truth is inconceivable. Massimo stabbed a roaming olive with a toothpick. His hands were shaking, with rage, romantic heartbreak, and frustrated fury. He was also drunk. He glared at me. You're not following what I tell you. Are you really that stupid? I do understand, I assured him. Of course I understand. I'm a computer geek myself. You know who designed that memristor chip, Luca? You did it. You. But not here. Not in this version of Italy. Here, you're just some small-time tech journalist. You created that device in my Italy. In my Italy, you are the guru of computational aesthetics. You're a famous author. You're a culture critic. You're a multi-talented genius. Here, you've got no guts and no imagination. You're so entirely useless here that you can't even change your own world. It was hard to say why I believed him, but I did. I believed him instantly. Massimo devoured his food to the last scrap. He thrust his bare plate aside and pulled a huge nylon wallet from his cargo pants. This overstuffed wallet had color-coded plastic pop-up tags, like the monster files of some Orwellian bureaucracy.
20 different kinds of paper currency jammed in there. A huge, riffling file of varicolored plastic ID cards. He selected a large bill and tossed it contemptuously onto the Elena's cold marble table. It looked very much like money. It looked much more like money than the money that I handled every day. It had a splendid portrait of Galileo, and it was denominated in euro lira. Then he rose and stumbled out of the cafe. I hastily slipped the weird bill in my pocket. I threw some euros onto the table. Then I pursued him. With his head down, muttering and sour, Massimo was weaving across the millions of square stone cobbles of the huge Piazza Vittorio Veneto. As if through long experience, he found the emptiest spot in the plaza, a stony desert between a handsome line of ornate lampposts and the sleek steel railings of an underground parking garage. He dug into a trouser pocket and plucked out tethered foam earplugs, the kind you get from Alitalia for long overseas flights. Then he flipped his laptop open. I caught up with him. "What are you doing over here? Looking for Wi-Fi signals?" "I'm leaving." He tucked the foam plugs in his ears. "Mind if I come along?" "When I count to 3, he told me, too loudly, "you have to jump high into the air. Also, stay within range of my laptop." "All right." "Sure. Oh, and put your hands over your ears." I objected. "How can I hear you count to 3 if I have my hands over my ears?" "Uno." He pressed the F1 function key, and his laptop screen blazed with sudden light. "Due." The F2 emitted a humming, cracking buzz. "Tre." He hopped in the air. Thunder blasted. My lungs were crushed in a violent billow of wind. My feet stung as if they'd been burned. Massimo staggered for a moment, then turned by instinct back toward the Elena. "Let's go!" he shouted. He plucked one yellow earplug from his head. Then he tripped. I caught his computer as he stumbled. Its monster battery was sizzling hot. Massimo grabbed his overheated machine. He stuffed it awkwardly into his valise. Massimo had tripped on a loose cobblestone. We were standing in a steaming pile of loose cobblestones. Somehow, these cobblestones had been plucked from the pavement beneath our shoes and scattered around us like dice. Of course, we were not alone. Some witnesses sat in the vast plaza, the everyday Italians of Turin, sipping their drinks at little tables under distant, elegant umbrellas. They were sensibly minding their own business. A few were gazing puzzled at the rich blue evening sky, as if they suspected some passing sonic boom. Certainly none of them cared about us. We limped back toward the cafe. My shoes squeaked like the shoes of a bad TV comedian. The cobbles under our feet had broken and tumbled, and the seams of my shoes had gone loose. My shining patent leather shoes were foul and grimy. We stepped through the arched double doors of the Elena, and somehow, despite all sense and reason, I found some immediate comfort, because the Elena was the Elena. It had those round marble tables with their curvilinear legs, those maroon leather chairs with their shiny brass studs, those colossal, time-stained mirrors, and a smell I hadn't noticed there in years. Cigarettes. Everyone in the cafe was smoking. The air in the bar was cooler. It felt chilly even. People wore sweaters. Massimo had friends there, a woman and her man. This woman beckoned us over, and the man, although he knew Massimo, was clearly unhappy to see him. This man was Swiss, but he wasn't the jolly kind of Swiss I was used to seeing in Turin. Some harmless Swiss banker on holiday who pops over the Alps to pick up some ham and cheese. This Swiss guy was young, yet as tough as old nails, with aviator shades and a long, narrow scar in his hairline. He wore black nylon gloves and a raw canvas jacket with holster room in its armpits. The woman had tucked her impressive bust into a hand-knitted peasant sweater. Her sweater was gaudy, complex, and aggressively gorgeous. And so was she. She had smoldering eyes thick with mascara, and talon-like red-painted nails, and a thick gold watch that could have doubled as brass knuckles. "So, Massimo is back," said the woman. She had a cordial yet guarded tone, like a woman who has escaped a man's bed and needs compelling reasons to return. "I brought a friend for you tonight," said Massimo, helping himself to a chair. "So I see. And what does your friend have in mind for us? Does he play backgammon?" The pair had a backgammon set on their table. The Swiss mercenary rattled dice in a cup. "We're very good at backgammon," he told me mildly. He had the extremely menacing tone of a practiced killer who can't even bother to be scary. "My friend here is from the American CIA," said Massimo. "We're here to do some serious drinking." "How nice." "I can speak American to you, Mr. CIA," the woman volunteered. She aimed a dazzling smile at me. "What is your favorite American baseball team?" "I root for the Boston Red Sox." "I love the Seattle Green Sox," she told us, just to be coy. The waiter brought us a bottle of Croatian fruit brandy. The peoples of the Balkans take their drinking seriously, so their bottles tend toward a rather florid design. This bottle was frankly fantastic. It was squat, acid-etched, curvilinear, and flute-necked, and with a triple portrait of Tito, Nasser, and Nehru, all toasting one another. There were thick flakes of gold floating in its paralyzing murk. Massimo yanked the gilded cork, stole the woman's cigarettes, and tucked an unfiltered cig in the corner of his mouth. With his slopping shot glass in his fingers, he was a different man. "Chevalier," the woman pronounced, and we all tossed back a hearty shot of venom. The temptress chose to call herself Svetlana, while her Swiss bodyguard was calling himself Simon. I had naturally thought that it was insane for Massimo to announce me as a CIA spy, yet this gambit was clearly helping the situation. As an American spy, I wasn't required to say much. No one expected me to know anything useful, or to do anything worthwhile. However, I was hungry, so I ordered the snack plate. The attentive waiter was not my favorite Elena waiter. He might have been a cousin. He brought us raw onions, pickles, black bread, a hefty link of sausage, and a wooden tub of creamed butter. We also got a notched pig iron knife and a battered chopping board. Simon put the backgammon set away. All these crude and ugly things on the table, the knife, the chopping board, even the bad sausage, had been made in Italy. I could see little Italian maker's marks hand-etched into all of them. "So, you're hunting here in Torino, like us?" probed Svetlana. I smiled back at her. "Yes, certainly." "So, what do you plan to do with him when you catch him? Will you put him on trial?" "A fair trial is the American way," I told them. Simon thought this remark was quite funny. Simon was not an evil man by nature. Simon probably suffered long nights of existential regret whenever he cut a man's throat. "So," Simon offered, caressing the rim of his dirty shot glass with one nylon-gloved finger. "So even the Americans expect the rat to show his whiskers in here." "The Elena does pull a crowd," I agreed. "So it all makes good sense. Don't you think?" Everyone loves to be told that their thinking makes good sense. They were happy to hear me allege this. Maybe I didn't look or talk much like an American agent, but when you're a spy and guzzling fruit brandy and gnawing sausage, these minor inconsistencies don't upset anybody. We were all being sensible. Leaning his black elbows on our little table, Massimo weighed in. The rat is clever. He plans to sneak over the Alps again. He'll go back to Nice and Marseille. He'll rally his militias. Simon stopped with a knife-stabbed chunk of blood sausage on the way to his gullet. You really believe that? Of course I do. What did Napoleon say? The death of 1,000,000 men means nothing to a man like me. It's impossible to corner Nicola the rat. The rat is a star of destiny. The woman watched Massimo's eyes. Massimo was one of her informants. Being a woman, she had heard his lies before, and was used to them. She also knew that no informant lies all the time. Then he's here in Torino tonight, she concluded. Massimo offered her nothing. She immediately looked to me. I silently stroked my chin, in a sagely fashion. Listen, American spy, she told me politely. You Americans are a simple, honest people, so good at tapping phone calls. It won't hurt your feelings any if Nicolas Sarkozy is found floating face down in the River Po. Instead of teasing me here, as Massimo is so fond of doing, why don't you just tell me where Sarkozy is? I do want to know. I knew very well where President Nicolas Sarkozy was supposed to be. He was supposed to be in the Élysée Palace, carrying out extensive economic reforms. Simon was more urgent. You do want us to know where the rat is, don't you? He showed me a set of teeth edged in Swiss gold. Let us know. That would save the international courts of justice a lot of trouble. I didn't know Nicolas Sarkozy. I had met him twice when he was French Minister of Communication, when he proved that he knew a lot about the Internet. Still, if Nicolas Sarkozy was not the President of France, and if he was not in the Élysée Palace, then, being a journalist, I had a pretty good guess of his whereabouts. Cherchez la femme, I said. Simon and Svetlana exchanged thoughtful glances. Knowing one another well, and knowing their situation, they didn't have to debate their next course of action. Simon signaled the waiter. Svetlana threw a gleaming coin onto the table. They bundled their backgammon set and kicked their leather chairs back. They left the café without another word. Massimo rose. He sat in Svetlana's abandoned chair so that he could keep a wary eye on the café's double door to the street. Then he helped himself to her abandoned pack of Turkish cigarettes. I examined Svetlana's abandoned coin. It was large, round, and minted from pure silver, with a gaudy engraving of the Taj Mahal. 50 dinars, it read, in Latin script, Hindi, Arabic, and Cyrillic. The booze around here really gets on top of me, Massimo complained. Unsteadily, he stuffed the ornate cork back into the brandy bottle. He set a slashed pickle on a buttered slice of black bread. Is he coming here? Who? Nicolas Sarkozy. Nicola the rat. Oh, him, said Massimo, chewing his bread. In this version of Italy, I think Sarkozy's already dead. God knows there's enough people trying to kill him. The Arabs, Chinese, Africans. He turned the south of France upside down. There's a bounty on him big enough to buy Olivetti. Not that there's much left of Olivetti. I had my summer jacket on, and I was freezing. Why is it so damn cold in here? That's climate change, said Massimo. Not in this Italy. In your Italy. In your Italy, you've got a messed-up climate. In this Italy, it's the human race that's messed up. Here, as soon as Chernobyl collapsed, a big French reactor blew up on the German border, and they all went for each other's throats. Here, NATO and the European Union are even deader than the Warsaw Pact. Massimo was proud to be telling me this. I drummed my fingers on the chilly tabletop.
It took you a while to find that out, did it? The big transition always hinges in the 1980s, said Massimo, because that's when we made the big breakthroughs. In your Italy, you mean? That's right. Before the 1980s, nobody understood the physics of parallel worlds. But after that transition, we could pack a zero-point energy generator into a laptop. Just boil the whole problem down into one single microelectronic mechanical system. So you've got zero-point energy MEMS chips, I said. He chewed more bread and pickle. Then he nodded. You've got MEMS chips and you are offering me some fucking lousy memristor? You must think I'm a real chump. You're not a chump. Massimo sawed a fresh slice of bad bread. But you're from the wrong Italy. It was your own stupid world that made you this stupid, Luca. In my Italy, you were one of the few men who could talk sense to my dad. My dad used to confide in you. He trusted you. He thought you were a great writer. You wrote his biography. Massimo Montaldo, Sr., I said. Massimo was startled. Yeah, that's him. He narrowed his eyes. You're not supposed to know that. I had guessed it. A lot of news is made from good guesses. Tell me how you feel about that, I said, because this is always a useful question for an interviewer who has lost his way. I feel desperate, he told me, grinning. Desperate, but I feel much less desperate here than I was when I was the spoiled brat dope addict son of the world's most famous scientist. Before you met me, Massimo Montaldo, had you ever heard of any Massimo Montaldo? No, I never did. That's right. I'm never in any of the other Italies. There's never any other Massimo Montaldo. I never meet another version of myself, and I never meet another version of my father either. That's got to mean something crucial. I know it means something important. Yes, I told him. That surely does mean something. I think, he said, that I know what it means. It means that space and time are not just about physics and computation. It means that human beings really matter in the course of world events. It means that human beings can truly change the world. It means that our actions have consequence. The human angle, I said, always makes a good story. It's true. But try telling that story, he said, and he looked on the point of tears. Tell that story to any human being. Go on, do it. Tell anybody in here. Help yourself. I looked around the Elena. There were some people in there, the local customers, normal people, decent people. Maybe a dozen of them. Not remarkable people, not freakish, not weird or strange, but normal. Being normal people, they were quite at ease with their lot and accepting their daily existences. Once upon a time, the Elena used to carry daily newspapers. Newspapers were supplied for customers on those special long wooden bars. In my world, the Elena didn't do that anymore. Too few newspapers and too much internet. Here, the Elena still had those newspapers on those handy wooden bars. I rose from my chair and I had a good look at them. There were stylish imported newspapers, written in Hindi, Arabic, and Serbo-Croatian. I had to look hard to find a local paper in Italian. There were two, both printed on a foul gray paper full of flecks of badly pulped wood. I took the larger Italian paper to the cafe table. I flicked through the headlines, and I read all the lead paragraphs. I knew immediately I was reading lies. It wasn't that the news was so terrible, or so deceitful, but it was clear that the people reading this newspaper were not expected to make any practical use of news. The Italians were a modest, colonial people. The news that they were offered was a set of feeble fantasies.
All the serious news was going on elsewhere. There was something very strong and lively in the world, called the non-aligned movement. It stretched from the Baltics all the way to the Balkans, throughout the Arab world, and all the way through India. Japan and China were places that the giant non-aligned superpower treated with guarded respect. America was some kind of humbled farm where the Yankees spent their time in church. Those other places, the places that used to matter, France, Germany, Britain, Brussels, these were obscure and poor and miserable places. Their names and locales were badly spelled. Cheap black ink was coming off on my fingers. I no longer had questions for Massimo, except for one. When do we get out of here? Massimo buttered his tattered slice of black bread. I was never searching for the best of all possible worlds, he told me. I was looking for the best of all possible me's. In an Italy like this Italy, I really matter. Your version of Italy is pretty backward. But this world had a nuclear exchange. Europe had a civil war, and most cities in the Soviet Union are big puddles of black glass. I took my moleskin notebook from my jacket pocket. How pretty and sleek that fancy notebook looked, next to that gray pulp newspaper. You don't mind if I jot this down, I hope. I know that this sounds bad to you, but trust me, that's not how history works. History doesn't have any badness or goodness. This world has a future. The food's cheap. The climate is stable. The women are gorgeous. And since there's only 3 billion people left alive on Earth, there's a lot of room. Massimo pointed his crude sausage knife at the cafe's glass double door. Nobody here ever asks for ID. Nobody cares about passports. They never even heard of electronic banking. A smart guy like you could walk out of here and start 100 tech companies. If I didn't get my throat cut. Oh, people always overstate that little problem. The big problem is, who wants to work that hard? I got to know this place because I knew that I could be a hero here. Bigger than my father. I'd be smarter than him, richer than him, more famous, more powerful. I would be better. But that is a burden. Improving the world, that doesn't make me happy at all. That's a curse. It's like slavery. What does make you happy, Massimo? Clearly, Massimo had given this matter some thought. Waking up in a fine hotel with a gorgeous stranger in my bed. That's the truth. And that would be true of every man in every world, if he was honest. Massimo tapped the neck of the garish brandy bottle with the back of the carving knife. My girlfriend, Svetlana, she understands all that pretty well. But there's one other thing. I drink here. I like to drink, I admit that. But they really drink around here. This version of Italy is in the almighty Yugoslav sphere of influence. I had been doing fine so far, given my circumstances. Suddenly the nightmare sprang upon me, unfiltered, total, and wholesale. Chills of terror climbed my spine like icy scorpions. I felt a strong, irrational, animal urge to abandon my comfortable chair and run for my life. I could run out of the handsome cafe and into the twilight streets of Turin. I knew Turin, and I knew that Massimo would never find me there. Likely he wouldn't bother to look. I also knew that I would run straight into the world so badly described by that grimy newspaper. That terrifying world would be where, henceforth, I existed. That world would not be strange to me, or strange to anybody, because that world was reality. It was not a strange world. It was a normal world. It was me, who was strange here. I was desperately strange here. And that was normal. This conclusion made me reach for my shot glass. I drank. It was not what I would call a good brandy. It did have strong character. It was powerful and it was ruthless. It was a brandy beyond good and evil. My feet ached and itched in my ruined shoes. Blisters were rising and stinging. Maybe I should consider myself lucky that my aching alien feet were still attached to my body. My feet were not simply slashed off and abandoned in some black limbo between the worlds. I put my shot glass down. Can we leave now? Is that possible? Absolutely, said Massimo, sinking deeper into his cozy red leather chair. Let's sober up first with a coffee, eh? It's always Arabic coffee here at the Elena. They boil it in big brass pots. I showed him the silver coin. No, she settled our bill for us, eh? So let's just leave. Massimo stared at the coin, flipped it from heads to tails, then slipped it in a pants pocket. Fine. I'll describe our options. We can call this place the Yugoslav Italy. And like I said, this place has a lot of potential. But there are other versions. He started ticking off his fingers. There's an Italy where the no-nukes movement won big in the 1980s. You remember them? Gorbachev and Reagan made world peace. Everybody disarmed and was happy. There were no more wars. The economy boomed everywhere. Peace and justice and prosperity. Everywhere on Earth. So the climate exploded. The last Italian survivors are living high in the Alps. I stared at him. No. Oh, yes. And yes, those are very nice people. They really treasure and support each other. There are hardly any of them left alive. They're very sweet and civilized. They're wonderful people. You'd be amazed what nice Italians they are. Can't we just go straight back to my own version of Italy? Not directly, no. But there's a version of Italy quite close to yours. After John Paul I died, they quickly elected another pope. He was not that Polish anti-communist. Instead, that pope was a pedophile. There was a colossal scandal, and the church collapsed. In that version of Italy, even the Muslims are secular. The churches are brothels and discotheques. They never use the words faith or morality. Massimo sighed, then rubbed his nose. You might think the death of religion would make a lot of difference to people. Well, it doesn't, because they think it's normal. They don't miss believing in God, any more than you miss believing in Marx. So first we can go to that Italy, and then nearby into my own Italy. Is that the idea? That Italy is boring! The girls there are boring. They're so matter-of-fact about sex there that they're like girls from Holland. Massimo shook his head ruefully. Now I'm going to tell you about a version of Italy that's truly different and interesting. I was staring at a round of the sausage. The bright piece of gristle in it seemed to be the severed foot of some small animal. All right, Massimo, tell me. Whenever I move from world to world, I always materialize in the Piazza Vittorio Veneto, he said, because that plaza is so huge and usually pretty empty, and I don't want to hurt anyone with the explosion. Plus, I know Torino. I know all the tech companies here, so I can make my way around. But once I saw a Torino with no electronics. I wiped clammy sweat from my hands with the cafe's rough cloth napkin. Tell me, Massimo, how did you feel about that? It's incredible. There's no electricity there. There are no wires for the electrical trolleys. There are plenty of people there, very well dressed, and bright-colored lights, and some things are flying in the sky. Big aircraft, big as ocean liners. So they've got some kind of power there, but it's not electricity.
They stopped using electricity, somehow, since the 1980s. A Turin with no electricity, I repeated, to convince him that I was listening. Yeah, that's fascinating, isn't it? How could Italy abandon electricity and replace it with another power source? I think that they use cold fusion, because cold fusion was another world-changing event from the 1980s. I can't explore that, Torino, because where would I plug in my laptop? But you could find out how they do all that, because you're just a journalist, right? All you need is a pencil. I'm not a big expert on physics, I said. My God, I keep forgetting I'm talking to somebody from the hopeless George Bush world, he said. Listen, stupid, physics isn't complicated. Physics is very simple and elegant, because it's structured. I knew that from the age of 3. I'm just a writer. I'm not a scientist. Well, surely you've heard of consilience. No, never. Yes, you have. Even people in your stupid world know about consilience. Consilience means that all forms of human knowledge have an underlying unity. The gleam in his eyes was tiring me. Why does that matter? It makes all the difference between your world and my world. In your world, there was a great physicist once, Dr. Italo Calvino. Famous literary writer, I said. He died in the 1980s. Calvino didn't die in my Italy, he said, because in my Italy, Italo Calvino completed his 6 core principles. Calvino wrote 6 memos, I said. He wrote 6 memos for the next millennium, and he only finished 5 of those before he had a stroke and died. In my world, Calvino did not have a stroke. He had a stroke of genius instead. When Calvino completed his work, those 6 lectures weren't just memos. He delivered 6 major public addresses at Princeton. When Calvino gave that 6th great final speech on consistency, the halls were crammed with physicists, mathematicians too. My father was there. I took refuge in my notebook. 6 core principles, I scribbled hastily. Calvino, Princeton, consilience. Calvino's parents were both scientists, Massimo insisted. Calvino's brother was also a scientist. His Oulipo literary group was obsessed with mathematics. When Calvino delivered lectures worthy of a genius, nobody was surprised. I knew Calvino was a genius, I said. I'd been young, but you can't write in Italian and not know Calvino. I'd seen him trudging the porticos in Turin, hunch-shouldered, slapping his feet, always looking sly and preoccupied. You only had to see the man to know that he had an agenda like no other writer in the world. When Calvino finished his 6 lectures, mused Massimo, they carried him off to CERN in Geneva, and they made him work on the semantic web. The semantic web works beautifully, by the way. It's not like your foul little internet, so full of spam and crime. He wiped the sausage knife on an oil-stained napkin. I should qualify that remark. The semantic web works beautifully. In the Italian language, because the semantic web was built by Italians, they had a little bit of help from a few French Oulipo writers. Can we leave this place now and visit this Italy you boast so much about, and then drop by my Italy? That situation is complicated, Massimo hedged, and stood up. Watch my bag, will you? He then departed to the toilet, leaving me to wonder about all the ways in which our situation could be complicated. Now I was sitting alone, staring at that corked brandy bottle. My brain was boiling. The strangeness of my situation had broken some important throttle inside my head. I considered myself bright, because I could write in 3 languages, and I understood technical matters.
I could speak to engineers, designers, programmers, venture capitalists, and government officials on serious adult issues that we all agreed were important. So yes, surely I was bright. But I'd spent my whole life being far more stupid than I was at this moment. In this terrible extremity, here in the cigarette-choked Elena, where the half-ragged denizens pored over their grimy newspapers, I knew I possessed a true potential for genius. I was Italian, and, being Italian, I had the knack to shake the world to its roots. My genius had never embraced me, because genius had never been required of me. I had been stupid because I dwelled in a stupefied world. I now lived in no world at all. I had no world, so my thoughts were rocketing through empty space. Ideas changed the world. Thoughts changed the world, and thoughts could be written down. I had forgotten that writing could have such urgency, that writing could matter to history, that literature might have consequence. Strangely, tragically, I'd forgotten that such things were even possible. Calvino had died of a stroke. I knew that. Some artery broke inside the man's skull as he gamely struggled with his manifesto to transform the next millennium. Surely that was a great loss, but how could anybody guess the extent of that loss? A stroke of genius is a black swan. Beyond prediction, beyond expectation. If a black swan never arrives, how on earth could its absence be guessed? The chasm between Massimo's version of Italy and my Italy was invisible, yet all-encompassing. It was exactly like the stark difference between the man I was now and the man I'd been 1 short hour ago. A black swan can never be predicted, expected, or categorized. A black swan, when it arrives, cannot even be recognized as a black swan. When the black swan assaults us with the wing beats of some rapist Jupiter, then we must rewrite history. Maybe a newsman writes a news story, which is history's first draft. Yet the news never shouts that history has black swans. The news never tells us that our universe is contingent, that our fate hinges on changes too huge for us to comprehend, or too small for us to see. We can never accept the black swan's arbitrary carelessness. So our news is never about how the news can make no sense to human beings. Our news is always about how well we understand. Whenever our wits are shattered by the impossible, we swiftly knit the world back together again, so that our wits can return to us. We pretend that we've lost nothing, not one single illusion. Especially, certainly, we never lose our minds. No matter how strange the news is, we're always sane and sensible. That is what we tell each other. Massimo returned to our table. He was very drunk, and he looked greenish. "You ever been in a squat-down Turkish toilet?" he said, pinching his nose. "Trust me, don't go in there." "I think we should go to your Italy now," I said. "I could do that," he allowed idly, "although I've made some trouble for myself there." "My real problem is you." "Why am I trouble?" "There's another Luca in my Italy. He's not like you, because he's a great author, and a very dignified and very wealthy man. He wouldn't find you funny." I considered this. He was inviting me to be bitterly jealous of myself. I couldn't manage that, yet I was angry anyway. "Am I funny, Massimo?" He'd stopped drinking, but that killer brandy was still percolating through his gut. "Yes, you're funny, Luca. You're weird. You're a terrible joke, especially in this version of Italy, and especially now that you're finally catching on. You've got a look on your face now like a drowned fish." He belched into his fist. "Now, at last, you think that you understand. But no, you don't. Not yet. Listen, in order to arrive here, I created this world. When I press the function 3 key, and the field transports me here, without me as the observer, this universe doesn't even exist. I glanced around the thing that Massimo called a universe. It was an Italian cafe. The marble table in front of me was every bit as solid as a rock. Everything around me was very solid, normal, realistic, acceptable, and predictable. Of course, I told him. And you also created my universe, too. Because you're not just a black swan. You're God. Black swan? Is that what you call me? He smirked and preened in the mirror. You journalists need a tagline for everything. You always wear black, I said. Does that keep our dirt from showing? Massimo buttoned his black woolen jacket. It gets worse, he told me. When I press that function 2 key, before the field settles in, I generate millions of potential histories. Billions of histories, all with their souls, ethics, thoughts, histories, destinies. Whatever. Worlds blink into existence for a few nanoseconds while the chip runs through the program. And then they all blink out, as if they never were. That's how you move? From world to world? That's right, my friend. This ugly duckling can fly. The Elena's waiter arrived to tidy up her table. A little rice pudding? He asked. Massimo was cordial. No, thank you, sir. Got some very nice chocolate in this week, all the way from South America. My, that's the very best kind of chocolate. Massimo jabbed his hand into a cargo pocket. I believe I need some chocolate. What will you give me for this? The waiter examined it carefully. This is a woman's engagement ring. Yes, it is. It can't be a real diamond, though. This stone's much too big to be a real diamond. You're an idiot, said Massimo, but I don't care much. I've got a big appetite for sweets. Why don't you bring me an entire chocolate pie? The waiter shrugged and left us. So, Massimo resumed, I wouldn't call myself a god, because I'm much better described as several million billion gods, except, you know, that the 0-point transport field always settles down. Then, here I am. I'm standing outside some cafe, in a cloud of dirt, with my feet aching, with nothing to my name, except what I've got in my brain and my pockets. It's always like that. The door of the Elena banged open, with a harsh jangle of brass Indian bells. A gang of 5 men stomped in. I might have taken them for cops, because they had jackets, belts, hats, batons, and pistols. But Torinese cops do not arrive on duty drunk, nor do they wear scarlet armbands with crossed lightning bolts. The cafe fell silent as the new guests muscled up to the dented bar. Bellowing threats, they proceeded to shake down the staff. Massimo turned up his collar and gazed serenely at his knotted hands. Massimo was studiously minding his own business. He was in his corner, silent, black, inexplicable. He might have been at prayer. I didn't turn to stare at the intruders. It wasn't a pleasant scene, but even for a stranger, it wasn't hard to understand. The door of the men's room opened. A short man in a trench coat emerged. He had a dead cigar clenched in his teeth, and a snappy Alain Delon fedora. He was surprisingly handsome. People always underestimated the good looks, the male charm of Nicola Sarkozy. Sarkozy sometimes seemed a little odd when sunbathing half-naked in newsstand tabloids, but in person his charisma was overwhelming. He was a man that any world had to reckon with. Sarkozy glanced about the cafe for a matter of seconds. Then he sidled, silent and decisive, along the dark mahogany wall. He bent one elbow. There was a thunderclap. Massimo pitched face forward onto the small marble table. Sarkozy glanced with mild chagrin at the smoking hole blown through the pocket of his stylish trench coat. Then he stared at me. "You're that journalist," he said. "You've got a good memory for faces, Monsieur Sarkozy." "That's right, asshole. I do." His Italian was bad, but it was better than my French. "Are you still eager to protect your dead source here?" Sarkozy gave Massimo's heavy chair one quick vindictive kick, and the dead man, and his chair, and his table, and his ruin-gushing head all fell to the hard cafe floor with one complicated clatter. "There's your big scoop of a story, my friend," Sarkozy told me. "I just gave that to you. You should use that in your lying commie magazine." Then he barked orders at the uniformed thugs. They grouped themselves around him in a helpful cluster, their faces pale with respect. "You can come out now, baby," crowed Sarkozy, and she emerged from the men's room. She was wearing a cute little gangster mall hat and a tailored camouflage jacket. She lugged a big black guitar case. She also had a primitive radio telephone, bigger than a brick. How he'd enticed that woman to lurk for half an hour in the reeking cafe toilet, I'll never know. But it was her. It was definitely her, and she couldn't have been any more demure and serene if she were meeting the Queen of England. They all left together in one heavily armed body. The thunderclap inside the Elena had left a mess. I rescued Massimo's leather valise from the encroaching pool of blood. My fellow patrons were bemused. They were deeply bemused, even confounded. Their options for action seemed to lack constructive possibilities. So, one by one, they rose and left the bar. They left that fine old place, silently and without haste, and without meeting each other's eyes. They stepped out the jangling door and into Europe's biggest plaza. Then they vanished, each hastening toward his own private world. I strolled into the piazza, under a pleasant spring sky. It was cold that spring night, but that infinite dark blue sky was so lucid and clear. The laptop screen flickered brightly as I touched the F1 key. Then I pressed 2, and then 3.